Contents. 4. Peter Panuthias. Sophia Pfaelzerl Panuthias. Johanna Pfaelzerl. Jonathan Panuthias. List of illustrations. Introduction. The Chinese called it Pai Hua, or the driven out. At 9 o'clock on the morning of November 3, 1885, steam whistles blew at the foundries and mills across Tacoma, to announce the start of the purge of all the Chinese people from the town. Saloons closed and police stood by as 500 men, brandishing clubs and pistols, went from house to house in the downtown Chinese quarter and through the Chinese tenements along the city's wharf. Sensing the storm ahead, earlier in the week, about 500 Chinese people had fled from Tacoma. Now the rest were given 4 hours to be ready to leave. They desperately stuffed years of life into sacks, shawls, and baskets hung from shoulder poles, bedding, clothing, pots, some food. At midday, the mob began to drag Chinese laborers from their homes, pillage their laundries, and throw their furniture into the streets. Chinese merchants pleaded with the mayor and the sheriff for an extra 24 hours to pack up their shops. Early on that cold Tuesday afternoon, armed vigilantes corralled 200 Chinese men and women at the docks. The governor of the Washington Territory, Watson C. Squire, ignored telegrams from Chinese across the Pacific Northwest urging him to intervene. The mayor and the sheriff hid out at City Hall as the mob marched the Chinese through heavy rain to a muddy railroad crossing 9 miles from town. The merchants' wives, unable to walk on their tiny bound feet, were tossed into wagons. Lakeview Junction was a stop on the Northern Pacific Railroad, which had been built by Chinese laborers. A few of the evicted Chinese found damp shelter in abandoned storage sheds, in stables, or inside the small station house. Most huddled outside. During the cold and rainy night, 2 or 3 trains stopped at the station. People with cash paid $6 to board the overnight train to Portland, Oregon. Others crammed onto a passing freight train. The rest began the 100-mile trek south to the Chinatown in Portland, where they hoped to find sanctuary in a community that had just refused the town's orders to leave. For days they were seen following the tracks south. Others fled the country for Canada. 2 days later, Tacoma's Chinatown was destroyed by fire. Lummi. Territory of Washington. County of King. June 3, 1886. Lummi being duly sworn on his oath saith, I was born in Canton, China, and am a subject of the Chinese Empire. I am aged about 51 years. Have been in America about 11 years and have been doing business in Tacoma for 10 years. My business there was that of keeping dry goods, provisions, medicines, and general merchandise store. On the 3rd day of November I resided with my family in Tacoma on the corner of Railroad Street some little distance from Chinatown. At that time I would say there were 800 or 900 Chinese persons in and about Tacoma who were forcibly expelled by the white people of Tacoma. 20 days previously to the 3rd of November, a committee of white persons waited upon the Chinese at their residences and ordered them to leave the city before the 3rd of November. I do not know the names of the white persons but would recognize their faces. The committee consisted of 15 or 20 persons, who notified the Chinese to leave. I asked General Sprague and other citizens for protection for myself and the Chinese people. The general said he would see and do what he could. All the Chinese after receiving notice to leave were frightened lest their houses should be blown up and destroyed. A rumor to that effect was in circulation. Many of them shut up their houses and tried to keep on the lookout. About 9:30 o'clock in the morning of November 3, 1885, a large crowd of citizens of Tacoma marched down to Chinatown and told all the Chinese that the whole Chinese population of Tacoma must leave town by 1:30 o'clock in the afternoon of that day. There must have been in the neighborhood of 1,000 people in the crowd of white people, though I cannot tell how many. They went to all the Chinese houses and establishments and notified the Chinese to leave. Where the doors were locked they broke forcibly into the houses, smashing in doors and breaking in windows. Some of the crowd was armed with pistols, some with clubs. They acted in a rude, boisterous and threatening manner, dragging and kicking the Chinese out of their houses. My wife refused to go and some of the white persons dragged her out of the house. From the excitement, the fright, and the losses we sustained through the riot she lost her reason, and has ever since been hopelessly insane. She threatens to kill people with a hatchet or any other weapon she can get hold of. The outrages I and my family suffered at the hands of the mob has utterly ruined me. I make no claim, however, for my wife's insanity or the anguish I have suffered. My wife was perfectly sane before the riot. I saw my countrymen marched out of Tacoma on November 3rd. They presented a sad spectacle. Some had lost their trunks, some their blankets, some were crying for their things. Armed white men were behind the Chinese, on horseback sternly urging them on. It was raining and blowing hard. On the 5th of November all the Chinese houses situated on the wharf were burned down by incendiaries. I sustained the following losses through the riot, to wit, 2 pieces silk crepe trousers female, 2 pieces black silk, 6 silk handkerchiefs, 2 crepe jackets, 10 blue cotton shirts, 8 pieces black cotton trousers, 12 pairs Chinese cotton stockings, 2 leather trunks, Chinese, wool gray dress female, 4 flannel jackets, 3 pairs embroidered shoes, 1 dressing case, 6 white cotton shirts, 1 carpet bag, 2 white woolen blankets, 2 red woolen bed covers, 1 feather mattress, 1 spring bed, 2 tables, 6 chairs, 2 stoves, 4 pictures and frames, 1 large mirror, 2 woolen trousers, male and solvent debtors, Chinaman, 1 business and goodwill, loss of perishable goods, total $45,532. A few of the Chinese merchants, I among them, were suffered to remain in Tacoma for 2 days in order to pack up our goods or what was left of them. On the 5th of November, after the burning of the Chinese houses on the wharf, I left Tacoma for Victoria, where I have since resided. No Chinaman has been allowed to reside in Tacoma since November 3rd. Mayor Weisbach appeared to be one of the leaders of the mob on the 3rd of November. I spoke to him and told him that Mr. Sprague had said the Chinese had a right to stay and would be protected. He answered me, "General Sprague has nothing to say. If he says anything we will hang him or kick him. You get out of here." I cried. He said I was a baby because I cried over the loss of my property. He said, "I told you before you must go, and I mean my word shall be kept good." I desire to add to this that it is 10 years since we began business there. May1. Tacoma's Chinese residents did not go quietly. On November 5, 1885, aided by China's consul in San Francisco, they compelled the U.S. attorney to arrest the mayor of Tacoma, the chief of police, 2 councilmen, a probate court judge, and the president of the YMCA. Then they filed 17 civil claims against the U.S. government, for a total of $103,365. The Tacoma Roundup was one of 100 Chinese pogroms that raged across the Pacific Northwest in the late 19th century. In the winter of 1885-86, the raids and arson in Chinatowns reached Portland, and the Chinese refugees from Tacoma fled again, some to San Francisco, some back to rural hamlets in the Washington Territory closer to their old homes, some to the East Coast, and some to work on plantations in the South. Word of the raids resounded in newspapers, in state capitals, in the boardrooms of railroad companies and lumber mills, in Congress, and across the Pacific Ocean. Defying protests from both Republicans and Democrats, President Grover Cleveland decided to accede to the refugees' demands for reparation, with the hope that this might cause China to revive trade talks with the United States. China's population of 400 million people, he believed, could purchase America out of its deep economic depression, and China's government might open trade routes for a nation come lately to foreign expansion. Congress was ambivalent. It understood that whichever party controlled California would likely control the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the next presidency. The firestorm of roundups in California was compelling evidence of the sentiments in the Golden State. The violent raids were bannered in the press, in the local Tacoma Register and the Eureka Times Telephone, and nationwide in the New York Times and Harper's Weekly. Most Americans knew of the Chinese purges in California, Oregon, Washington, Wyoming, Nevada, and Colorado. But before Congress complied with Cleveland's request, it wanted to know the economic value of a Chinese life. In 1886, at the order of Congress, Governor Watson Squire desperately sought to track down the 200 Chinese men and women who had been driven out of Tacoma so that they could bear witness to the public violence done against them in his name. Ultimately, he could locate only a few. Most were unable or unwilling to be found. Lum May had fled to Victoria, Canada. He and his wife had legally entered the United States in 1874, before the Page Act of 1875 banned the entry of almost all Chinese women, and before the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the first immigration law to exclude people based on their race, banned the thousands of immigrants who crisscrossed the Pacific each year from re-entering the United States. Governor Squire found Lum May, but as a subject of the Chinese Empire, he was barred from testifying in a U.S. court. Through his written affidavit, Lums is one of the Chinese voices that speaks across the silent years since being driven out. Tuc Nan. Governor Squire also located Lum May's close friend and business partner, Tuc Nan. On the night of the purge, Tuc Nan had fled to Portland, where he had decided to remain despite the ongoing anti-Chinese violence in the area. It was there that Squire was compelled to listen to and record Tuc Nan's story. Now 50 years old, Tuc Nan had come to the United States at age 16, arriving in San Francisco with the first wave of Chinese immigrants who came in the gold rush. Within 2 years of the discovery of gold on January 24, 1848, at a sawmill on the American River in California, more than 150,000 men from the eastern United States and across the globe poured into San Francisco. Driven from their homelands by poverty and political repression, and now dreaming of gold, they quickly made their way to the creek beds of the Sierra Nevada. Arriving in 1852, Tuc Nan was one of 700 Chinese émigrés. Within the next 18 months, 20,000 more Chinese miners entered California. And thousands more were waiting in China's port cities to board ships bound for San Francisco. 3. 10 of the early Chinese immigrants were women, kidnapped to work as enslaved prostitutes in California. Soon the ships would also carry baby girls, seized in China for the same fate. Most did not survive. Some Chinese prostitutes, however, escaped from the locked cribs and brothels in San Francisco, only to be forced to return to their owners after the purges in Tacoma, Eureka, Antioch, and Truckee. White Americans, many unemployed, spread onto a land stolen from indigenous Americans, inherited from Spain by Mexico in 1821, governed by joint occupancy with Britain, which had handed over its rights to the United States in 1846, and seized by the United States in the Mexican War in 1848. These white miners led the first purges of the Chinese, sparking a wave of violence that raged over the next 4 decades north to Tacoma, south to Los Angeles, east to Wyoming and Colorado. After the Civil War, the new trade union movement took up the anti-Chinese cause, and the Knights of Labor spread the racist message through the Workingmen's Party. White boot makers, cigar rollers, cooks, and woodcutters who were competing with lower-paid Chinese workers joined in the brutality. The driven out was spurred on by Irish and German immigrants fearful of job competition and by destitute, unemployed white migrants from the East Coast who felt betrayed by the false promises of new industry in eastern cities. When these men came to the American West, they were enraged to discover that the railroads and new land barons, such as Miller and Luxco, which owned an empire in California as large as Belgium, had a stranglehold on land and timber along the Pacific coast. 4 West Coast Jews, too, participated in the anti-Chinese violence. In San Francisco in the 1880s, the Anti-Coolie League met at B'nai B'rith on Friday nights, at the start of the Jewish Sabbath. The roundups were also led by mayors and governors, judges, and newspaper editors, wealthy timbermen and ranchers willing to betray their need for cheap labor in order to mark their common whiteness and stitch together the raw communities that were quickly emerging in the fields, at river junctions, in fishing ports and lumber towns. The purges of the Chinese followed 2 other paths toward racial purity converging in the West. First, along the Pacific coast, the American military and armed irregulars were murdering Native Americans or forcing them off their traditional lands, making way for white settlement, agriculture, mining, and logging. In Northern California, Native people were driven onto reservations, along the Klamath River, at Nome Lackey, at Round Valley, and at Hoopa, now known as Hoopa. African Americans, too, were being dispossessed of the land on which they had worked. Both before and after the Civil War, ideas of racial inferiority and white purity moved west. By the 1880s, the Southern Democrats had taken over California's governor's mansion, state legislature, and many county boards, and were eagerly implementing versions of the Southern Black Codes, passed after the Civil War in order to restrict the new political freedom of emancipated slaves. Now the Southerners were targeting the Chinese by implementing special taxes, cubic air ordinances limiting how many Chinese could inhabit one room, and city ordinances banned laundries built of wood. Tuc Nan was a link in a global migratory chain of immigrants who came to California for gold yet remained tied to family, foods, tools, clothes, and ideas from their homeland. He had faced tremendous obstacles in leaving China. Indeed, for centuries Chinese émigrés who tried to return were punished as deserters by the Qing emperors. 5 Political turbulence and famine were stretching China's cords of loyalty, but Tuc Nan's early emigration still betrayed affiliation and authority to family, clan, and village. Tuc Nan left his homeland amid the chaos of war and starvation. In the mid-19th century, China, burdened with a population of 400 million, faced waves of insurrections, invasions, and internal ethnic wars. In 1839, sensing this moment of vulnerability, Britain launched the Opium Wars, which sought to balance its compulsive purchase of Chinese tea and silk by forcing China to buy opium, grown in India but brokered and transported by England. In the Treaty of Nanking, which ended the war, Britain opened China's doors to the addictive drug and to the economic, military, shipping, and missionary presence of the West. China's first treaty with the United States, the Treaty of Wanshaya, followed in 1844, and the British and Americans sailed in force into the southern ports of Canton, Shanghai, Ningbo, Amoy, and Foochow. 6 By the early 1850s, Russia's army had invaded China's eastern border and seized Manchuria, leading the foreign efforts to carve up the Chinese Empire. Many Chinese chose to sail to the United States. Thousands of others fled or were kidnapped to work on plantations in Cuba or Mexico or in the deadly guano pits of Peru. Tuc Nan never made it into the mines of the Sierra Nevada. He remained in San Francisco, where he watched his countrymen return from the gold fields and new mountain towns, quickly forced onto barges heading down the rushing western rivers. He stayed in San Francisco for 13 years, likely working as a launderer, a waiter, a house servant, or a peddler, sending some of his small earnings back to China. In 1865, he moved north to Portland, where he opened a supply shop for miners leaving for the new gold fields. But violence followed him. In 1876, Tuc Nan removed farther north to Tacoma, in the Washington Territory. There he went into partnership with Lum May. 9 years later he became one of the driven out when several hundred angry and excited white persons broke into his store and shoved his friends out the door. The mob told him, "Oh, the Chinese, you must go, everyone." Tuc Nan recounted that he begged them to leave me remain a few days to settle our business, but the vigilantes said, "Take your goods and go. You had notice on the October 9th to leave before 1st of November and the time is up. You've had time enough to get ready." Tuc Nan added, "They would listen to nothing but told us to be ready at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they would carry away our goods. And just at 2 the mob returned, armed with weapons and clubs. Some had poles and they used these to drive us like so many hogs, if any of us went slow or stopped. I was very much afraid." In June 1886, Tuc Nan demanded $15,000 in reparations from the U.S. government and signed his own affidavit in English. 7. Yoke Lean. Despite the roundups and the fears of enslaved prostitution, many Chinese women in America insisted that the local government protect their right to live where they chose. One Chinese woman refused to submit to sexual slavery. In 1910, Yoke Lean marched into the courthouse in Sonora and demanded that her deposition be taken and preserved in the county records. Yoke Lean from Sonora, State of California. Sonora, County of Tuolumne. 21 day of February, 1910. Yoke Lean, being first duly sworn, deposes, and says, "I reside in the city of Sonora, State of California, and am the age of 36 years. That I am a native of the state of California, having been born in San Francisco, California. That I am about 5 feet tall and weigh about 110 pounds. That I have a scar on my face on the right side of the nose near the right eye and also a large scar on the right side of the mouth, also a small raised scar at the base of the index finger of the right hand and a small scar on the right hand about an inch below the wrist at the base of the thumb. that the annexed photograph is a photograph of myself taken by William Harrington, photographer, at Sonora, California, in January 1910. That this affidavit with the annexed photograph is made for the purpose of identifying me in case I should be kidnapped or in case any criminal charge should be brought against me, and by reason of the fact that my husband, Charlie Jones, is now in jail charged with a criminal offense, and I fear that his enemies may try to do away with me either by bringing some fictitious charge against me or by kidnapping and imprisoning me. The annexed signature is my name written in English and also in Chinese. Yolkalien 8. Speak, memory. In August 1974, I moved with my 6-year-old daughter into a cabin in the woods of remote Humboldt County to begin my career as a professor of American Studies. Each morning I would drive south from Big Lagoon, a little community of beach cottages, damp and empty in the chilled fog and gray light of the north coast, past the jagged rocks at Patrick's Point, through the redwood forest above the fishing village of Trinidad, past sober white egrets guarding the green fern prairies, oblivious to the 65 inches of rain that fall each year in the county, and finally cross the Mad River to climb the hill to Humboldt State University in Arcata. Nestled in the redwoods between Oregon and the lumber and fishing town of Eureka, California, Arcata borders the marshes and dunes that fade into Humboldt Bay. The week that we moved to this isolated corner of the Pacific Northwest, President Nixon resigned. The following spring, the last American soldier was killed in Vietnam. That April the last Americans were evacuated by helicopter from the roof of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. The Vietnam War was ending, and I danced with my students around the statue of President McKinley in Arcata's town square. Our spirits were hopeful. Humboldt State University had an unusual mix of white and tribal students. But in my classes, in the corridors of Founders Hall, at meetings demanding that Native American myths and history be included in a sequence called The American Frontier, and at the nightly peace rallies, I noticed the complete absence of Asian American students. When I asked around about this, I was told by a local poet that Chinese parents would not send their kids to HSU because 90 years earlier all the Chinese had been driven from Eureka. Her answer came from Humboldt lore and collective memory. Troubled, I went to the library, where I found one brief article, written more than 50 years ago, that verified the fact that Eureka, Humboldt's county seat, had indeed expelled all its Chinese residents in 1885. A year later I left Humboldt State University to take a job at the University of California, San Diego. But with a few friends, I bought a tiny cabin in Big Lagoon, 20 miles north of Arcata. For hundreds of years before the lumber companies arrived, the Yurok had lived in small clans along the lagoon and called the place Okato, or there where it is calm. Some translate it there where we dance. Then, as now, I was haunted by the power of the redwoods, the storms that blow across the ocean, the fern forests, the Roosevelt elk foraging in the placid lagoons, the light slicing under the fog banks over the Pacific. But the image of the Chinese roundup remained in me. As I returned each year to Big Lagoon, where the redwood forests meet the harsh surf of the Pacific coast in a scene of great beauty, I was disturbed by the history of violence embedded in the landscape, by the dissonance between the land and its history. 30 years later, I decided to find the story of the missing Asian students. But on the first day of my quest, sitting at a cloudy microfilm reader in the Bancroft Library on the UC Berkeley campus reading the Daily Alta California, I discovered that the story was much larger. I began to follow the footsteps of thousands of Chinese people who were violently herded onto railroad cars, steamers, or logging rafts, marched out of town, or killed. They were expelled from towns from the Pacific coast to the Rocky Mountains, from Seattle and Portland, from hamlets along the Klamath River and up into the Siskiyou Mountains, down through the arid Central Valley to Nigger Alley in Los Angeles. Between 1850 and 1906 there were close to 200 roundups, all designed to rid the United States of the Chinese. During the past 5 years I have traveled to most of these cities and towns. I have talked with librarians, local historians, archivists, collectors, police officers, and tribal leaders. Some people seemed eager, even relieved, to tell their town's story. Librarians, county clerks, and researchers for county museums and historical societies delved into archives, maps, court records, clipping files, leather wallets, private photo collections, scrapbooks, and old safes to expose the purges that had occurred in their counties. Others denied the story I already knew. I was discovering firsthand how the preservation, cataloging, and even the filing of historical documents work toward exposure or erasure, revelation, or repression. One day, nearing the end of my research, I visited historian Connie Young-Yu at her home in Los Altos Hills, near San Jose. We'd never met before, and I walked into a living room cluttered with piles of loose white tissue paper and cardboard boxes and silken robes. Connie dressed me in the clothes of her ancestors, merchants in San Jose, to help me understand the emotional path of my discoveries. I had brought her a copy of a lawsuit filed in 1891 by the Chinese residents against the mayor of San Jose, who had hired thugs to pose as policemen and drive the Chinese from town. There, in this early lawsuit, Connie found her grandfather's firm, Kwang Wo Chan, listed as a plaintiff. Connie's grandfather, Young Sun Kwang, and the other parties to the suit were some of the Chinese voices from the 19th century who spoke this story. From the writings, legal pleadings, photographs, and clothing of the 19th century Chinese, I learned of the pogroms and of massive and diverse resistance. The Chinese fought every effort to expel them, first from the gold diggings, then from rural towns, and finally from the orchards and vineyards of the Central Valley. In Winghing v. the City of Eureka, 1885, they filed the first lawsuit for reparations in the United States. In San Jose they used trespass law to design an early suit against police harassment. In Truckee they ordered muskets from China to defend their Chinatown. The overseas Chinese pressured the government of China to intervene with governors, legislators, and the President of the United States on their behalf. In many hostile towns, the Chinese refused to sell their vegetables, starving white households and hotels of fresh food. In the summer of 1883, Chinese workers in Shasta County declared a general strike. In Truckee they formed their own fire brigades. In Amador County they organized an armed militia of more than 50 members to protect themselves. They mutinied on the American slave ship the Norway. In Monterey and San Jose, they flatly refused to leave. Elsewhere they returned laundry, neatly folded but still dirty. In 1893, answering the call of red posters that were pasted on walls, gates, and barns from California to New York, 110,000 Chinese people refused to wear photo identity cards required by the U.S. government to verify their immigration status. They paid for this mass civil disobedience with lynchings, night raids, and deportation. The Chinese fiercely and tenaciously fought for their right to live and work in the United States, to travel back and forth between China and the United States, to testify in court, to own property, to marry, and to have their children receive public education. Historians, librarians, archivists, filmmakers, and fiction writers have repressed a story whose evidence is in fact not hard to find. Photographs, advertisements, placards, local newspapers, court records and testimony, campaign documents, songs, business cards, and diaries fabricate a history of docile but wily Chinese invaders, dirty, diseased, and exotically enticing, even as they record the expulsions and reveal how Chinese immigrants fought back. Different countries have disclosed lost historical memories to different effect. In the former Yugoslavia, memories of ethnic violence coexist with memories of shared neighborhoods and inter-ethnic marriages. The historian Jacqueline Dowd-Hall reminds us that in Rwanda and in the Balkan countries the history of community was repressed when ethnic violence was unleashed, inciting ongoing hatred. In Ireland, the telling of ancient grievances provoked even more brutality. The tellings knit people together in imagined communities of pain, communities that could exclude and kill. Again and again. 9 The people of South Africa have staked their hope for reconciliation on the conviction that their history of atrocities must be released. If the perpetrators are forced to hear the victim's testimony, they will admit what they have done and national healing can begin. The roundups in the Pacific Northwest occurred from 1850 to 1906. The actors have passed away, and their living imaginations and memories are no longer with us. With most Chinese women then barred from entering the country, descendants from the generations who endured the roundups are few. I thought that the existential memory must be lost. And, indeed, it was hard to find the Chinese voices from the 19th century. A people on the run did not stop to record violence as it happened. Chinese newspapers burned in the fires following the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. Because the Chinese were barred from testifying in court, there is no record of their side of many conflicts. Thousands of Chinese letters home, letters sometimes hand-carried by Shook's water guests or returning emigres, have been lost in the waves of war, famine, and the Cultural Revolution. 10. At first I had no idea how to solve the mystery of the missing students. Yet quickly I found that county libraries, private collections, local historical societies, and state archives are bursting with all sorts of uncatalogued evidence of the violence and the resistance. An institutional internment of documents, it seems, was part of the expulsion, part of the driven out, and it has sustained images of the Chinese as a disempowered people. Yet the fact is that Chinese families still rarely send their sons and daughters to Humboldt State University. Collective memory reaffirms the reality of the past. 11. But I was still seeking Chinese voices that tell of the driven out. There were a few Chinese letters to newspapers and to state and local legislators protesting the vigilante violence. In desperate telegraphs, Chinese men search for one another and for the women who have run away. Passionate letters and diplomatic correspondence, songs, and poems about the roundups slowly surfaced. The lawsuits give voice to entitlement and assertion. Some Chinese people have found their ancestors in this project. When I talk publicly about the roundups, white or Chinese descendants came forward, and their family histories have helped me reconstruct a past in which memory and documents cohere. Hanging out is good historical methodology. Finally, again sitting at a microfilm reader, this time at the National Archives, where I was reading the correspondence from the Chinese legation to the Department of State, I suddenly heard the voices of expulsed Chinese men. Lum Mei, Tuc Nan, and others describe the brutal roundup in Tacoma to Governor Squire. They tell of the long trek in the mud and rain to the railroad crossing, and they demand money, reparations, justice that repairs. The purges of the Chinese in the American West bring to my mind Kristallnacht, the night in 1938 when Nazi Germany violently exposed its intention to remove the Jews. That night became embedded in historical memory as the shattering of glass and windows, the German Kristall of Jewish homes and stores, images of my own family's diaspora. The expulsions of the Chinese from California towns in the 19th century anticipated the history of Poland and Greece in the 1930s and 1940s and, more recently, of Rwanda, Indonesia, and Bosnia. Now, as I write, millions of refugees in Nigeria, Eritrea, Iraq, and Darfur are being driven out of their homes and villages. Today thousands of women and young girls are being unloaded from the holds of ships, from packing crates and container cars, to work in San Francisco and Silver Spring and Kansas City as enslaved prostitutes, while communities such as Herndon, Virginia, pass housing codes and loitering laws to drive them out. Today thousands of immigrants, thousands of people born in the United States to parents born abroad, and thousands of others are marching through the streets of Los Angeles, Houston, and New York, refusing to be temporary people, transients, braceros, guests, or sojourners. Surely the term expulsion doesn't fully represent the rage and violence of these purges. What occurred along the Pacific coast, from the gold rush through the turn of the century, was ethnic cleansing. The Chinese called the roundups in the Pacific Northwest Pihua the driven out. Jean pfaelzerl. Big Lagoon, Trinidad, Humboldt County. January 2007. 1. Gold. Peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must. On February 2, 1848, a vanquished Mexico signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and ceded California to the United States, unaware that just 9 days earlier, nuggets of pure gold had been found in a creek at a sawmill in the foothills of California's Sierra Nevada range. The discovery of gold did not make the front page of the San Francisco papers until March 15, but sailing vessels quickly carried the news to countries that border the Pacific Ocean. Word soon spread from Mexico to Panama to Chile. 1 In April, the Pacific Mail Steamship Company launched 5 side-wheel steamships to carry eager South American miners north to San Francisco. At the dawn of 1848, 150,000 native people and a few thousand Mexicans and Californios lived in the northernmost corner of Mexico. Yurok, Miwoks, Nisenan, Yilkuts, and Karuks were among 50 tribes or nations who first inhabited the area. 2 Mestizos, rancheros, peons, Spanish priests, and runaway African American slaves were the first settlers. Their worlds were about to collide. Word of gold traveled across the Pacific to the Sandwich Islands and from there to China. In port cities across Asia, captains and crews altered their routes, sailed for California, and abandoned laden ships in San Francisco Bay. Many ships rotted and sank in its cold waters as officers and sailors headed for the Sierra Mountains. Other ships anchored at the docks and were promptly rebuilt as saloons or restaurants to serve the tide of gold seekers. In San Francisco and Sacramento, stores and offices closed, houses were boarded up, crops were abandoned, and Mexicans, Californios, and white laborers, merchants, artists, and physicians all rushed into the Sierra foothills. They traveled any way they could, on burros, horses, or wagons, sometimes hiking, sometimes buying overpriced tickets on steamships to carry them up the Yuba, Bear, and American rivers. From the East Coast, unemployed veterans, just home from the Mexican War, returned to the West back overland by carriage, on horseback, or foot, across the mountains and jungles of the Isthmus of Panama, where they desperately awaited ships to finish their voyage up the Pacific coast. These new Argonauts joined mechanics, ranchers, laborers, merchants, and professional men and stormed up California's mountains, sharing an expansionist vision and a military determination. None was interested in laboring as a waiter, servant, mill worker, or field hand, even at wages of $10 to $20 per day. 3. When news of gold reached the newly opened port cities in China, shipmasters in Hong Kong and Canton had little difficulty convincing Chinese men to sail for California. In rice-growing and fishing villages in Guangdong province, shipping companies circulated broadsheets and maps urging men to forswear country and clan for gold. Facing warlords, destitution, and British battleships, villagers read ads promoting America as a haven of plenty and equality. Americans are very rich people. They want the Chinaman to come and will make him welcome. There will be big pay, large houses, and food and clothing of the finest description. You can write your friends or send them money any time, and we will be responsible for the safe delivery. It is a nice country, without mandarins or soldiers. All alike, big man no larger than little man. There are a great many Chinamen there now, and it will not be a strange country. China God is there, and the agents of this house. Never fear, and you will be lucky. Come to Hong Kong, or to the sign of this house in Canton and we will instruct you. Money is in great plenty and to spare in America. Such as wishes to have wages and labor guaranteed can obtain the security by application at this office. 4. A Chinaman en route for the mines. Gleason S. Pictorial Drawing Room Companion, 1852. Dreaming of wealth on Gold Mountain, as California came to be known, Chinese villagers sold their fields or fishing boats, or borrowed money to sail to California. They landed in a raw new territory, a land without traditions of nationhood, authority, ethnic commonality, or even clear geographic borders. Few Chinese women journeyed across the Pacific. Unlike their brethren, most Chinese women who entered California in the mid-1800s were slaves. Kidnapped for prostitution from the southern ports of China, they were brokered and owned by Chinese merchants who also emigrated to San Francisco. The Chinese arrived as California was growing from a cluster of harbor towns and mining camps into a national financial and political force. From San Francisco up through the Sacramento Delta and north to Crescent City, fishing villages and small towns built to trade in hides and tallow rapidly became staging and supply centers for miners eager to move into the mountains. 90% of California's workforce was tied to gold. Chinese miner by Creek, 1849. California's new leaders promptly abandoned the area's ties to Spanish priests and Mexican ranchers. They identified with the Anglos and debated how to govern thousands of Chinese, Chilean, French, Mexican, and Peruvian prospectors. In the Sierra Nevada, the Chinese Argonauts encountered Native Americans and Mexican Americans who were facing death, enslavement, or violent pogroms by white men eager to quickly gather the golden ore that had lain sparkling in California's rivers for thousands of years. The gold rush also offered a serendipitous finale to a war premised on national expansion and the extension of slave territory. By 1845, abolitionists had lost their decade-long struggle to prevent the annexation of Texas. 6 The Washington Union, a paper of Southern Democrat views, wrote, "Who can arrest a torrent that will pour onward to the west? The road to California will be open to us. Who will stay the march of our western people?" That year John O'Sullivan, editor of the Democratic Review, declared that it was our manifest destiny to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions. 7. Ideas of white superiority bracketed the image of white expansion, free development and industrial inevitability in California and the West. The Illinois State Register insisted, "Shall this garden of beauty be suffered to lie dormant in its wild and useless luxuriance? Myriads of enterprising Americans would flock to its rich and inviting prairies, the hum of Anglo-American industry would be heard in its valleys, cities would rise upon its plains and sea coast, and the resources and wealth of the nation be increased in an incalculable degree." Mexicans, wrote the American Review, must yield to a superior population, insensibly oozing into her territories, changing her customs, and outliving, out-trading, exterminating her weaker blood. At the same time, the final push for the abolition of slavery was taking hold. The American Anti-Slavery Society declared that the Mexican War was waged solely for the detestable and horrible purpose of extending and perpetuating American slavery through the vast territory of Mexico. The poet and abolitionist James Russell Lowell, through his character Hosea Biglow, a New England farmer, announced, "They just want this Californy so's to lug new slave states in, to abuse yet, and to scorn yet, and to plunder ya like sin." Newly organized workingmen in New England well understood that despite the military's promises to enlistees of plunder, pay of $7 per month, and a land grant of 160 acres, territories seized from Mexico would be giving men that live upon the blood of others an opportunity of dipping their hands still deeper in the sin of slavery. Have we not slaves enough now? As the war began, a convention of the New England Workingmen's Association announced that its members would not take up arms to sustain the Southern slaveholder in robbing 1/5 of our countrymen of their labor. The young labor movement had reason to be fearful. Under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the vast territories seized by the United States could extend Southern slavery to the Pacific coast. And so, in the Compromise of 1850, in return for admitting California as a free state, the United States would absorb remaining territories without any restriction or condition on the subject of slavery. That year Congress also passed the Fugitive Slave Law, which stated that any federal marshal who did not arrest a runaway slave could be fined $1,000. Any person suspected of being a runaway slave could be arrested without a warrant and turned over to anyone claiming to be the owner. A suspected slave could not ask for a jury trial or testify on his or her behalf, and any person who aided a runaway slave by providing shelter, food, or transportation faced 6 months imprisonment and a $1,000 fine. The law also offered a fee or bribe for every slave remanded back into slavery. The presumptions of the treaty, of the law, of national entitlement, and of race would soon shape the history of Chinese America. At the end of the Mexican War, most returning veterans could not hold on to their allotments of land, but they still clung to the myth of white possibility and expansion in the West. Wrote a young naval officer, "Asia will be brought to our very doors. Population will flow into the fertile regions of California, public lands will be changed from deserts into gardens, and a large population will be settled." This large population was to come to the Pacific Northwest from all over the globe. From 1845 to 1849, the Great Hunger in Ireland, caused by Britain's long interference with Ireland's agriculture and also by a potato fungus, killed between 500,000 and 1 million people from 1845 to 1849 and destroyed the Irish economy. Some 2 million desperate Irish refugees immigrated to England, Canada, Australia, and the United States, and thousands hopefully made their way west. In France, Austria, Hungary, Italy, and Germany, between February and June 1848, radical movements of working people and students erupted. These seemingly spontaneous protests demanding liberty and revolution were soon crushed, and many dissidents fled to the United States. Some went west. The cry "California for Americans" soon boomed across the foothills of the Sierra Nevada and the lower Siskiyou Mountains. In 1849 a mob of white miners in Mariposa County declared that any Chinaman who mined for gold must leave on 24 hours' notice, otherwise the miners will inflict such punishment as they deem proper. 8 In Marysville, demonstrators proclaimed that no Chinaman shall henceforth be allowed on any mining claim in the neighborhood. 9. Chinese gold miners in Tuolumne. Rain had finally come to the arid creek at Camp Salvador, washing down the dry dark dirt to expose clusters of golden nuggets to Chinese miners working for an English stock company. 10 News of the Chinese discovery quickly spread. A gang of white miners promptly rode down to Salvador and assaulted the Chinese, who fled from their prosperous claim. Stunned by this first mass purge, the English investors abandoned the diggings, and the 60 remaining Chinese miners trekked over the mountain into Tuolumne County. There they built Chinese camp, likely the first all-Chinese town in the United States. The roundup at Camp Salvador ignited the brutal firestorm of purges that burned in the West for 50 years. Like white miners, the Chinese built bunkhouses or boarding houses or pitched tent camps, rough male villages. During the gold rush, the proportion of both Chinese and white women to men was low, about 3 to 100. Few miners of any nationality asked their wives or fiancées to join them in the gold fields. 11 Across the country, abandoned white wives exercised their new rights under California's liberal laws and divorced the men who had rushed to the diggings. Until the end of the 19th century, the divorce rate in California was the highest in the world. 12. The low number of Chinese women probably made the Chinese communities in America particularly vulnerable to persecution. Chinese women would have foretold family, civilization, and permanence, and their very presence would have stood as a barrier to the idea that the Chinese had come to the United States as sojourners, temporary and enduringly foreign. The first Chinese woman in the gold town of Sonora was an enslaved young girl who worked in a bar selling drinks and sex to white miners. 13 Known to whites as China Lena, she grew vegetables in a large garden and peddled them on the hilly streets, carrying them in 2 baskets hanging from a pole across her shoulders. But Lena was forced to live in China camp, supervised by a Chinese pimp. In an era when Southern whites warned that abolition would lead to interracial sex and amalgamated races, the California state legislature banned marriage between Chinese and whites. But the enslaved prostitution of Chinese women grew quickly into a tolerated and profitable business. California for Americans. In the spring of 1852, 60 white miners, accompanied by a brass band, rode through a chain of Chinese diggings along the sandy shore of the American River. They assaulted 200 Chinese men who shared a claim at Mormon Bar, then rode a few miles down the river and attacked 400 Chinese miners camped along Horseshoe Bar. Although the Chinese miners greatly outnumbered the vigilantes, they abandoned their river claims, no doubt fearful for their lives. The white miners boasted to the press that they helped the Chinese dismantle their tents. 14. Early that summer, white miners in El Dorado County barricaded the dusty stage road and turned back all wagons and coaches carrying Chinese passengers and freight. At nearby Weber Creek, vigilantes set fire to the tents and tools of Chinese miners, burning out the Chinese camp. 15. Pacific Chivalry, Harper S. Weekly, August 7, 1869. In Colombia, white miners facing Chinese competition along the riverbeds blamed capitalists, ship owners, and merchants, men who engaged in the importation of these burlesques on humanity, thus fastening a system of peonage in the gold fields. These greedy investors would crowd their ships with the long-tailed, horned and cloven-footed inhabitants of the infernal regions, and contend for their introduction in the mines on an equality with American laborers, if they could add 1 farthing to the rates of freight, or dispose of 1 pound more of pork, or for a few shillings of rice by the operation. 16. The Columbia miners announced that they were empowered to take such steps as they may deem necessary to make sure that no Asiatic or South Sea Islander be permitted to mine any longer in Columbia, or anywhere else in California, either for himself or for others. 17. But more and more Chinese flocked to Tuolumne County, and in September 1852, white miners called the First Jamestown Miners' Convention and demanded that no immigrant from Asia, Polynesia, or South America be given citizenship. They agreed to vote only for state legislators who would drive the coolies from some of our mining districts. 18. Their demand, wrote the Daily Alta California, was harsh and unlawful in design and dangerous in tendency, and was conceived in a spirit of hatred and hostility without parallel in California. 19. Yet the mob's decrees traveled up the rivers and along the Lupin valleys where few lumps or even grains of gold still shimmered in the green waters. Pioneer Alfred Jackson wrote in his diary that whenever white miners found a group of Chinese miners along the sandbars of the Yuba River, they would quickly make a law that the Chinese could not take up or hold ground. Some thought it would be a good thing to sell them claims, as it was an easy way to make money, but most were for driving them out of the country entirely. 20. Chinese Sleeping Accommodations. Frank Leslie's Illustrated Sunday Magazine, March 1881. Without women in the gold fields, both Chinese and white miners did their own domestic work. They cooked, sewed, and washed their own clothes. But in songs, sermons, plays, cartoons, speeches, and advertisements, Chinese men were depicted as lacking virility. In this mostly male world, Chinese men became targets of white men's fears of homosexuality or the objects of their desire. The ruthless evictions went on. On January 21, 1854, at an open meeting at Waddles and Granger's General Store in Placer County, miners unanimously voted that no Chinaman shall be allowed, from this date, to hold any mining claim, or to work upon any claim in the district of Green Valley. 21. Late on the evening of August 21, during that hot and dry mountain summer, 100 white men roamed through Nevada City's Chinatown, breaking into the Chinese brothels, dragging frightened women into the streets, and pitching their furniture into the dirt. By the next morning, the Chinese men and women had disappeared from town. But when many returned, frustrated white miners turned to the state legislature to drive the Chinese off the mountain and bar them from registering claims at rich spots along the crowded narrow shores and sandbars of the Sierra rivers. In the cold and snowy January of 1855, Chinese miners in Shasta's Hong Kong heard that hundreds of Anglo miners were coming into town on foot, on horseback, and in wagons to hold an anti-Chinese convention. Frustrated, greedy, and cold, the white miners bitterly complained that the state had failed to rid Shasta of its Chinese residents. We the miners of Shasta County forbid Chinese men from working in the mines of this county. After February 25, 1855, they decreed, no white man in Shasta County could ever again employ a Chinese person. 22. A race war in the gold fields. In the winter of 1858-59, a race war began. The Chinese had refused to leave the gold fields, and a mob of 200 white men rode out from Shasta City armed with rifles, shotguns, and ropes. Following the twisting trail above the rocky canyons of the McCloud River, they came upon a Chinese camp at Lower Springs and ordered the Chinese at gunpoint to forsake their claim and never return. Grabbing their pans, shovels, and clothes, the Chinese took flight. The aroused white mob then found another group of Chinese miners a few miles down the rough river gorge and forcibly expelled them too. Unbeknownst to the mob, a young new county sheriff was in pursuit. Thin, wiry, and determined, Clay Stockton, a 25-year-old Kentuckian, had been chasing the gang along the stage road and, even as white runners scattered to remote diggings to announce that the purge from Shasta County had begun, he arrested 7 or 8 vigilantes. He forced them back to Shasta City and locked them in a jail. At sundown, several hundred white men burst into the courtroom where the trial was about to begin and demanded that Stockton hand over their friends. The frightened judge quickly dismissed the trial and yielded up the sheriff's prisoners. Defiant, Shasta's Chinese miners bought arms and returned on foot to their claims. A few, however, remembering brutal evictions at Middle Creek and Lower Springs, abandoned the diggings. Over the next 3 years the purges of Chinese miners, the threatening conventions and propaganda, the night raids, the destruction of their camps, and the forced marches spread farther into the gold fields, up the riverbanks, and into the makeshift mining towns in the Siskiyou Mountains. In 1859, white miners convened at Brannan's General Store on Middle Creek in the Siskiyous. Amidst the barrels of crackers, coffee, and dried meat, the Shasta Miners' Convention determined to expel the Chinese from the surrounding mines once and for all. On February 5, the convention gave the Chinese 3 weeks to wind up their business. After that date, if any Chinese are found working in our claims, we will assemble and expel such Chinese, peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must. 23. Sheriff Clay Stockton. On a cold mountain night 3 weeks later, hours before the deadline, 200 armed white miners hiked up the ice-crusted trails to the remote Chinese claims at the mouth of Rock Creek. Disobeying the convention's order to leave, the Chinese miners had remained by the frozen rivers to protect their claims, sleeping in tents and lean-tos. Suddenly the gang of white miners burst into their camp and ordered them off the mountain. Rushing across the creek and scaling the high canyon wall, most of the Chinese escaped, but about 75 Chinese were seized, and their tents, sluices, tools, and clothing were destroyed. At daylight, the mob forced the Chinese men to parade through Shasta City. Townspeople lined the dirt road, jeering and pelting them with stones. Sheriff Stockton met the march with his armed deputies, freed the Chinese captives, and arrested 15 vigilantes. Again a mob threatened to storm the jail as news of the Rock Creek roundup spread to the coarse new towns. 4 days later, gangs of white miners, packing rifles and shotguns, attacked the rich Chinese claims close to Shasta City. Riots broke out in the small mountain towns of Horsetown, Middletown, and Oregon Gulch, where white miners vowed to behead or crucify the Chinese. Many Chinese miners were badly wounded, many were seized and paraded through Shasta City. Sheriff Stockton dispersed the mob and freed 200 Chinese men. The vigilantes scattered. 24. Stockton knew that he was losing control of the county and desperately wired Governor John Weller. An armed body of men, 300 strong and increasing, is organized for the purpose of driving the Mongolians out. In defiance of the law and its officers. 25. He pleaded for a large posse, 200 rifles, and 1,000 pounds of ammunition from the state armory. Weller balked. He was saving California's munitions for the wars against the Indians. Stockton flooded Weller with telegraphs, and finally, fearing a civil war, the governor sent one man to Red Bluff, partway up the river, on the steamer Uncle Sam, to deliver 113 rifles. Worried that the mob could easily seize these few guns, indeed, sensing that this was a setup to arm the vigilantes, Stockton and his deputies rode 38 miles to meet the boat, hauled the weapons back up the mountain, and made themselves ready. All through the night of March 2nd, as saloon brawls and hotel fights spilled into Shasta's streets, Stockton arrested rioters. At noon the next day, he called a town meeting in Excelsior Hall. There he announced to the overflowing crowd that the law had been broken and trampled underfoot by large bodies of armed men, and that he would end the Chinese purges at all hazards and all costs. As more hostile miners poured into town, Stockton deputized 200 men into his law and order ranks, with more at the ready. For the moment, he had restored order. As the riots raged on, Chinese miners from claims across the county fled to nearby Briggsville. When they heard that the governor had sent arms and that Stockton was arresting white vigilantes, the Chinese celebrated, exploding firecrackers and beating gongs. Stockton had indeed saved the lives of hundreds of Chinese miners, but despite the initial jubilation, many soon left the Siskiyou diggings for mines farther north. Others abandoned their dream of gold and found work in towns along the coast. 26. Eventually, Sheriff Stockton brought the rioters from the Shasta Wars to trial before Justice Keene in Shasta. Keene quickly pronounced each culprit not guilty. In 1853, 3,000 Chinese men mined the riverbeds and creeks in Shasta County. By the end of the decade only 160 remained, slightly more than 100 were still miners, many now under the protection of white employers. 14 were merchants. 9 Chinese women lived in Shasta, calling themselves seamstresses, although many were in fact runaways from enslaved prostitution in San Francisco, where they had been kept in cages and forced to service 20 to 30 white and Chinese men per day. Most died within a few years of syphilis. 27 On rare occasions some fled to the Christian missions, others ran away to rural towns. When the roundups came, they were often recaptured and returned to San Francisco. The Chinese era of the gold rush came to a violent end. The Shasta Wars had virtually emptied the gold fields of Chinese miners, foretelling the roundups that would spread across California for the next 40 years. 28. Driven off the land, Native Americans and the first roundups. As fantasies of easy wealth disappeared, near at hand was a working model for mass purges: the rout of native people. The invasion of gold miners devastated the Indians of California, and their enforced removals provided law, license, and cover for the roundups of the Chinese. The Miwoks had discovered and worked the first gold mines in the southern Sierra Nevada. When Indian miners recognized the new value of gold, however, they quit delivering it or trading it for beads, weight for weight. Colonel Richard B. Mason, stationed in California to lead the military campaign to remove the Indians, estimated that half of the first miners were Native Americans conscripted through forced peonage. 29. The mother lode of gold rested on the traditional lands of the Nisenan, Maidu, and Miwok people. For hundreds of years mountain tribes built their villages beside creeks and rivers, spawning runs for salmon, drinking grounds for wild game, but also rich in gold. Under the terms of Mexico's independence from Spain, half the mission lands in California were to be reserved for Indians, and under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, this land was still legally protected. But with the gold rush, few native people were able to remain on their land. John Charles Fremont, California's first senator, decided that Congress should draft some particular provision to divest Indians of these rights. 30 Both the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and the first California Constitution outlawed slavery, but in 1850 the legislature passed Chapter 133 under the ironically titled Act for the Government and Protection of Indians, better known as the Indenture Act. Sequel acts were passed in 1851 and 1855. The act legalized the kidnap of loitering and orphaned Indians, that is, Indians living on land desired by white miners. Indian vagrants were arrested and auctioned for domestic or farm labor. If at the end of the terms of their bondage Indians could not support themselves, they could be arrested for vagrancy and sold to work off their bond, again and again. As there is no further west, to which they can be removed, the general government and the people of California appear to have left but one alternative in relation to these remnants of once numerous and powerful tribes: extermination or domestication, explain three federal Indian commissioners, Dr. Oliver Wozencraft, George W. Barber, and Reddick McKee. 31 In 1851 these three inexperienced men were sent to remote Indian lands by the U.S. government to make treaties with California tribal leaders. Hiring mule drivers as translators, the commissioners set forth in wide buggies and long mule trains, with inaccurate maps, across wild rivers, through redwood forests, over rugged land marked by narrow Indian trails. They spent only a few hours with each tribe, rushing native leaders through documents they couldn't read, and offering beads, cattle, and clothing to encourage them to sign what amounted to 18 different treaties. There were many tribes they never reached. At times they placed warring tribes on the same lands. 32 In return for relinquishing claims to their traditional lands, for acknowledging the jurisdiction of the United States government, and for agreeing to refrain from hostilities against white settlers, Indians were given about 7.5% of the land of California, to be set apart as reservations. But even 7.5% was too much for white miners to accept. California's congressional representatives complained that these treaties gave the Indians extensive tracts of valuable mineral and agricultural lands, embracing populous mining towns, large portions of which are already in possession of, and improved by, American citizens. 33 The Senate rejected all 18 treaties and left native peoples homeless in a hostile land. In March 1852, military and volunteer militias began driving California's native people onto small parcels of government land, about 75,000 acres each. Throughout the gold rush the government continued to claim tribal lands, and in 1853 California Indians were rounded up in their villages or captured in battle and then marched to reserved lands under armed guards. Afterward, militias burned their villages. The purges triggered a decade of militant Indian uprisings and infamous death marches as the U.S. military forced hundreds of Indians from the eastern half of the Sacramento Valley to the Nome Lackey Reservation in Tehama County. In the not-so-distant future, this area would become a site of Chinese expulsion. The first governor of California, Peter H. Burnett, vowed that this war of extermination will continue to be waged between the two races until the Indian race becomes extinct. While we cannot anticipate this result with but painful regret, the inevitable destiny of the race is beyond the power and wisdom of man to avert. 34. In the early 1850s, to open land for white miners and settlers, bands of miners and ranchers organized volunteer militias or joined U.S. military campaigns to exterminate the Modoc and Mariposa tribes. In Stanislaus County, in 1851, the Army began displaying Indian scalps. With the Pacific Ocean blocking movement west, white settlers insisted that Indians move farther inland, to the arid lands east of the Sierra Nevada. Democratic Governor John McDougall, 1851-52, urged Californians to copy President Andrew Jackson's Trail of Tears and move the Indians to some isolated position distant from all contact with the whites. 35. In Tehama County, military and local volunteers razed villages and scalped hundreds of Mill Creek men, women, and children. 36 Urged on by state senators and assemblymen from Gold Ridge, Trinity, Klamath, Shasta, and Siskiyou counties, the next governor, John Bigler, 1852-56, wrote to General E. Hitchcock, commander of U.S. forces in California, that with the races unable to live in close proximity in peace, an ultimate evacuation of the northern counties by the whites of the Indians will be unavoidable. 37 To implement Bigler's call for Indian removal, the legislature authorized more than $1 million for men, arms, and forts, monies the federal government willingly reimbursed. Bigler would soon recommend a similar policy for the Chinese. Sentiment in the Gold Towns favored Indian genocide. In 1853 the Wairika Herald suggested that whites wage a war of extermination until the last redskin of these tribes has been killed. 38 In 1866 the Chicocoroc claimed, "It is a mercy to the Red Devils to exterminate them, and a saving of many white lives." Treaties are played out. There is only one kind of treaty that is effective: cold lead. 39. Before 1849, between 150,000 and 300,000 Indians lived in California under Spanish and Mexican rule. By 1860 only about 32,000 survived. The others had died from extermination, from the seizure of their lands, from malnutrition, and from the white man's diseases. 40. Military massacres, casual murders, and retaliatory killings marked the first 2 decades of California's statehood. 60 Indians died at Clear Lake, 75 along the Russian River, 150 on the South Fork of the Trinity, 30–40 at the upper crossing of the Klamath. In 1860, on an island in Humboldt Bay, 150 white women, children, and elders, a tribe friendly to whites, were slaughtered during a harvest ritual. In 1906, Chinese cannery workers seized along the Eel River were held in boxcars on this same tiny island as they awaited deportation. Chinese immigrants viewed displacing white settlers and Indians. When native people first encountered the Chinese, some, such as the Miwok, viewed them as new invaders who sought to drive them off their traditional lands. 41 Many tribes shared the goal of Chinese removal and were encouraged by white miners and tax collectors to provoke the Chinese, raid their camps, and collect taxes. But others, such as the Karuk, sensed common vulnerability and likely hid the Chinese. 42. Driven out, Latin Americans. The deadly combination of vigilante violence and repressive law against the Chinese drew not only upon campaigns against the California Indians, but also on the treatment of Latin Americans, Mexicans, Chileans, and Argentinians who had beaten all the other miners to the gold fields. In early July 1849, Ramon Gil Navarro, an Argentinian mining near the town of Sonora in the Sierra foothills, confided in his diary, "Samuel wrote telling me that a great number of Chileans have just arrived in San Francisco after having been expelled by the Americans from the mines of Sacramento. I have been told that the injustices committed these days against the Chileans or anyone else speaking Spanish are horrible. This atrocious injustice," he continued, "beseeches heaven for revenge on the person who so cruelly abuses his power and strength." 43. Homesick and suffering from his first winter in the mountains, Navarro described how white miners, backed by the orders of a judge that only the Americans had chosen, attacked 100 desperate Chilean miners in their flimsy houses, stealing supplies they had stored to survive the bitter freeze of the Sierra Nevada winter. But the Chileans vowed to stay in California until they died. Tragically, many kept this promise. Wrote Navarro, "The Americans were enraged at this display of defiance and promised to come back tomorrow and finish off those who refused to leave. Indeed, they returned in a week. On the cold gray morning of December 12, 1849, 5 invaded the area known as Chili Gulch and with blood and fire assaulted the Chileans. 44. On Friday, December 28, after enduring days of armed assaults, some of the Chileans broke out of the camp and attacked the American diggings with guns, knives, and rocks, forcing their surrender. The local sheriff arrested the Chileans for starting a riot, and sent them to prison in Stockton, where anti-Chilean revolts erupted. Friends and relatives of the prisoners did not know where their countrymen had gone. Then, without arraignment or trial, the surviving prisoners were suddenly released in mid-1850, and they described how they had been tortured and beaten. Their ears had been cut off, and some of the prisoners had been used for shooting practice. Several had been hanged. In the southern Sierra Nevada that summer, purges of Mexicans and Californios Mexicans who had lived in California before it was ceded to the United States followed. In July, 4 Mexican men in Sonora were accused of murder. When the judges dismissed the case for lack of evidence, a mob impaneled its own lynch jury, sentenced the men to hang, and granted the frightened prisoners a few moments to pray. While the vigilantes tied a noose and tossed the rope over a tree limb, the judges rushed out from the courtroom, threw themselves across the kneeling Mexicans, and dragged them back to the safety of the jail. 45. That night 80 white miners, armed with rifles and shotguns, marched through Sonora, demanding the return of the prisoners. When hundreds of Mexican miners and ranchers also gathered in the town, the Tuolumne County Sheriff deputized a posse, arrested the entire adult male Mexican population, and held them in a horse corral. The judges held a retrial and again declared the Mexicans innocent, and in the town square a race riot erupted and lasted through the summer night. On Sunday, July 21st, at an open meeting in the plaza, the mob demanded that all foreigners hand over their firearms and leave Tuolumne County within 15 days. The resolution, quickly printed in English and Spanish, was posted on gates and stores throughout the town. The outcasts of every nation under heaven have combined to disturb us, and we think that now they have been effectually silenced. 46 Mexicans were assaulted, many fled. Soon the California legislature passed the foreign miners tax, a simple code that would compel thousands of miners from Latin America and China to leave the United States. The tax required all miners who were not U.S. citizens to buy a license for the outrageous monthly fee of $20, about $400 in today's currency. The tax collector would receive $3, and the rest would be split between the county and the state. Irish, English, Canadian, and German miners immediately protested, and the law was quickly rewritten to exempt any free white person or any miner who could become an American citizen. 47. Within days of the law's passage, a vigilante army of 300 armed white men stormed into the Mexicans' diggings in the town of Columbia to collect the first tax. The miners from Mexico and South America refused to pay. In May 1850, Mexican and Peruvian miners organized an armed rebellion in Sonora, led by 2 French miners exiled for their role in the Revolution of 1848. Placards appeared on gate posts, fences, and barns across Tuolumne County, urging Chileans, Peruvians, Mexicans, and Frenchmen to go to Sonora next Sunday. There we will try to guarantee security for us all and put a bridle in the mouths of that horde who call themselves citizens of the United States. 48. On Sunday, May 19th, 4,000 French, Mexican, and Chilean rebels assembled in a hollow outside Sonora, rode into town, seized the plaza, and poured out into the hilly side streets. Chasing them was a volunteer militia of 500 tax collectors and Anglo miners from the gold diggings along the Stanislaus and Tuolumne rivers. Many wore their old uniforms from the Mexican War, a bold and bitter reminder of America's capture of the northern quarter of Mexico. 49. Suddenly the Anglos raised their rifles and fired on the rebels. Overpowered by the Americans' weapons, the Latino miners retreated. 50 wrote the Sonora Herald. Alas, as we marched along, what a scene of confusion and terror marked our way. Mexicans, Chileans, men, women, and children were all packed up and moving, bag and baggage. Tents were being pulled down and burros were being hastily packed, while crowds upon crowds were already in full retreat. What could have been the object of our assembly, except as a demonstration of power and determination, I know not, but if intended as an engine of terror, it certainly had its desired effect, for it could be seen painted upon every countenance and impelling every movement of the affrighted population. 51. At the end of the troubled summer of 1850, vigilantes in Sonora gathered for the Great Greaser Extermination meeting. The leaders announced, the lives and property of American citizens were now in danger, from the hands of lawless marauders of every clime, class, and creed under the canopy of heaven. 52 Throughout Tuolumne County, the mob posted 500 copies of its order, Peons of Mexico, the renegades of South America, and the convicts of the British Empire, leave the limits of said county within 15 days. A reign of terror came to Tuolumne. The miner Enos Christman recorded in his diary, Sunday 3 Mexicans were tied to the whipping post, and each received 25 lashes well laid on. Another Mexican was found with a stolen horse, and sentenced to receive 150 lashes, to have one half of his head shaved, and to leave the country in 48 hours under penalty of being hanged if he ever returned. 53. At the beginning of 1850, 15,000 Mexicans were mining in the southern Sierra Nevada. After the foreign miners' tax was enacted, 10,000 left the gold fields, most to return to Mexico. The town of Columbia shrank from a lively center of 10,000 miners and shopkeepers to an abandoned camp of 9 or 10 men. Penniless Mexicans, Chileans, and Peruvians fled to San Francisco, where the Chilean consul donated 800 tickets so his countrymen could return home. By 1860, 4/5 of the Latino population had been driven from the gold country. Only one Latin American male remained in Nevada City. But if the white miners were satisfied with the roundups, merchants sorely missed their Latino customers. 54. Years later, white miners still recall the long train of fugitives leaving the gold diggings and returning home. Some were going north, some south. The great body was probably bound for home, some by way of the sea, others by Los Angeles and the Great Desert. 55. The Chinese were to follow. Slavery and the Chinese. As the movement to abolish slavery gathered steam in the North and the issue of the expansion of slavery in the territories divided northern states from southern, slogans such as the dignity of labor and the honor of the pick and shovel took hold in California. Just months after the discovery of gold, a group of 48 men, merchants, lawyers, and artisans traveled to the fishing village of Monterey and held California's first constitutional convention. At noon on September 1, 1849, with only a few law books and a handful of state constitutions at hand, they began the process of transforming California from a territory into a state. The voice of free labor dominated the meetings. Californians wanted no competition from slave labor in the mining districts, for the labor of the white man brought into competition with the Negro is always degraded. Indeed, any member of this respectable and intelligent class would leave this country before he would dig with pick and shovel alongside the African. 56. By the end of the first week, the California delegates unanimously resolved the issue searing the country: neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, unless for punishment of crimes, shall ever be tolerated in this state. But equality of work did not intend equality of rights. Over the objections of the few Mexican-American delegates, the convention denied the vote to all women and to Indians, Africans, and descendants of Africans. 57. It also denied minorities the right to testify against whites in court. The delegates to the Monterey Convention finished the Constitution in 6 weeks and rushed it to the offices of the Daily Alta California in San Francisco, which printed 1,000 copies in English and 250 copies in Spanish, a small number for such a large and scattered electorate. On November 13, 1849, out of about 107,000 possible male voters, 12,061 voted for and 811 voted against the Constitution. The white men of California were distracted by gold. Chinese miners arrived in a new state that had just voted to outlaw slavery. But California's admission to the Union was part of the Compromise of 1850, a group of laws that included the Fugitive Slave Act, which required the return of runaway slaves. Statehood for California was secured by a federal law that assisted the South in retaining human property. Although Chinese men who came to the United States were not enslaved, labor contracts, newspaper reports, and shipping logs suggest that some did enter the United States indentured often to shipping companies or ships' captains. Chinese immigrants were quickly labeled coolies, a term for kidnapped, enslaved, or indentured servants that most likely comes from the Chinese characters ku and li, translated by some as rented muscles. In 1808 the United States had outlawed the importation of new slaves. Now the California Constitution promised that Chinese miners were to be free laborers, able to move from job to job. Neither their labor nor their debt could be sold between employers. Most Chinese who came to work in the mines, and, later, on the railroad or in the orchards, came voluntarily, but they bore a heavy debt to labor contractors, shipping companies, or the merchants who profited from their passage, the interest on their debts, and, in the end, their labor. These profits helped the class of Chinese elites in San Francisco, who quickly formed into 6 Huiguan, ruling companies based on village and clan affiliations, known as the Chinese Six Companies. 58. By 1855, nearly 40,000 Chinese immigrants had registered with the Chinese Six Companies, who brokered their passage, found them jobs, provided medicine, organized transportation to the mountains, adjudicated disputes, and demanded discipline. They also tortured immigrants who defied them. One officer, Ati, inflicted severe corporal punishment upon many of his more humble countrymen, cutting off their ears, flogging them, or keeping them chained. 59. In a deal with the shipping companies, the Chinese Six Companies issued exit permits that verified that a miner had paid his debts before he could sail back to China. The Six Companies learned how to negotiate with state and town governments on behalf of the overseas Chinese, thus providing them an institutional buffer unavailable to African Americans or Native Americans. By controlling emigration, the companies maintained transnational links and forged enduring communities. The Chinese miners who sailed for California were at the front of a global migration of Chinese labor. Although England had emancipated slaves at home in 1772 and had abolished slavery in its colonies in August 1834, by 1850 it needed more cotton to feed its mills and turned to China for cheap labor. Between 1840 and 1900, prompted by English and American bankers and shipping companies, more than 2 million Chinese laborers free and enslaved left their homeland to work on plantations in Indonesia, Malaysia, the Caribbean, South America, Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, and Russia. 60. White miners clung to the myth that all Chinese were coolies, a derelict species of slave. There were, in fact, reasons for this confusion. The United States government did not rigidly enforce the ban on trade in Chinese slaves, particularly women. American brokers in Macau and other southern Chinese ports captured, kidnapped, and indentured thousands of Chinese workers, and they carried more than 6,000 coolie laborers, their bare chests painted with letters marking their destinations, to sugar plantations in Cuba or the deadly guano pits in Peru on ships registered to the United States, ships modeled after the slave ships of the Middle Passage. Other Chinese slaves were transported on American ships to Chile, Ecuador, Panama, and Mexico. A congressional report noticed that the coolie trade seems to have commenced about the time when the U.S. laws against the prosecution of the African slave trade were enforced with the greatest stringency. 61. In 1853, the powerful daily Alta California argued that most of the Chinese in the mines are not free, they are coolies, brought here by rich mandarins or merchants to work for little more than a bare sick subsistence. There is one man in California who has 14,000 coolies at work in our mines. 14,000. 62. The Chinese, however, insisted that they were free. In 1855, Lai Chun-Chen, a merchant in San Francisco, published a notice in English on behalf of the Hakshung Yui Kun, or Chinese Merchants Exchange, challenging the rumor that the Chinese Six Companies were importing slaves of a degraded caste. Lai insisted, "We assure you solemnly that we do not believe that there are any Chinese coolies in this country, who have bound themselves to serve for fixed wages, and who have given their families as pledges to their employers that they would fulfill their contracts. The Chinese in this country are not serfs or slaves of any description, but are working for themselves." 63. Indeed, there is evidence that some Chinese were transported out of China as virtual slaves. In the 1850s, it is likely that some Chinese immigrants to California had signed misleading contracts and unwittingly locked themselves into forms of bondage lasting up to 7 years. Some were kidnapped, some were sold by their clans to brokers, and some, desperately poor, sold themselves off in a voluntary form of indentured servitude. While Chinese maritime revolts, unlike the African mutinies on the Amistad or the Creole, are virtually unknown, Chinese slave mutinies arose in 10% of American voyages. In the mid-1850s, 400 Chinese in Amoy were enticed aboard the Robert Brown, bound for San Francisco. When the emigrants discovered that they were being transported into indentured service, they rebelled and killed the ship's officers. Later they testified in court that they had been promised $4 a month to work in the United States as freely hired laborers, not as contract workers. In March 1860, 1,000 Chinese slaves mutinied on the Norway, an American ship en route from Macau to Havana. The Norway was a copy of a slave ship, with its lower deck fitted into narrow sleeping shelves stacked to the top of the hold. After being locked below decks for 5 days at sea, the Chinese lit fires in the hold and forced open the hatches. The crew hurried to abandon the ship, and the captain threatened to cut the masts, set fire to the ship, and leave with the lifeboats and provisions. Only after the crew killed 30 slaves and wounded 90 others did the Chinese surrender. 64 Describing the mutiny, one Chinese passenger recalled, "Bands of us threw ourselves upon them, 'Release us or we will burn the ship. We have nothing to lose.'" Not until 1862, 1 year into the Civil War, did Congress pass the Prohibition of Coolie Trade Act, which banned any ship that was registered to the United States from transporting enslaved laborers from China into any foreign port. 65. Yet the vision of free labor in California endured for white workers. When Southerners campaigned to reintroduce the slave trade, the California Committee on Mines pointed to Chinese immigrants as an inferior race in our midst, nominally free, and yet, virtually slaves. 66 White miners organized rallies throughout the gold towns to defeat the Coolie Bill introduced in 1852 by Assemblyman George Tingley on behalf of merchants and new corporations. The bill would hold Chinese laborers to indenture contracts they signed in China, even if the contracts were illegal under American law. It would enforce agreements that fixed a number of years of labor, and it legalized the unfree status of unpaid or underpaid Chinese immigrants. The Tingley Bill marked their difference from American free workers. 67 Although the controversial bill failed, it highlighted the skewed relationship between race and class, and between the rising union movement and Chinese immigrants in the West. 68. Chinese Slave Rebellion on the Norway. Harper's New Monthly Magazine, June 1864. Initially, Anglo miners had no employers. They purchased their own tools at exorbitant prices in San Francisco or Sacramento. Shovels and crowbars sold for $10, boots for $16. And few fortunes were made. While white miners occasionally reported pickings of $500 in a day, $10 to $30 was unusually high. In 1852, the most prosperous year of the gold rush, a day's take of about $2, or $1 profit, was less than the wage in many eastern mills or factories, and by all reports, most Anglo miners came out of the mountains poorer than when they entered. 69 Indeed, the Anglo miner and the Chinese miner were equally self-employed and equally in debt. Yet still the Chinese came 25,000 of them, and most white miners viewed them as unwelcome competitors. After the South American miners were forced from the diggings in 1852, 175,000 white miners crowded California's rivers, deltas, and beaches, shoving up against the Chinese, who soon formed 1/10 of the state's population. Many local newspapers claimed the Chinese had overrun California. In July 1852, the Daily Alta California wrote that every gulch and ravine is now filled with Chinese miners, and an American emigrant can hardly find room to pitch his tent. 70 The area was tense, poor, and crowded. Where will be the end of it? Facing competition on all sides for increasingly scarce gold, white miners lashed out at the Chinese, forging a political voice and vigilante unity. In 1855-56, the California legislature's powerful Committee on Mines repeatedly declared that the Chinese were odious and degrading, and the legislature shuffled through a series of bills that sought to expel them. Mongolian and Asiatic races were not white in the constitutional sense of the term. Chinese miners were threatening the superior race. By targeting the Chinese as a race, town councils, county supervisors, the state legislature, and the courts built a judicial base for expulsion. Despite the new constitution, slave codes seeped into California law, city codes, and town ordinances, codes that outlawed intermarriage and denied minorities the vote, the right to sit on a jury, and access to homesteads. At a miners' meeting in 1854, Springfield passed a resolution stating that no person not an American citizen shall be competent to act on any arbitration or trial by jury. An act for the protection of foreigners required an immigrant to have a license to prosecute an action in a California court, effectively depriving Chinese miners of judicial protection. The state's Committee on Mines resolved that the importation by foreign capitalists of peons and serfs had become a danger to the tranquility of the mining regions. 71 By 1852, in the eyes of the American legal system, the Chinese were becoming black. Unlike all other immigrants to the United States, A Chinese person could not be naturalized, and in 1855 the state legislature assessed a $50 fee on each immigrant who was unable to become a citizen of California. California forced Chinese immigrants to pay medical indemnity bonds and required shipmasters to post $500 for each Chinese passenger to relieve the government of the expenses of sick immigrants. 72 And still the Chinese came. On October 1, 1858, the legislature announced that it had the constitutional right to exclude any class of foreigners she may deem obnoxious to her interest, either socially or politically. To protect against an interchange of population, it also had the right to expel them entirely from her borders. The legislators hoped that when the ship Frowning Bird sailed into San Francisco Bay on September 28, it would be the last to arrive from China. They also hoped that soon the Chinese would return home. 73 But still the Chinese came. Soon the United States Supreme Court issued the first rulings that would tolerate and, indeed, promote the roundups and expulsion of the Chinese. In 1862, the Act to Protect Free White Labor Against Competition with Chinese Coolie Labor, and to discourage the immigration of the Chinese into the state of California required Chinese immigrants to pay a monthly police capitation or head tax of $2.50. Because the bill trespassed on federal authority over immigration, the Chinese were able to have the lower court declare the act unconstitutional. 74 But the United States Supreme Court heartily endorsed California's desire to prevent and remove the evil. Under the doctrine of states' rights, it had upheld Indiana's constitutional ban against a Negro or mulatto entering or settling in the state. With this precedent, ruled Chief Justice Roger Taney, California could bar Chinese minors because the people of the states of this union reserved to themselves the power of expelling from their borders any person, or class of persons, whom it might deem dangerous to its peace, or likely to produce physical or moral evil among its citizens. 75. California again tried to legislate the Chinese out of the state. In 1862 it levied a police tax of $2.50 per month on all Chinese over the age of 18 who did not mine or produce rice, sugar, tea, or coffee, although rice, sugar, and tea were not grown in California at the time. 76 A Commutation Tax Act required ship owners to pay $500 for every alien on board, but this tax could be commuted if each Chinese passenger paid a $5 fee. And still the Chinese continued to come. Of greatest danger was the new foreign miners tax. The 1,850 tax, which had triggered the deportation of thousands of Chileans and Mexicans, had been repealed the following year. The 1,852 incarnation, now targeting the Chinese, forced each foreign miner to pay $3 per month for the right to mine, raised to $4 in 1853 and $6 in 1855. With a $2 increase each year thereafter. Half the revenue was to go to the county treasury and the rest to the state of California, with a fixed fee set aside for the local collector. In practice the foreign miners tax was limitless. Between 1852 and 1870, years in which $1 billion worth of untaxed gold was mined in California, Chinese miners paid a staggering $58 million to the state, ranging from 1/4 to 1/2 of California's revenue. 77 While the foreign miners tax law barred private parties from ejecting aliens who failed to pay, it gave collectors permission to seize and sell a Chinese miner's claim and tools. 78 Fraudulent collectors sprang up all over the mountains, both real and sham collectors visited the same Chinese miners over and over again, assaulting them or threatening deportation if they did not pay up. The Nevada Journal observed that the collectors were a species of semi-legalized robber, who take advantage of their position to extort the last dollar from the poverty-stricken Chinese. They date licenses back, exact pay in some instances for extra trouble in hunting up the terrified and flying Chinese men, and fatten themselves upon the spoils thus obtained. 79. In their logs the collectors boasted of harassing and torturing Chinese miners. From 1855, I was sorry to have to stab the poor fellow, but the law makes it necessary to collect the tax, and that's where I get my profit. And he was running away, and I shot to stop him. Another logged, I took all the dust the rascal had. 81 Miner from Agua Fria recalled, I had no money to keep Christmas with, so sold the chinks $9 worth of bogus receipts. 81. The tax was a ticket to violent expulsion. One common sport was to tie Chinese miners together by their queues or use their long braids to tie them to trees, as the collectors wantonly looted their bedding, boots, and tools. 82 The editor of the Placer Herald reported that he witnessed a tax collector corral 13 Chinese men at a stable in the town of Auburn, in order to most energetically procure the sum of $4.83. The Chinese miners did their best to protect one another from the tax collectors. Some bribed them, some paid them off directly, and some refused to pay at all. Others hid in the woods. Many fought them off. In 1855 a group of Chinese men in Tuolumne and Mariposa counties attacked the tax collectors and were killed. Reported the Placer Herald, the Chinese try every way in their power to evade the payment of their taxes. Sheriffs and collectors cannot go up in the mountains, or on the rivers, to perform their duties as officers, but that the Chinese camps are informed of it by runners. The Celestials immediately scatter. 84. The tax forced many Chinese miners from their claims. Some found refuge mastering the new technologies of tunneling and quartz mining, working for absentee owners or corporations. But more Chinese kept coming. In one 2-week period in 1853, 1,000 new Chinese miners entered Shasta County. In Tuolumne County, they bought picked-over claims, diligently worked them until they paid off, and placed it in the county for 4 more years. 85. Not all Californians supported the tax on the Chinese. One white miner argued that the Chinese license fee was taxation without representation and could lead to Chinese demands for citizenship. 86 Miners from Shasta predicted that the tax would force 20,000 Chinese miners into agricultural work down in the valleys and coastal towns, reducing farm wages and local taxes to so slow a rate that it would be impossible for them to ever raise funds sufficient to take them home, thus fastening upon the state thousands of paupers and introducing a species of slavery more degraded by far than exists in any of the slave-holding states of the Union. They reminded the state senate that in 1854 the impoverished state and counties gained $300,000 from the foreign miners' tax revenue that would be lost if the Chinese were driven out. 87. William Perkins, a merchant in Sonora, wrote to the Stockton Times that the tax was illegal, unjust, abortive, and extremely prejudicial to the best interests of the state. 88 The Times agreed, reporting that the violence of the tax collectors had a ruinous effect upon the traders in the southern mines. Business, in many places, is at a complete standstill, confidence is shaken, man is set against man. 89 The San Joaquin Republican recalled how the first tax on Latin American miners had convulsed society and reported that small towns were losing their Chinese laborers and customers. Have not this race of men discovered new placers, and been the hewers of wood and drawers of water for our citizens? In the cities are they not our attendants in our houses, and in our public rooms? Do they not wash our shirts? The Chinese, in this city Stockton alone must expend, and thus throw into circulation, money to the amount of $500 a day. 90. In July 1850, 1 month after a violent purge of Latino miners from Sonora, the Herald declared, "We want a population each of whom is capable of sitting on a jury, of depositing a ballot, of understanding the drift of a resolution, the prayer of a petition. Such a population the Chinese can be." 91 The expulsions of early Chinese immigrants stood on the legal and ideological shoulders of a tax that effectively eliminated those rights and defined the Chinese as expendable. The roundups of Chinese miners began in earnest. Robert Pitkin, a miner panning along the American River, wrote to his parents, "This country is fast getting filled up with Chinese men. They are coming by thousands all the time. The miners in a great many places will not let them work. The miners here sick drove off about 200 Chinese men about 2 weeks ago, but they have come sick back about as thick as ever." 92. In the spring of 1853, Governor John Bigler issued his dire special message to the state Senate and Assembly on the Chinese question, granting civic cover for the violent roundups of the Chinese. Bigler predicted that the 20,000 Chinese immigrants living in California would swell to millions and called for novel if not extraordinary legislation to halt Asian immigration. One way would be to prevent the Chinese from exporting their profits from the precious metals which they dig up from our soil without charge. Another would be to deny any Africans or Asians who displayed any degrees of mixture of skin color, whether copper-colored natives of America or yellow or tawny races of the Asiatics, the legal rights of white persons. Although he acknowledged that he knew of no Chinese contracts for involuntary servitude, Bigler insisted that the state had the right to disregard any labor agreements that would be injurious to the rights, the interest, or the convenience of Californians. 93. The Chinese's immediate response to Bigler's message was the first widespread demand for Chinese civil rights in the United States. In Remarks of the Chinese Merchants of San Francisco, upon Governor Bigler's message penned by Lai Chun-chen, a committee of Chinese leaders defied Bigler's characterization and insisted that the Chinese were honest, thrifty, and lawful. The merchants warned Bigler that if Chinese miners were not treated with mutual courtesy, and if the rebels are to harass us, they would expose the Americans who lived in China and prospered from the friendly intercourse between the two countries. If our Chinese people in the mines continue to be subjected to violence and robbery, warned the merchants, there will be unlimited trouble, and where will be the end of it? 94. But the power of the merchants was limited. Standing between deportation and safety was the issue of land. In Montezuma, when Chinese miners, without title to the land, had begun boring into Table Mountain to secure a portion of its great treasure, white miners confiscated this expedient claim and evicted them. 95. How could the Chinese miner keep any claim when towns such as Jacksonville simply decreed, all American citizens may locate and hold claims? How could a Chinese miner even survive on a claim limited to 20 square feet, when whites were allowed 100 square feet, even in China Camp? 96. The answers devolved to informal associations of white miners' conventions, vigilance committees, and gangs jealous of Chinese success. White citizens of Grass Valley, citing Bigler's special message, petitioned the state to deny Chinese miners the right to hold any claims in the township because by law they could not enter the duties and benefits expected of citizens. Grass Valley authorities excluded all Chinese from gold and quartz mines. In 1852, 20,000 Chinese miners unwittingly landed in a race war that copied the pattern of the ethnic purges against Latinos in the region. In Yuba County, where many Chinese held lucrative claims along the rivers, a miners' convention met at Foster and Atchinson's General Store in late April and announced that no Chinese could hold a claim after May 1 and none could remain in the county after May 3, but anti-Chinese riots erupted even before the deadline, forcing the Chinese out of Yuba. Grass Valley Chinatown. That spring, white miners returned to the gold fields around Columbia to locate Chinese claims that had been abandoned in the routes after the foreign miners' tax. They discovered that a transformation of mining was underway. Surface deposits of gold nuggets, flashing among the gravel in shallow rivers or along sandbars, had become scarce. To get at the gold, miners needed water to wash the ore from the dirt and hillsides. Paradoxically, they needed the Chinese to dig the ditches to carry water from the rivers to the arid diggings. The Tuolumne Water Company eagerly hired Chinese for this project, which cost $200,000. Chinese laborers reminded white miners of their new dependence on the water companies. While they waited for water, the white miners drank, gambled, and condemned the capitalists, ship owners, and merchants who profited by transporting or hiring Chinese laborers. But closer at hand were the Chinese themselves. On May 8, 1852, the white miners convened the Second Columbia Miners' Convention to answer the predisposition on the part of merchants, commercial men, etc. to flood the state with Asiatics and fasten a system of peonage on our social organization. 97. The convention declared that no Asiatic or South Sea Islander shall be permitted to mine in this district either for himself or for others. 98. The lonely miner knew that he had been replaced by capital-intensive corporations. British and American industrialists had invaded the Sierra and Siskiyou Mountains to finance the expensive shafts, driving deep into the mountains to extract gold sealed in hard quartz. To expose the seams of gold, hydraulic pumps drew water from the rivers, and mountainsides collapsed under the force of the high-pressure hoses. The dream of finding a fortune with a pan, some luck, and a couple of dollars for canned beans became even more illusory. The roundups, the tax codes, the lack of water, the absentee owners, and ultimately the lack of gold signaled the end of the multiracial, multinational gold fever. Frustrated, white miners lashed out at one another and the Chinese. In the first 5 years of the gold rush, 4,200 murders were committed in California, hundreds of the victims were Chinese. California's Committee on Mines announced that the color, nature, and education of the Chinese denied them the rights of citizens and the possibility of naturalization. No law would protect them from the liability of being ousted from any mining claim by citizen miners of the state. Many frightened Chinese miners left the mother lode and trekked to increasingly remote and inaccessible claims. More than 4,000 Chinese émigrés returned to China. Yet the intensity and violence of the first purges belie how few Chinese there were. In 1849, only 325 Chinese immigrants passed through the San Francisco Customs House, 450 were cleared for entry in 1850, and 2,700 in 1851. As word of the violence reached China, the number of new Chinese immigrants temporarily fell, from more than 20,000 in 1852 to 4,270 in 1853. Ethically absolved and legally excused, the roundups of remaining miners continued. In Vallecito, Chinese miners who owned their claims were given 90 days to sell out and go. In Sonora, harassing the local Chinese had become a traditional sport. White miners rushed the Chinese camps at midnight, firing pistols to wake the sleeping miners and plundering their tents and cabins. They looted a large Chinese claim along the Yuba River, set fire to the buildings, and declared themselves new owners by right of possession. The legal system didn't blink. A few white friends of the Chinese tried to bring a lawsuit against the vigilantes, but the Chinese were not allowed to testify and it failed. 99. In Mariposa, near the western entrance to Yosemite Valley, an unsigned placard appeared on a gate in 1856. Notice is hereby given to all Chinese on the Agua Fria and its tributaries to leave within 10 days. From this date, any failing to comply shall be subjected to 39 lashes, and moved by force of arms. Many Chinese obeyed, but others, believing that the unsigned notice carried no weight, remained. On the 10th day the Chinese cabins were torched, driving the miners into an open field, where they were rounded up and beaten. The Mariposa Gazette simply remarked that the notice should have been signed so that John might know why and by whom he was to be whipped. Within 2 weeks of the deadline set by the Second Columbia Resolution, vigilantes raided a Chinese camp at Deer Creek, near Nevada City, stole more than $30,000 in cash and hidden gold, and blamed the theft on Mexican greasers. The Chinese appealed to the sheriff to prosecute members of the mob, but, recalled miner Alfred Jackson, nobody paid any attention to them. There were over 50 Chinese living in the camp and they ought to have been able to protect themselves, but they seem to be great cowards and will not fight under any circumstances. 100. There was no respite. In 1857, Chinese residents in Colombia were blamed for a fire that destroyed many buildings and again were forced to move outside the limits of the town. 101 In 1858, the mayor of Mariposa declared that no one could rent to the Chinese because they cooked over open fires, lit firecrackers on feast days, and burned incense sticks before their gods. 102 Chinatown itself, he claimed, was a fire hazard that should be demolished. By the tense summer of 1858, nuggets of placer gold were gone from the Siskiyous and the gold rush was coming to an end. Desperate, white miners made a final night raid at the Chinese claims on Middle Creek in Shasta, ejecting 70 Chinese and throwing their tools into the rushing river. The close of the decade saw the last outbreak of Chinese roundups in the gold fields. Across the Siskiyous, the Chinese were given deadlines to leave. In January 1859, white miners in Texas Springs voted 122-3 to purge the local Chinese. In Shasta County, miners gathered in Columbia for a final convention and voted to remove the Chinese before July 1. Since it was now settled that immigration law was a federal issue, the citizens of Columbia took matters into their own hands, launching a series of purges that continued until the lack of gold nuggets drove whites and Chinese alike down from the mountains, and a fragile peace held in the 1860s. Driven out, African Americans and the Chinese. In June 1850, in the dry, hot foothills of Calaveras County, Argentinian miner Ramon Gil Navarro recorded in his diary, "The great company of Negro slaves has been replaced by another one just like it of Chinese laborers. All day long I see the stupid faces of these men who are so civilized and refined in the arts and so brutish in their customs and habits." 103. The call for free labor heard across California meant free white labor. Some ranchers conscripted Native Americans and forced them into the gold diggings, and scores of Southerners brought their slaves to the mines. Despite California's Free Soil Constitution, by 1852 300 African American slaves worked in the gold diggings. 104 Some were runaways and desperate. Others, lured by the news of California's ban on slavery, left enslaved wives and children behind as hostages and headed west with hopes of discovering enough gold to buy their freedom. 105 Black freemen also traveled to the gold fields, seeking enough wealth to purchase their families out of slavery. 106 By 1850, 1,000 free African Americans had traveled across the plains and mountains to California to pan for gold or escape slave catchers set loose by the new Fugitive Slave Act. The Freeman, Philadelphia's abolitionist paper, celebrated 2 freemen who returned to the East in 1851 with $30,000 after just 4 months in the gold fields. Many blacks pursued this dream and headed west. 107. Yet once there, they discovered that in fact California tolerated slavery. A slaveholder could safely bring his slaves into the state, force them to return to the South, or sell them if he could not afford the expense of their passage home. 108 In April 1852, California passed its own fugitive slave law, declaring that all slaves who had escaped before California's admission into the Union were runaways who could be reclaimed. In the case of Henry Perkins, the California Supreme Court ruled that although California was a free state, Carter and Robert Perkins could reclaim 3 black slaves and compel them to return to the South. 109 In Ex Parte Archie, 1858, the court added that a master could keep his slaves in California if he declared that he was there as a temporary resident. 110. Purges of African Americans shadowed those of Latinos in the gold fields. When a Georgia-born slave owner died in Placer County in 1852, his black slaves abandoned his mining claim and moved to town, where an assembly quickly forced their landlord to evict them. To challenge discrimination, 3 colored conventions met in San Francisco and Sacramento between 1855 and 1857 and pressed California to mete out justice to all, without respect to complexion. 111. Chinese resistance. The Sonora Union Democrat wrote, "Poor John, he is kicked and cuffed from one end of the state to the other. Even though he pays his foreign and poll tax promptly, he has to pack up and leave should he be so unfortunate as to hit upon a spot that pays him more than a couple of dollars a day, but might makes right, so he dares not murmur." 112 But the Chinese did more than murmur. They purchased arms, created strong organizations to protect their jobs, and often refused to abandon their homes and claims. And despite overwhelming barriers, they turned to the legal system for redress. Blocking their path, however, was the bizarre case of People v. Hall, 1854. On August 9, 1853, George Hall, a white miner, accompanied by his brother and 1 other man, assaulted and robbed a Chinese placer miner on the Bear River in Nevada County. Hearing shouts, the miner Ling Sing left his tent to help but was shot and killed by Hall, who, with his companions, was arrested by the sheriff. Based on the testimony of a Chinese witness, the judge sentenced Hall to hang. But 29-year-old Hugh C. Murray, Chief Justice of the California Supreme Court, overturned Hall's conviction. Murray ruled that long ago Asiatics migrated to the American continent across the Bering Strait and descended into Indians. The Indians were therefore Chinese and the Chinese were Indians, and thus unable to testify in court either in favor of, or against a white man. Even though Murray acknowledged that discoveries by eminent archaeologists, and the researches of modern geologists had established that tribal people were really American Aborigines and not descended from Asians, he maintained that race was a generic term that excluded everyone who is not of white blood. Wrote Murray, Indian as commonly used, refers only to the North American Indians, yet in the days of Columbus all shores washed by Chinese waters were called the Indies, therefore all Asiatics were Indians. The word white, he added, necessarily excludes all other races than Caucasian. Murray would decide against admitting the testimony of the Chinese on the grounds of public policy because nature placed an impassable difference between us and people marked as inferior and differing in language, opinions, color and physical conformation. This impassable difference denied Chinese both the right to swear away the life of a citizen and the privilege of participating with us in administering the affairs of our government. 113 It was better to release a convicted murderer than to tamper with white supremacy, asserted Murray. People v. Hall stimulated a rash of roundups, for now, with the promise of all-white juries and the absence of any Chinese testimony, conviction of a vigilante became virtually impossible. Not until 5 years later, in People v. Ilye, 1859, did the California Supreme Court overturn the ban against Chinese testimony, declaring that the color of a man's skin was not a reliable measure of his competence to serve as a witness or to testify in court. 114. Yet the Chinese persisted in turning to the courts in both criminal and civil cases, and occasionally they prevailed. In Quam or Quang Chu v. Sales and Johnson, a Chinese man in Nevada County proved to an all-white jury that he was a merchant and not a miner, and forced the tax collectors to return his money. 115 Indeed, the Chinese residents of Nevada County were successful in 51% of the cases they initiated against whites, particularly when they hired white attorneys. 116. The violence that hounded the Chinese in gold-rush towns reveals a painful paradox. Chinese emigration was threatening the very institutions it was supposed to protect: the Chinese family, the Chinese village, and the Chinese clan. 117 To preserve a national identity under assault, Chinese miners, skilled in the traditions of rural community, formed kinship organizations, wore Chinese clothes, imported food, refused to cut off their queues, and maintained extensive correspondence with families in China. 118 Another kind of Chinese resistance to the roundups and, indeed, to the painful rupture of immigration itself was to forge communities in the United States and, at the same time, create international families, with wives and family in China who faced the long or permanent absences of their sons, fathers, and husbands. 119 Funds and letters, sometimes written by scribes, were carried by sheikhs or water guests on visits to China and created a strong chain of intimate communication and financial commitment. Chinese man with Q. The Chinese miners were a transnational people, facing east and facing west, migrant and immigrant, sojourner and settler. In towns such as Grass Valley, French Corral, North San Juan, Washington, Bloomfield, and Nevada City, Chinese merchants sold goods that tied the miners to their homeland, providing rice, dried fish, mail from home, notices of jobs, and links to the Chinese six companies. In segregated Chinatowns near their diggings, they built temples and cemeteries, constructed levees to raise catfish and trap turtles for soup, planted lilies and trees of heaven, and opened brothels, gambling halls, and opium houses. In the town of Sonora, Chinese stores were built protectively, side by side. Off narrow alleys, merchants, laborers, and boarders shared small shacks and visited Chinese doctors, herbalists, barbers, launderers, vegetable peddlers, and cooks. Jinshanzhuang, Gold Mountain firms, imported books and magazines, preserved lychees, pineapples, ginger, smoked flower fish, and dried black fish and eels. By 1867 China had shipped more than 18 million pounds of rice to the west coast. 120 In 1855 a Chinese theater opened in Auburn's Chinatown. Many Chinese communities had their own gold buyers and assay offices. One group of miners even constructed a separate fort on Shepley Flat to protect their gold. In many Chinatowns, such as Antioch's, homes and stores were connected by a web of hidden underground tunnels built for cold storage, for communication, and for escape. By the winter of 1851, China Camp had become the commercial, social, and religious center for the Chinese in the southern Sierra Nevada and a depot for every item brought into the diggings. Stagecoaches, freight wagons, and mule trains arrived daily, laden with food, clothing, and tools. 1,500 pack animals and 500 wagons brought Chinese goods into the mountains. Ancient traditions of food preservation made it possible for Chinese miners to have a much more varied diet than white miners, who disdained the unfamiliar salted duck eggs, cabbage, and turnips, the dried fish and mushrooms, and the melons, squashes, and persimmons grown from seeds carried from China. Christians hoped that mining areas would provide an evangelical stepping stone to Asia, but eager home missionaries found no converts. 121 China Camp, like Oroville to the north, had 3 temples to serve Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian miners. White Americans' contempt for the endurance of Chinese culture emerged in the popular tune John Chinaman, sung throughout the mining camps. I thought you'd cut your queue off, John, and don a Yankee coat, and a collar high you'd raise, John, around your dusky throat. 122. The foreign miners' tax had cut the Chinese population by the thousands, but after a few years new arrivals equaled and quickly doubled the number of those who departed the Sonora foothills. Many of those who returned to China stayed only temporarily. 123 Despite the ice and wind, the blackmail, the brutality, and the tax collectors, thousands of Chinese remained in the mother lode and thousands more continued to find their way. In Placer County, at the end of November 1856, there were 12,540 white men, 1,860 white women, 400 male and female Negroes, and 125 Indians. But there were more than 3,500 Chinese men and women, almost 1/5 of the population. Over the years Chinese refugees also returned to Shasta County. Many stayed until railroad work pulled them toward the Rocky Mountains. Indeed, despite the purges, the persecutions, and the lure of railroad work, during the Civil War over 80% of the Chinese population in California was still engaged in mining. 124. From Gold Town to Company Town. By the end of the gold rush, California had become a giant company town, owned by and for white men, almost all of whom were seeking to profit from gold. 125 The state required no land surveys, sought no royalties, and refused to interfere with the transfer of mining claims between Anglo and European miners. It placed no limits on placer or quartz mining on one's tribal lands. Miners and mining companies could build or wash away trails or roads, dig up farms and fields, or even tunnel under a town's streets, buildings, and houses. 126 The fluming, sluicing, and diverting of water moved forward unabated, filling the rushing clear rivers with slag, tree stumps, and dirt, killing trout, steelhead, and salmon. Most of the miners who remained in the mountains were Chinese, scratching for gold along the riverbeds, particularly during the dry season, or working for the new corporations in blasting, digging, construction, and extraction. When industry took over the gold fields, white miners lost not only their income but also their pride as independent adventurers. Prices collapsed, rents fell, investors and lenders withdrew their capital, and stores and mills shut down. And again the blame fell on Chinese miners, the indispensable enemy. 127 Who had willingly built the water, timber, and mining companies because they had been driven from their claims. Despite its evolution into statehood, California functioned as a colony, a faraway land viewed as empty, awaiting civilization and inviting settlement, a tempting place of vast natural resources. With its Chinese population, it offered a seemingly unlimited source of low-paid workers. The great, detestable, and damnable object of Chinese immigration, observed one miner, is the reduction in the price of labor. 128 A correspondent to the Alta California well understood the trade-off. By allowing innumerable hordes of semi-human Asiatics to come to our shores, the trade with Asia will be increased, there will be an increased demand for shipping, the ship owners will make larger dividends, the trade and profits of many large commercial houses will be increased, and the general interests of commerce will be promoted. 129. Yet gold also launched a union movement in California that thrived in the 1860s and wove together the cry for free labor with the attacks on growing corporate, shipping, and banking forces. Racial issues and economic pressures together provided a platform for the Chinese roundups. As mining towns grew, white carpenters, bricklayers, stonemasons, sailors, and musicians formed labor organizations that gave shape and ready members to the anti-Chinese clubs that sprang up throughout the mountains and along the rivers. Even after the gold rush collapsed, the image of the enslaved Chinese laborer endured in the demands, the newspapers, and the speeches of white miners living in the mountains. During the roundups of 1853, white laborers struck for a 10-hour day and higher wages, demanding shorter hours and higher pay than the Chinese. These early labor unions may have been temporary, issue-oriented, and unstable, but they held to their racial prerogative. By 1853 San Francisco and Sacramento were overbuilt, jobs were hard to find, and merchants and miners went bankrupt. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of supplies were abandoned or sold at ruinous losses. Then, in early February 1855, the financial foundation of California collapsed. Large banking houses in San Francisco, Adams & Company, Bacon & Company, and Argenti & Company suspended business. In the gold mining area, local banks, such as George C. Plume's Bank of Marysville and Hamlet Davis's Bank in Nevada City, closed their doors. To add to the desperation, the winters of 1854 and 1855 saw little rain, and placer gold stayed locked in the dirt. The technological inventions of the mid-1850s added pressure to both the white miner with a pick, pan, and shovel and the Chinese miner with wing dam and sluice. The isolated miner gave way to the company that could hire hundreds of men to tunnel into the hills. Journalist Bayard Taylor, having watched a 16-foot nozzle blast a hillside with water at 120 pounds of pressure per square inch, wrote that the mountain washed itself away like a giant bleeding to death from a single vein. 130 by 1859 small river claims lay buried under the gravel tailings as mountains literally dissolved into rivers and streams. Thousands of miners came down from the Sierras and Siskiyous, drifting into manual work in the new vineyards and orchards or in construction for the railroads. When the Civil War came, many white miners joined the Union Army, supporting the North as a fight for the rights of free labor. Like most whites, few Chinese discovered significant amounts of gold. Forced from the diggings by the violence and by the foreign miners' tax, many moved to rural towns. As cattlemen and sheep herders moved into the foothills of the motherlode country, ranchers hired the Chinese to build rock fences that would fortify the land against mountain lions, panthers, and grizzly bears. These rock fences still mark the landscape of the Siskiyous, where once Chinese mined in towns named Montezuma, Celestial Valley, Shanghai Diggings, and Canton. Other Chinese who emigrated for the gold rush now worked in restaurants, laundries, stores, and barber shops. Some took jobs just to earn enough money to pay their debts and buy a return ticket home. The mass exodus of white miners from the gold fields during the late 1850s and early 1860s ended the first wave of Chinese purges. For several years Chinese miners were, more or less, left alone. By the end of the 1860s, as Democrats campaigned no Negro or Chinese suffrage, the overall population in the mining regions dropped 70%, giving the rest of California an abundant supply of white labor for the first time. But the Chinese had not disappeared. Many Chinese went to work for the Central Pacific Railroad Company. After the Civil War, as the economy in the West settled down, Chinese men and women became the workforce for California's new manufacturing industries and construction projects: road building, irrigation, land reclamation, in canneries, jute mills, and cigar rolling factories, and large-scale agriculture on the new vineyards and orchards. The few hundred Chinese who remained in the Siskiyou Mountains purchased washed-out claims from white miners, reworking the tailings with picks, shovels, and teaspoons. Some Chinese formed their own mining companies, from small cooperatives to corporations that would employ more than 100 workers by the 1880s. Some who owned their own claims invested in hydraulic or drift mining, extracting up to $1,500 in gold each week, an amount that would have resulted in immediate and violent expulsion in the early 1850s. This period of stability lasted until Charles Crocker drove a golden spike into the railroad tracks on May 10, 1869, in Provo, Utah, linking the transcontinental tracks and ending the monumental construction made possible by Chinese laborers, who were immediately excised from the photographs and fired from the Central Pacific Railroad. The roundups in the gold fields ended, but the legend of the vigilante lived on in sagas and songs. During the first 5 years of the gold rush, the Chinese became a favorite target of the mountain outlaw Joaquim Murrieta, who declared that he loved to smell the blood of Chinese men. In one mythic story, Murrieta robbed a camp of 6 Chinese miners at Murphy's Diggings, tied the men together by their queues, drew his long bowie knife, and slowly cut their throats. To protect themselves from the famous bandit, Chinese miners collected $3,000 in gold for Murrieta's capture, a figure large enough to track him down and kill him. Long after the gold rush, the story of the roundups was sung in bars and at campfires throughout the mountains in the miners' song John Chinaman. John Chinaman, John Chinaman. But 5 short years ago, I welcomed you from Canton, John. But wish I hadn't though. 2. Dead branches. Recently the treatment of blacks has been carried over to yellow people. When cobra is unable to release its poison fully, it vents its anger by biting wood and grass. Afterwards, no one who touches the poisoned dead branches will escape death. We the yellow people, have we touched its dead branches? Lin Shu, Lin Kinnan, of Min County, composed at Seaview Tower over the lake, on Chongyang Festival of Years Inca during the Guangxi reign, in a preface to Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1901. Gazing at the evening sky over Los Angeles on October 18, 1871, a reporter for the Los Angeles Daily News observed, "The young moon, in setting, has presented a most peculiar appearance for the last few evenings, strongly resembling a semicircular Chinese lantern of bloodshot hue, suspended in the air over the western horizon." This crimson hue was foreboding. The next night, the Alta California described a more sinister glare over the Los Angeles sky. 12 hours ago, 15 staring corpses hung ghastly in the moonlight, while 7 or 8 others, mutilated, torn and crushed, lay in our streets, all of them Chin-A-Man too. Actually, 17 Chinese were lynched and 2 others were knifed to death on the night of October 24, 1871. Their mangled bodies were found hanging from a wooden awning over a carriage shop, from the sides of 2 prairie schooners parked around the corner, from a gutter spout, and from a beam across the wide gate of a lumber yard. One of the victims wore no trousers, and a finger had been severed from his left hand. Calle de los Negros. Earlier that evening a hostile crowd had gathered, yet many Chinese had escaped when a Chinese woman fired her shotgun into the mob. Amid the confusion, they hid in nearby vineyards and orange groves or fled across the Los Angeles River. But in under 3 hours the mob of 500 Mexican and Anglo men, nearly 10% of the population of Los Angeles, murdered a total of 19 Chinese men in El Pueblo, the center of Old Los Angeles, on a narrow street lined with Chinese shops and residences called Calle de los Negros, also known at the time as Nigger Alley, Negro Alley, or Chinatown. The outrage had begun 2 days earlier when brokers for 2 Chinese companies drew their revolvers over a runaway prostitute, Yahit. The Los Angeles Daily News reported that Yahit had married a Chinese man in a Melican marriage ceremony, to evade paying the purchase money. The Ninyun Company claimed that it owned Yahit, but she had been abducted, held, and secreted by the rival Hongqiao Company. For years both companies had captured runaway prostitutes by forging bogus warrants for their arrests, bribing police officers to seize the women, and paying off judges to convict them for theft, often the theft of themselves. Perhaps Yahit saw in the American marriage a deliverance from slavery. Or perhaps her groom sought a way to own her himself. Although no one was injured by the shots, both men were charged with attempted murder. When Sam Yun, the leader of the Ninyun Company, swore to the court that he had $6,000 in gold in his trunk to serve as bond, his warrior was released and escorted home. 3. Los Angeles' 6 police officers were drinking in a local bar on the night of October 24 when again shots were heard throughout El Pueblo. This time, Sam Yun himself and the leader of the Hongqiao Company had fired upon each other. When the chief of police finally arrived, he randomly deputized a large group of white men from the crowd and ordered them to shoot any Chinese who might try to leave their houses. Eventually Mayor Cristobal Aguilar, the sheriff, and the 6 police officers showed up in El Pueblo. They surveyed the tense scene and left. Throughout Los Angeles rumors spread that the Chinese had stores of hidden gold and were killing whites wholesale for. An angry crowd gathered and the lynching spree began. The first man hanged was Wong Tuk. He was dropped by a rope from a corral gate facing St. Athanasius Episcopal Church, the only Protestant church in Los Angeles. In Spanish and English, impromptu orators provoked the racially mixed crowd, urging them to climb onto the roofs of Chinese dwellings, chop holes in the adobe tiles, and pour gunfire inside. Terrified, the Chinese ran into the streets. 2 were immediately seized, shot, and hanged. At one house a flying axe split a lantern and flames shot into the night air. Robert Thompson, a saloon keeper and rancher, was the first and only white man killed, after he charged into a Chinese home. The emboldened mob roamed through the Chinese quarters, finding dozens of Chinese men and women cowering in their homes. Some were already dead or wounded, and their bodies were thrown into the streets to be trampled by the mob. Others were dragged from their apartments and hanged with clothesline. One of the police officers simply handed several Chinese men over to the crowd with instructions to take them to the jail, and they too were summarily hanged. Among them were a young Chinese doctor, Qian Li Tong, and a 14-year-old boy. Some of the Chinese men and apparently one Chinese woman were hanged after they were murdered. By 11 o'clock that night, the bodies of 16 Chinese men and one Chinese woman were cut down and laid in 2 neat rows in the jail yard at Franklin and Spring Streets. The body of Wang Tuk was dragged to the cemetery behind the old fort on Moore Hill. The terror was hardly over. Chinese buildings were looted and riddled with bullets, cues from Chinese corpses were cut off as souvenirs. The New York Times reported in titillating detail, every nook and corner, every trunk, chest, and drawer in every apartment was, carefully and expeditiously ransacked. Locks gave way to the pressure brought to bear against them. Every article of value passed into the hands of the pillagers. Even the victims executed were robbed of everything of value in cash and jewelry they possessed previous to being hanged. One of them, the Chinese doctor, had his garments ripped from off his person while hanging. Others had their pockets cut out with knives, which entered into and fearfully lacerated the flesh, the wretches having neither time nor patience to rifle them in the usual way. It was estimated that between $14,000 and $30,000 in Chinese cash, gold, clothing, and furniture were stolen. The mob even took a roasted goose. 6 Chinese corpses lying in Los Angeles jail yard. 18 Chinese men were buried yesterday. They presented a most ghastly and horrible sight. Their clothing was torn, and in 1 or 2 cases the victims were almost nude. Their countenances were besmeared with blood, their heads and bodies pierced with gunshot wounds, and some of them fearfully mutilated. The ropes by which they were hanged were still attached to their necks, and a number of them were shot previous to being hanged. 1 or 2 of the victims had their bodies riddled with bullets. California historian Hubert Bancroft witnessed white women and children not yet in their teens participate in the massacre. One young boy was balanced atop an awning from which a Chinese man was hanging, calling for more victims and helping the vigilantes haul up ropes for the next Chinese prey. 7 Some white men tried to intervene. Henry Hazard, who would later become mayor of Los Angeles, as well as a few housewives hid their Chinese cooks and servants. Over the next 2 days, crowds of Chinese men and women visited the bleak jail yard looking for missing friends and relatives. On Thursday, October 26, the Chinese buried their dead in rough red wooden boxes, several to a grave, with their names written on small slats of wood nailed to each coffin. The Los Angeles lynchings occurred the same year Congress passed the Ku Klux Klan Act, which allowed individuals to sue states in federal court for civil rights violations. Unlike the thousands of lynchings of black Americans, these were not provoked by insinuations of rape of white women. The episode had begun, however, with a wedding. The Chinese had used a white romantic ritual perhaps to note their new national affinity or to define the ownership of a slave girl. As in the South, the mob in Los Angeles targeted minority men who had deliberately challenged an image of white domesticity and sexuality in a town with few white women. 8 Perhaps most threatening to whites was that the Melican wedding contradicted the myth that the Chinese were in the United States as temporary sojourners. If the wedding was consensual, it implied permanence and family and foretold an enduring Chinese presence in the United States and an interracial future for California. Claimed Bancroft, the denizens of Negro Alley comprised the dregs of the nations. Asiatic, African, and European, Latin and Indian there lived in unholy association. 9. The newspapers reveled in the visibility of the violence, staring corpses, helpless, torn and mangled, more dead than alive, have been dragged by an infuriated, senseless crowd, through our peaceable streets, in the very face of the better portion of the community to finish what was left of their agonized existence at the end of a rope, midst the exultant shouts and jeers of the mob. 10. Pressured by Chinese merchants and unsavory newspaper reports, the corrupt city government, largely funded by licenses for brothels and gambling dens, reluctantly summoned a coroner's jury to investigate the massacre. Hundreds of Chinese laborers from the large ranches in the county came into town for the hearings and trials. The jury first heard from the police officers, known to demand bribes from the Chinese companies, who testified that they had shown the mob where the Chinese were hiding and then spent most of the evening in the taverns. Next it heard from members of the crowd who swore that both Councilman George Fall and Los Angeles Star reporter H.M. Mitchell had urged them to hang all the Chinese. Hovering over the case, much like the crescent moon, was People v. Brady, the California Supreme Court decision that prevented a Chinese person from testifying against a white defendant. 11 The jury would never hear the Chinese describe what happened on the streets, or in their homes. The riot began in a poor neighborhood shared by 200 Chinese immigrants and hundreds of African Americans and Mexicans. Los Angeles in 1871 was a frontier town where fortunes were quickly made and lost in mining, railroads, agriculture, and the seizure of Mexican land. It was a town where saloons represented 110 of its 285 businesses, where the city marshal was also the tax collector, where $20,000 had just been spent buying votes in a local election. The massacre of the Chinese, headlined across the country, exposed California's vigilante nature just as the state was seeking to attract investment and leave its Wild West image behind. Many in the Golden State who had profited from the gold rush and the railroad now hoped to copy the New South's model of an agrarian economy powered by cheap labor and indebted tenant farmers. But here Chinese immigrants rather than former slaves would provide the muscle. Local and national newspapers rushed to distance Los Angeles's middle class from the massacre. San Francisco's daily Alta California assured its readers that the riot commenced at an hour when businessmen, professional men, and all the better classes of our community had retired to their homes. 12 San Francisco's Daily Evening Bulletin claimed that the mayhem occurred in a part of town where the denizens are almost cosmopolitan, the dregs of society, among whom are some of the greatest desperados on the Pacific Coast. 13 The New York Times directly pointed to the racism arising from immigration and anxious post-war politics. It is well known that the chief objection to the Chinese in California comes from the Irish population. It was from this class that the Democratic Party used to draw most of the political capital which it gained by fostering the prejudices against the Negro. Fleeing to this country, as they claimed, to escape British oppression, the Irish immigrant always made haste to join the ranks of the oppressors here. They voted, almost to a man, with the Democratic Party during the long years which that party championed the cause of Negro slavery, and now that slavery is abolished, we find them in the front ranks of the haters and persecutors of the Chinese. The Republican Party of California made a great mistake in trying to secure their votes by catering to their unreasoning and illiberal prejudices. 14. The coroner's jury found that the mob consisted of people of all nationalities, insinuating that the vigilantes were immigrants, primarily Irish and Mexican. But the real cause of the excited spectacle, announced at times, was simply that 50 Chinese people lived in Los Angeles. The mob was determined to clean them out of the city. 15 days before the riot, it reported, rumors were circulating that lynchers were ordering every Chinese person to get out of Los Angeles within 48 hours. 16. Even without Chinese testimony, the grand jury indicted many members of the mob. Reports ranged from 30 to 150 men, but the list quickly disappeared. In the end, 11 men were brought to trial. The grand jury also found that the police officers were deplorably inefficient and had disgraced the city. 17. Ultimately 8 men were convicted of manslaughter and sent to San Quentin for terms ranging from 2 to 6 years. But the prosecuting attorney had apparently been active in the riot, and one of the defendants was represented by the former Attorney General of California, a colonel of the Confederacy. Within months, in a bizarre twist of logic, the post-Reconstruction Supreme Court reversed the verdict. The original indictment was fatally defective because it had failed to allege that a victim of the lynching, the late Chi Long Tong, had been murdered. 3 weeks later the convicted prisoners were released. Within a week of the massacre, Sam Yun sued the city of Los Angeles, demanding the restoration of his property. The jury held that by his very presence Sam Yun had participated in the riot and furthermore had failed to notify the sheriff or mayor that a riot was taking place, thus he lost the case. The Chinese 6 companies in San Francisco also filed suits against Los Angeles for damages and for the murders of their countrymen. Ultimately, the Chinese in Los Angeles were able to reclaim some of their goods but little of the stolen money. The Chinese also turned for support to American merchants and missionaries working in China who feared that the L.A. outrages would lead to retaliation, putting their own lives and their property in China in grave danger. They called for a congressional inquiry into the massacres and demanded that the U.S. government announce the terrorism against the Chinese. 18 Indeed, by late December the United States government had begun to hear rumors that China would make war on Americans living on its soil. 19. The Los Angeles massacre was probably the largest single mass lynching in California, a ritual of terror and intimidation that coincided with the violence committed against Black Americans after Emancipation and Reconstruction. 20 From the time of the Gold Rush, lynching had served as a form of folk pornography as well as vigilante justice in the West. 21 At least 302 lynchings occurred in California between 1849 and 1902. 22 of these, about 200 were of Asian people. During those years there were at least 5,000 lynchings in the United States, including the infamous 1880 lynching of a Chinese laundryman in Denver's Hop Alley, when a mob of 3,000 gutted Chinatown as completely as though a cyclone had come in one door and passed out the rear. 23. Victims of lynching were poked, prodded, jeered at, beaten, tortured, hanged, shot, and dismembered. Sometimes they were castrated, sometimes decapitated. Yet even as Hubert Bancroft chronicled the massacre in Los Angeles, he celebrated lynching as Americans' right of revolution, a democratic expression of the majority's right to suspend the action of the law, whenever they deemed it essential to the well-being of society to do so, rather than a lack of due deference or disrespect for the law. 24. Yet neither violence nor economic panic forced the Chinese community to leave Los Angeles. 25 With ranches and industries getting established, jobs were plentiful for whites and Chinese alike. Although in 1876 the Los Angeles Anti-Coolie Club produced 2,600 signatures demanding the end of Chinese immigration, Chinese continued to move to the city. 26 In spite of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, by the mid-1880s there were 655 Chinese residents in Los Angeles. 27. In 1877 the city council attempted to clean up the town's image by changing the name of Negro Alley to Los Angeles Street. In 1888 the old Mexican adobe buildings in El Pueblo were demolished and fumigated, but at the turn of the century, more than 3,000 Chinese people occupied Old Chinatown, a neighborhood with hundreds of buildings and stores, several restaurants, 3 temples, a Chinese school, and a Chinese opera house. 28 Chinatown remained until the 1930s, when the city decided to build Union Station over the neighborhood, and its residents were forced to disperse to other Chinese communities scattered throughout the Los Angeles River Basin. 29. The endurance of L.A.'s Chinatown may be due to the small size and disorganization of the anti-Chinese Workingmen's Party that emerged in tandem with a new union movement. Or it may be due to the rather sudden arrival of white women and children, who balanced a skewed demographic and brought with them schools and missionizing churches that publicized violence against Chinese women, even as they fostered stereotypes of Chinese sinfulness and dependence. Another explanation may be the state's dependence on Chinese farm workers who mined the new wealth springing from California soil, grapes, apricots, oranges, peaches. 30 In a state with few laborers of any sort, as early as 1854 the California farmer suggested that Chinese farm workers could be to California what the African has been to the South. 31 Stereotyped in the racial imagination as industrious, docile, and skillful, the Chinese would accept seasonal employment under the control of gang contractors. They were willing to work for lower wages than others, and by 1870 they represented 1/10 of California's farm laborers. The failure of the massacre to evict the Chinese from Los Angeles may also be due to their determined resistance. In 1879, for example, the local Workingmen's Party pushed the city council to levy extra taxes on Chinese peddlers and launderers. The Chinese were instructed to pay the city $20 for each vegetable wagon. The Chinese vegetable peddlers and washmen quickly assessed themselves $2 each to hire a lawyer, gave the city 2 days to rescind the new tax, and then went on strike, refusing to provide households and hotels with fresh food. The vegetable vendors pressed a test case through the courts, and a county judge ruled that the special taxes were oppressive, partial, unfair, and in restraint of trade and therefore void. White businessmen feared that an exodus of Chinese workers would destroy the city's tax base, and the city council quickly reduced the excessive fees. Emboldened by their success, the vegetable vendors refused to pay even the revised fee of $5 per month, and in May 1879 they again went on strike. This time white housewives, eager for fresh food, signed a petition demanding an end to license taxes on Chinese vegetable peddlers. Soon Chinese washmen initiated a plan to build an enormous cooperative laundry under one roof in order to face only one tax. The Los Angeles massacre of 1871 hung like smoke over the basin of the river town, perhaps in itself forestalling further violence. The brutality and the roundups of Chinese people in the 1870s exposed the inchoate state of California as a place of multiple and disputed borderlands and clashing cultures. Although justified at the time in terms of economic rivalry, the decade of racial violence was stamped in the popular imagination as a history whose conclusion of white dominance was already written. Trails of Tears. The roundups of Chinese people during this brutal decade occurred at the same time that tribal people were being driven from California's riverbeds, forests, and fields. The great misnomer of the era was that the land the federal government was rapidly giving away was unoccupied. As state and local ordinances made it impossible for Chinese immigrants or blacks to own or at times even rent land in the West, military officers, local politicians, industrialists, timbermen, and railroad magnates were receiving land grants from the federal government, land equal to the size of Texas, land that included all the mineral rights beneath. Veterans, Easterners, and European immigrants also received free acreage under the Homestead Act. By 1872, millions of acres of California land had been placed in corporate coffers, and the Central Pacific Railroad was dictating California politics. 32. Industrial and agricultural expansion onto vacant Indian land required the eviction of tribal people by roundups and forced removals or by death. The Indian Wars and the reservations forced the United States to confront the heterogeneity of its own people even as it sustained its fantasy of Anglo-Saxon purity. 33. In the 1870s, Indians in Northern California, the Miwoks and the Karuks, Yaquis, and Hoopa stood in the way of industrialists, unemployed veterans, and recent European immigrants. Indian land covered hauntingly beautiful and valuable redwood forests, mountain rivers rushing over deep mineral deposits, and sunny valleys of fertile soil, sliced by rivers for irrigation and transportation. Investors in agriculture, hydraulic mining, and railroads worked closely with the U.S. military and volunteer militias to clear the Indians off. Portending the destiny of the Chinese, tribal people were driven from the new timber, farming, and ranching communities, county by county. Tehama County petitioned the federal government to send the military to cleanse the county of Indians. Austin Wiley, editor of the Humboldt Times, sought to have the last Indians removed to parts so far remote as to render their return impossible. 34. James Baith, a Humboldt County supervisor who would become a mastermind of Eureka's purge of the Chinese people, wrote, "I can never tolerate the idea of moving the Indians to some reserve close at hand, for such a course is fatal and most disastrous to our interests. Could we give security to the Indian and an asylum, and at the same time prevent his return, we would from our eligible position become one of the first counties, in this best of all states." Baith, like Wiley, proposed to force the entire removal of the Indians to some island on the Pacific. The San Francisco Daily Evening Bulletin, quite simply concluded that it came down to a choice between deportation and extermination. 35. A second trail of tears marked the mountains, the coastline, and the rivers of the Pacific Northwest. In 1866 the Chico Courant wrote, "It is a mercy to the Red Devils to exterminate them." 36. During the 1870s, armed citizens committees in Butte County rounded up, drove out, or killed hundreds of members of the Yahi tribe. Along the northwest coast, eastward along the Klamath River, and down through the Central Valley, volunteer militia and vigilante groups delivered hundreds of Indians at a time, Karuks, Yurok, Yokuts, to the reservations. In Shasta, Trinity, and Humboldt counties, the brutal Kid Guard, a clan-like organization of white vigilantes, gathered at night, located and surrounded Indian camps, and attacked at dawn. They marched survivors to the nearest reservation, often in Mendocino County, where many Indians starved to death. 37. Hundreds of Indians escaped and found their way back to their homelands, others were forced onto failing farms or reserves. Thousands died. 38. Genocide succeeded where the reservations failed, and in 1871 Congress declared that no further Indian treaties would be signed in California. The remaining California natives were pressured to assimilate through a system of discipline and instruction modeled on the Spanish missions and administered by U.S. agents. The federal government required Indians to attend white-run boarding schools and speak only English. Indian matrons were sent into the mountains, white women who, by their very presence, were supposed to infuse Victorian domesticity into tribal life. 39. In the 1870s, newspaper reports of the expulsion of Chinese people were bracketed by stories of the Indian Wars, the forced removal of tribal people. 40 Throughout 1872 war raged between the U.S. government and the Modocs in Klamath and Siskiyou counties. White mobs raided Modoc villages and the Modocs retaliated, killing whites who tried to settle on their land. Then, in the spring of 1873, the U.S. Army announced a policy of eviction and extermination of the Modoc people from the areas around Tule and Souris Lakes in Siskiyou County, places soon to become sites of Chinese expulsions. With the land secured, visions of orchards, vineyards, cotton fields, and cheap labor shaped Indian policies. The new farmers adopted the hacienda system of the early Spaniards, who forced Indians to work in the fields of the missions or the vast ranches. 41 In Butte County, John Bidwell turned to the hacienda policy for Rancho Chico, his enormous orchards outside Chico, and Leland Stanford forced Indians to work his grand farms in Vina. Initially about 50 Indians plowed, gathered seed, harvested, and gleaned wheat for John and Annie Bidwell, who paid them in glass beads and cloth, in part because Annie hoped to cover their traditional nudity. 42. In areas without many white working families, Indian children, some as young as 2 years old, were targeted for indenture, most for a period of 23 years. The Humboldt Times hoped that the Bidwell practice of indenture of Mecoop Indians would reach the coast. This law works beautifully. What a pity the provisions of this law are not extended to greasers, Canucks, and Asiatics. 43. Southern exports. During the 1870s, radical Reconstruction, the brief post-war effort to provide land, personal safety, and political access to blacks in the South was brutally undone. Southern Democrats packed up their tactics, laws, and violence and took them west. Pressures to refinance Southern plantations and to unify a sundered and hybrid nation with a mythic dream of a white republic had sabotaged Reconstruction and now would give political shape, legislative sanction, and cultural permission for the roundups of the Chinese in the West. By 1867, Democrats had swept elections across California by opposing black male suffrage and the ratification of the 15th Amendment. As the party took over California from the governor's mansion to the state legislature to boards of county supervisors, Southern traditions of lynching, racial violence, black codes, arson, and policies denying land ownership to racial minorities surfaced in California, Oregon, and the Washington Territory. But the Democrats were not alone. Aware that California's congressional delegations could dilute the power of the industrial Northeast and the reconstructed South, the Republican Party tried to extend its influence in the West on the backs of the Chinese. Both parties understood that if Chinese immigrants became naturalized, they could dilute white power at the ballot box. Initially, the Chinese had benefited from the Reconstruction legislation intended to empower former slaves. The Enforcement Acts of 1870 and 1871 and the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871 extended the Civil Rights Act of 1866 to all persons within the jurisdiction of the United States, Indians not taxed excepted. These laws allowed the Chinese to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, give evidence, and to the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of person and property as is enjoyed by white citizens. Republican Senator William Stewart of Nevada declared that it was a national duty to protect the Chinese. Let no one imagine that the people of the United States, after having made treaties guaranteeing Sikh rights to the Chinese, after having constructed the Pacific Railroad, and subsidized the line of steamers to China for the purpose of cultivating friendly relations with that ancient civilization, will allow a few evil-disposed persons to break the laws and trample upon the rights of these people. 44. But the lynchings, massacres, and roundups of the Chinese in the West altered the national political landscape. If the eastern states did not share the West's obsession with the Chinese, they surely understood that California, Washington, and Oregon would tip the balance of power between the Democratic and Republican parties. Some California newspapers warned, if the authorities of Washington refuse or neglect to take hold of this Chinese question, the inhabitants of California must solve it themselves. 45 As Congress turned its attention to the West and the West turned its attention to Congress, Chinese roundups continued to rage across rural California. Soon the western branches of the Democratic Party granted vigilantes the political blessing and legal codes that would sanction assaults on the Chinese. By the end of the decade, the Workingmen's Party, an arm of the Democratic Party, codified its plans to call for a second California Constitution in 1879 to eliminate the Chinese from the state. From the time of the Gold Rush, a racial overlay emerged that treated Indians, African Americans, and Chinese in the West with similar brutality in legislation, in land policy, and in labor practices. Local codes and state laws denied them citizenship and excluded their testimony against whites. Displaced Chinese miners and railroad workers soon fell into a system of sharecropping copied from Southern postbellum land and labor policies. 46 Contracts of black tenant farmers in the South and Chinese field workers in the West were strikingly similar. Both groups found themselves in debt to landowners, and both faced the threat of forced evictions. In practice, neither blacks nor Chinese could own the land they planted and harvested or the land on which they built their homes. As small farmers and white laborers began to rebel against the wealthy agricultural monopolies acquiring the land of California, Chinese field workers also became objects of their wrath. Almost as soon as the Chinese, forced from the gold fields and railroad construction, moved down to the hot farming valleys, they faced eviction again from Contra Costa, Shasta, Siskiyou, Napa, Mendocino, and Yuba counties and the Sacramento Valley. If, unlike African Americans, the Chinese faced the risk of deportation, expulsion also meant that they could return to the safety of their first homeland. In addition, the rising presence of Chinese diplomats and a Chinese merchant class, and the Burlingame Treaty of 1868, conferred on even the poorest Chinese laborers a different civic status from blacks. The Burlingame Treaty and the 14th Amendment should have shielded the Chinese by granting the Chinese the rights to bring lawsuits and to enjoy equal protection and due process of law. But local statutes, common violence, and the slaughterhouse cases of 1873 gutted the treaty and the new constitutional protection. By drawing a distinction between national and state citizenship, the Supreme Court allowed states to disobey the 14th Amendment's protections for persons, narrowing coverage only to citizens. The court made it clear that the 14th Amendment was intended only to protect former slaves. 47 African Americans and Chinese Americans' common inability to own land, however, left both groups extraordinarily vulnerable. In 1870, both political parties agreed to allow persons of African birth or descent to become naturalized. The Civil Rights Act and the Page Act of 1875, however, removed the right of Chinese immigrants to ever become citizens and banned the immigration of most Chinese women. These laws immediately exacerbated ethnic tensions in the West. In San Francisco, more than 1/5 of the population was Chinese, but another fifth was impoverished Irish. Because the Irish were Caucasian, however, they were eligible for naturalization and quickly formed a large bloc of voters. They turned on the Chinese. The story of the purges of the Chinese in the town of Chico, Butte County, thus begins in the South. Practices of intimidation and segregation had migrated to the Siskiyou Mountains along with Chico's many recent émigrés from the South. 48 These new citizens well knew the Ku Klux Klan's tactics of anonymous letters, violent night raids, and arson. The use of local ordinances against Chinese immigrants derived from the black codes of the Reconstruction South, leaving both blacks and Chinese with few defenses against employers who acted both inside and outside the judicial system. Under the black codes, for example, an employer could whip an employee, lock him in stocks, or chain him to a treadmill. In 1867, when 2,000 Chinese railroad workers who performed the dangerous work of blasting mountain tunnels went on strike, one of their demands was an end to an overseer's right to whip or restrain them from leaving the road to seek other employment. 49. It's a war of the races here, Butte County and the Order of Caucasians. By 1870, thousands of Civil War veterans, African Americans, Irish, Chinese, and Anglo miners and laborers had migrated to the Northwest with dreams of easy gold, industrial jobs, high wages, a short workday, and land. 50 They soon discovered that farming was hardly a road to riches. Just a few men held title to vast government grants of fertile land, and they refused to sell their new acreage at fair market value, especially to non-Anglos. The Great Giveaway had smoothly turned Indian land into giant farms, and most of the jobs were in the fields of others. John Bidwell and Leland Stanford, two land barons in Butte County, the largest and most prosperous county in the state, needed farm workers, and they soon replaced contracted or conscripted Indians with Chinese. Skilled in mining, railroad construction, and intense or crowded farming, the Chinese would build the infrastructure of a new county, dynamiting roads, clearing fields, digging ditches to supply water to the mines, and constructing hundreds of miles of stone fences. Soon the Chinese represented more than 20% of the farm labor in Butte County. 51. John Bidwell, one-time prohibitionist candidate for president, founded the town of Chico at the northern end of the hot Sacramento River Valley in 1860. By 1870 his fiefdom, Rancho Chico, with its thousands of acres of pear, apricot, and cherry orchards, was the largest employer of Chinese in the state. Suddenly, Bidwell found himself a leading advocate for Chinese workers and thus the target of anti-Chinese violence. 52. For many bitter Anglo-emigres, the prospect of a large presence of Chinese plantation laborers, indeed, of Chinese neighbors, undermined their ideal of a small family farm in the West. News of anti-coolie clubs forming in San Francisco reached Butte County. For the many unemployed white laborers, the Chinese became a hated surrogate for absentee factory owners and distant landlords. Wrote the young New York journalist Henry George, California is not a country of farms, but of plantations and estates. 53. The disillusionment and tension among Chico's small farmers and lumbermill workers focused on the Chinese. If only the nation could prevent them from entering and expel the Chinese already here, California's feudal estates and aristocratic domains would lack cheap labor. But growers such as Bidwell and Stanford knew that if Congress excluded Chinese immigrants, it would be impossible for large-scale agriculture to reign in the West. 54. Ever since the Civil War, American farms had been competing in a rough international market as Britain sated its appetite for cotton and its thirst for tea in India and Egypt. 55. Coolies, slaves, and low-paid workers in Europe's colonies in Africa and India undercut the wages of most farm laborers in the United States. Orchard field workers, Rancho Chico, Butte County. Meanwhile, Chico flowered as a rural center of Chinese life in northeastern California. Segregated Chinese neighborhoods or small Chinatowns were scattered throughout the town, and the Chinese stayed connected through hidden underground tunnels, basements used for cold storage in the blistering heat and for hiding places during emergencies and police raids. Rumors of a mysterious underground community spread in the white press. The wealth of Butte County, from mining and cutting timber to farming its river valley soil, could be traced to Chinese workers. Soon anti-Chinese codes took hold in Chico. For 8 years, for example, local ordinances forced Chinese ditch diggers to head directly to their cabins after work. In 1867 the Butte County Free Press renamed itself the Chico Caucasian. Efforts to purge the Chinese began in the 1870s when, facing dwindling gold, white miners revised the laws of Centerville and Helltown to read, "No Chinaman shall be allowed on the Butte Creek above the head of the Diamondville ditch in the mines, nor shall they be allowed to hold claims by the purchase above such point." 56 unemployed white laborers marched through downtown Chico in torchlight parades, carrying banners declaring the Yellow Devils must go. The Depression of the 1870s seeped into the county, bringing down both the frontier gentry and the new mill workers. The market for luxuries, such as gold watches, dried up, shops closed, and the papers mocked unemployed white men as tramps and vagrants. Theft, bankruptcy, sheriff's sales, and suicide became common headlines. Hopeless white men returned to the unpromising gold fields, and once prosperous housewives cooked for boarders, sometimes relying on Chinese servants to help. The wary Democratic mayor of Chico did nothing as the situation became more desperate. Everyone knew that a wave of violence was about to hit. Charlie Stilson's hardware store on 2nd Street sold door bolts by the dozen, and the lumber company hired an armed guard to stand night watch. Chinese nanny and white child. The dire situation deteriorated further with the Panic of 1873. J. Cook and Company, the largest banking firm in the nation, declared bankruptcy in September. Across the country, each month the number of bankruptcies doubled. Bitter struggles between laborers and the police erupted in New York and Chicago. 57 Yet even as the national economy collapsed, the Chinese in Chico sold vegetables from their wagons, washed and delivered laundry, cooked and cleaned, and worked as low-paid nannies, private launderers, and gardeners for white women who had never had servants before. White working-class women still took their dirty clothes to the Chinese laundries, and wealthier women still turned to Chinese launderers to wash and iron the delicate fabrics, the elaborate bows and ruffles, the ruching and tucking of their Victorian clothes, which the new white-owned steam laundries could not manage. The barns and sheds at Rancho Chico would soon burn. 58 In 1876, anti-Chinese zealots unsuccessfully demanded that farmers and ranchers of Butte County dismiss their Chinese employees. During that lush and fertile summer, anti-Chinese visiting committees failed to persuade the large growers to fire their Chinese field hands. A newly formed society, the Supreme Order of the Caucasians, turned to boycotts, arson, and ultimately murder to further its goals. A secret chapter of the order, which included a town trustee, several lawyers, and many store owners, vowed to annihilate any white person who did not join. It then published a hit list of public enemies. 59. 1. Anyone who removes a white man or woman or black man or woman, native born, and instates an Asiatic in his place. 2. He who retains in his family an Asiatic nurse. 3. He who gives bail or bond to an Asiatic. 4. He who defends an Asiatic against a white in a court of law. 5. All proprietors of saloons, coffee houses, cigar stores, restaurants, etc. who employ Asiatics. 6. He who teaches Asiatics any of the trades or arts of the Caucasian civilization. 7. He who rents property to an Asiatic. 8. Newspapers advocating the presence of Mongolians in America. 60. Anti-Chinese rage took hold across the county. In August 1876, in Oroville, just down the road from Chico, half of Chinatown was destroyed by fire, and the Oroville Mercury reported, "Many of the people appeared to be pleased that part of the town has been burned, for it was the very lowest of the low. Could a few more of the houses have been taken, it would give us much pleasure to chronicle the fact." 61. Butte County's Order of the Caucasians grew to more than 200 members and included, as the Chico Enterprise boasted, some of our best citizens. Meanwhile, news of growing unemployment across the country spread. Militant strikes by the Molly Maguires in the East headlined West Coast newspapers, and thefts by white tramps terrified the residents of Butte County. The order blamed the Chinese for the national economic plight and vowed to force timbermen, farmers, and ranchers to replace all Chinese workers with unemployed white men. Here, too, competition for higher paid work came from recent European immigrants who vied for the scarce jobs. 62. White women feared that their new leisure, their freedom to travel east to visit friends and family, and their time for church and artistic clubs, all the result of inexpensive Chinese servants, were in jeopardy. The Order of Caucasians warned that Chinese workers posed a threat to white homes and formed a committee to demand that white housewives discharge their Chinese servants and hire whites or African Americans instead. Yet even the intimidating Order of the Caucasians could not bend these women, whose husbands, ironically, were leaders of the anti-Chinese movement, to fire the Chinese. In the late autumn of 1876, the new Sierra Flume and Lumber Company quietly leased its sash and door mill to a San Francisco firm that brought 200 Chinese mill workers up to Chico. On December 9, 1876, posters circulated through town demanding that Sierra Flume fire its Chinese workers and replace them with whites. That Saturday night, hundreds overflowed the town hall, winding onto the balcony, down the stairs, and into the streets. More than 700 men signed a petition demanding white-only employment at the mill. Frustrated with the pace of the movement, a group of 60 men, including the Justice of the Peace, walked out of the meeting and gathered in a dark and cold forest to form the Laborers' Union, a secret club to drive the Chinese out of Butte. 63 A.M. Ames, the club's first president, recalled that their secret oath was to drive out the Chinese by killing them or stampeding them. 64 Despite its enticing secret codes, "U" was the password, 9 was the cry of distress, and a raised arm with an open hand was a call for help. There was little secretive about this organization, and its membership overlapped with the Order of the Caucasians. 65 In public, the Union debated plans to steal explosives from the mines, to blow up Chinatown, to burn Sierra Flume, to murder John Bidwell, and to assassinate the white constable who guarded the Chinese quarters. At one meeting, Stab Lemon Hank Wright promised his fellows, If the council order me, I will go out and return immediately with Bidwell's scalp. 66. Sierra Flume rejected the union's call for a white wage, and the men who advocated violence brazenly held a series of open meetings in the armory, the town hall, and the elaborate chambers of the Bank of Butte County. They reminded the citizens of Chico that the order's constitution bound each camp and every individual Caucasian to impede, harass, destroy or annihilate every merchant, manufacturer, and trader, traveler, mechanic, and laborer who gave patronage or work to any Chinese person. 67. The Chinese were just as public in their response. Knowing full well that neither the police nor the mayor would protect them, they flocked to Stilson's hardware store and bought every shotgun and six-shooter in stock. 68. Perhaps the anti-Chinese Anglos would falter if they saw the willingness of the Chinese to fight fire with fire. Visible to all who passed, the Chinese began target practice by the railroad tracks. The Chinese display did little, however, to quell the reign of terror sweeping across Butte County. Arson seemed the weapon of choice in January 1877. On Saturday night, January 27, Hank Wright and Hayden Jones met at the home of Watson Roberts, where they retrieved a hidden vat of coal oil and set fire to Yi Key's butcher shop. Fully prepared, the Chinese had water ready and quenched the flames. A few nights later, one of Bidwell's buildings burned to the ground, and an exuberant white crowd rushed to watch. Local politics fueled the fires. In early February 1877, anti-Chinese candidates won a majority of seats on Chico's town council and an officer of the laborers' union was elected town marshal. Chico had voted for terror. Night fires were lit at barns where Chinese farm workers slept. In March, the order tried to burn Old Chinatown itself. 69. With rifles in hand, Chinese men threatened to shoot anyone who assaulted them. As the violence raged, Chico's civic leaders made no move to investigate the fires or press charges against the vigilantes. In frustration, Bidwell launched his own search for the arsonists but found little help. White property and business owners did not want their buildings to suffer the same fate. Chinese laundry at Chico Creek burned. Surprisingly, Chico's white women continued to support the Chinese. When female members of the Congregational Church learned that their minister, Reverend Lysander Dickerman, was attending secret anti-Chinese meetings, they boycotted his services and called for his dismissal. Dickerman, they declared, had become detrimental to the cause of Christ. Dumbfounded, Dickerman expelled the women from the congregation and then transformed the church into the town center for anti-Chinese activities. In February, Hank Wright and Hayden Jones torched Chinese quarters along Butte Creek and shot at the Chinese as they fled from their homes. Again, no investigation followed. In Chico itself, members of the Supreme Order of the Caucasians set fires at the Flume Street and Railroad Chinatowns, and in early March they ignited sacks of straw and coal oil inside a building in the heart of Old Chinatown. That night the Chinese marched through Chico in protest, banging cymbals and playing music. But no white official stood against the mob, and the fires continued. At the Patrick Ranch, a white gang opened fire on the Chinese who tried to save their burning barn. The 6 horses inside died in the fire. In early March, Sierra Flume itself went up in flames, torched by the laborers' union. On March 9, a Chinese camp bordering the railroad tracks was set on fire. The terrified men escaped toward the safety of the larger Chinese communities at Bidwell's Rancho Chico and at Leland Stanford's ranch in nearby Vina. The Order of the Caucasians burned Oshu's laundry at the Davis Ranch, blaming him for the failure of the white laundry. As Chico burned, the local newspaper warned its readers that merchants from San Francisco and Sacramento would soon refuse to ship goods to Chico, for if a fire occurred these men know that they would never recover a cent for merchandise sent here. 70. The Lem Ranch murders. 5 days later, Chico was a scene of carnage. On the night of March 14, a crew of 6 Chinese men was clearing brush on the heavily wooded farm of a German immigrant, Christian Lem, about a mile and a half east of town. Since white men had rejected his offers for this rough work, Lem ignored letters from the laborers' union ordering him to fire the Chinese workers. 71 At 9 o'clock, Eugene Roberts, a butcher, John and Charles Slaughter, launderers, Fred Conway, a ranch hand, Hank Wright, the stable owner, and Thomas Stainbrook, a young farmer met at the stables. They hiked east from town, taking cover by the side of the road, intending to drive out the Chinese by burning their crude bunkhouse on Lem's ranch. 72 They crossed Lem's newly cleared field, climbed a fence, and snuck up behind the shack. Inside, some of the Chinese men slept, while the others, lying on their bunks, talked by candlelight about their wages that Lem had withheld. Roberts, in the lead, was surprised to find the Chinese men still awake. He whispered to his companions that if they did not murder the farm workers, they would testify about the fire. His comrades agreed. They burst into the cabin, drew their revolvers, and ordered the Chinese men to sit at the foot of their bunks. One of the farm workers, Wo Al-in, later recalled, in translation, 6 men came into the cabin, one of them searched for money while the illegible held pistols near us. We were sitting on the bed, and hung down our heads, afraid that the men would fire at us. They got between $2 and $3. They took some of the clothes off the bed, put them into a pile in the center of the room, threw coal oil on the pile, and then fired the shots which killed my companions. Their final deed was to set fire to the oil-drenched clothes. 73 The whites then torched the cabin and fled. They took different routes back to town and agreed to swear that they had spent the evening at Wright's stables. 74 Only 2 farm workers survived the night. Each vigilante had placed himself in front of a Chinese man and fired point blank. Wo Al-in threw his hand across his face and the bullet only grazed his arm. He fell back onto his bunk and pretended to be dead. Once the white gang was out of the cabin, he ran for help. I threw my person on the fire and put it out. Could not tell a German from an American, but know the murderers were white men because I heard them say, "God damn." 75 Wo rushed to the ranch house, but Lem, his wife, Mary, her sister, and a neighbor all refused his pleas for help. Badly wounded, Wo staggered into Chico, reaching town around midnight. There, too, no white person would help him. The cabin was a horrible sight, an excited ranch hand reported the next morning. The first Chinaman we saw was lying partly across the door dead with his brains oozing out. We had to step over him to get in. The next 2 lay on their bunks dead, the 4th had been shot in his head and his brains were oozing out and he lay moaning. He died while the inquest was being held. The 5th Chinaman we found across the slough under a buckeye bush, he was shot in the breast, the bullet ranging downward and lodging in his back. He had a jackknife and had cut 7 gashes trying to cut the bullet out. Dr. Watts took the bullet out. I afterwards heard that the Chinese doctor of Chico cured him. 76. With the anti-Chinese results of the recent election fresh in mind, the town leaders sided with the vigilantes. The next morning, after church, the town council announced that it would not allow Wo Al-in to hire a physician or even rent a wagon to bring his wounded and dead friends back to town. They refused to permit him to launch an inquest. The Oroville Mercury depicted the scene. At the Lake Chico massacre, the victims were allowed to lie weltering in their gore all through that long, terrible night, and no hand was stretched forth to assist them, though facts were known to man and the matter openly talked about on the streets of Chico. 77 The Marysville Daily Appeal declared, "It is a war of the races here." 78 News of the Lem massacre was telegraphed across the nation. Within days, Chico's leaders scrambled to preserve the town's reputation and, more important, their insurance. The record urged every citizen to do his utmost to have the wretches arrested. It is the only way to restore our good name. 79 But the town trustees appointed Jethro Swain, the president of the Anti-Chinese Laborers Union, to the small police force, and the mayor appointed leaders of the anti-Chinese movement to serve as county sheriff, justice of the peace, town marshal, town attorney, and town trustees. Left to protect themselves, the Chinese bought arms, put together their own fire department, stored water, and organized protest marches. They demanded that the Chinese 6 companies send detectives from San Francisco to track down the Lem Ranch murderers and offer a $1,000 reward. In the middle of fall harvest, other farmers feared losing their low-paid Chinese field hands. Bidwell donated money for the capture of the vigilantes and led a group of farmers to demand that the mayor pursue the murderers. 4 days after the massacre, Bidwell, and a few of the town's merchants and hotel keepers, boldly defying the demands of the Order of Caucasians and the Laborers' Union, announced that they would continue to employ their Chinese laborers. The Order of the Caucasians refused to back down. Bidwell and those who still employed Chinese workers began to receive anonymous letters warning that their buildings would burn if they refused to fire their Chinese employees or if they pursued the investigations. Get rid of your Chinese help within 15 days or suffer the consequences. They were signed. Committee 80 threatening placards were nailed onto fences. The Chico Enterprise printed a letter addressed to Ben True, the town constable, warning, "You will take a fool's advice and keep your damn infernal mouth shut about that little affair, and not try to find out who done it, or to help anyone else find out, for if you do you will surely share as bad and probably a worse fate than the Chinese did at 81. On the nights following the Lem Ranch murders, fires were set in Old and New Chinatown, but the Chinese maintained a rotating guard and quickly extinguished them. Threats to white employers escalated. A housewife, Mrs. Jones, received this anonymous note: "Madam, have the kindness to discharge your Chinese help within the next 2 weeks and save trouble." A note to the Union Hotel read, "Sirs, if you would consult your interest, get rid of your Chinese help, all of them, and save your property from the red glare of night 82." Late on the night of April 8, a notice addressed to the public was nailed to the shutters of a shop in Chico. The devil dream on the Chinese question. There are 3 or 4 men in this city has been making damn fools of themselves in regard to the dame Chinese that will get enough of it before the 1st of August. You must remember it seldom rains here after the 1st of June, and when everything is dry a match will burn without sacks of straw or kerosene either, and we will also give the farmers of this country notice to look out this season for every grain. Every man's ranch reaped or stacked by the Chinaman is liable to take fire from the heat of the sack or the spark from the smoke sack. It looks bad to do such work, but if our state officers don't do something in protection of the poor we will have to carry it out ourselves, and it will be in a rough manner. Signed T.O. Mugens. 83. In late April the Chico Enterprise warned readers against eating fruit or vegetables picked by Chinese farm workers, claiming they were contaminated with leprosy and diphtheria from being fertilized with Chinese excrement. 84. That summer an Indian was arrested for the murder of a Chinese man, and his defense was that white people did not like the Chinese, and that if he was killed nobody would care. 85. The Chinese in Butte County would not be cowed. They telegraphed San Francisco for 10 Winchester rifles. Chinese workers at Rancho Chico borrowed weapons from Bidwell, who stood by his refusal to fire them, even after his carpentry shop burned to the ground. "If I had discharged them it would have been interpreted as fear on my part," he later recalled. 86. He mailed copies of the violent bylaws of the Supreme Order of the Caucasians to newspapers throughout the state, asking them to publish the document to show what men could do. 87. The case against the murderers and arsonists finally broke when a postal worker identified the handwriting of the threatening notes and shamed the elected officials of Butte County into making an arrest. After 2 days in jail, Fred Conway confessed to the Lem murders and disclosed the names of his comrades. His companions, however, had gone into hiding in the forests. Riding across 200 miles of rugged land, 2 constables arrested 29 men for the fires in Butte County and for the murders at Lem Ranch. By the end of March, Chico's 3 jail cells were jammed with the vigilantes, including Jethro Swain, the former constable. When the Order of Caucasians vowed to kill any man who talked, the jail keeper threw its leaders into isolated cells. One by one the prisoners confessed and implicated others. Eugene Roberts admitted that he had splattered oil into the eyes of one of the Chinese men, remarking, "Hell, he won't know anything about kerosene in 10 minutes more," and adding, "Dead men tell no tales." 88. It was Roberts who had ordered each of his companions to shoot point blank into the faces of the Chinese men at the Lem Ranch. As more arrests followed, the order quickly denied responsibility for the murders and disassociated itself from the accused men. 89. The trials were to be held in Oroville, the county seat, and hundreds of Chinese from across the county gathered to see the murderers, heavily chained, thrust into prison. Yet even as the arrests mounted and the trials neared, night riders torched more farms and stables where Chinese were still employed. In April a grand jury rapidly dismissed the charges against most members of the Order of the Caucasians. In late spring, 4 men pleaded guilty to the murders at the Lem Ranch, and Fred Conway was tried and found guilty. Conway, declared Judge Warren Sexton, on the bench since the gold rush, may be of infirm judgment and perhaps rather weak-minded and therefore be easily led astray by bad and designing men. Despite the chilling confessions, Sexton remarked, "I must say I have some feeling for them that I would not have in some other cases." Rather than ordering the murderers to hang, he sentenced them to 12 to 25 years in San Quentin prison. In May, prosecutors won arson verdicts against 6 more men, but despite multiple identifications, no charges were filed against 8 others. 90 The Order of the Caucasians Council of 9, who instigated the fires and murders, were never charged. In 1881, just 4 years after the Lem Ranch massacre, the Order and the local Democratic Party jointly sent hundreds of petitions to Governor George Perkins demanding pardons for the men imprisoned at San Quentin. Perkins, a former businessman from Butte County, shortened their sentences to time served and released them all. The convictions did not stop the murders, fires, and threats in Butte but were in fact a prelude to the violent purges that roared through the county and nearby areas over the next few years. 91 In June, Bidwell's soap factory was torched, and in November a large barn on his ranch burned to the ground. The next year, 1878, a county convention voted to exclude all Chinese from Butte County, and in November 1878, when the 10-acre Sierra lumber plant refused to dismiss its Chinese workers, it was again set on fire. 92 The flames could be seen as far away as Redding, 40 miles across the mountains, where a vicious Chinese roundup would soon follow. In April 1879, white miners on Little Butte Creek murdered 2 Chinese miners, claiming that the Chinese had drawn pistols on them as they sought to collect $6 for water rights. Still, the Chinese would not be forced from Butte County. 20 miles south of Chico, the Chinese community of Oroville, a fertile farming center, likely had the second largest Chinese population in the county. Today one remarkable temple still holds separate chambers for Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian worship. 3 years after the massacre and the firestorms, the Chinese still represented nearly 20% of the county's population. 93 In 1880 at least 16 Chinese communities dotted Butte County, with hundreds more Chinese men living out mining in small diggings, working on the Southern Pacific Railroad, and raising vegetables and berries along the floodplains of the Feather River. When Chico's old Chinatown burned to the ground in 1880, it was quickly rebuilt, this time in brick. In 1895 New Chinatown sprang up, just a few blocks from where the fires of the 1870s had burned. Urban warfare. In May 1867 the workingmen of San Francisco held a convention to join the movement for an 8-hour day. In California, this national cry was framed as an attack on the Chinese, who worked long hours in laundries and in shoe and cigar factories. Early unions, such as the Knights of St. Crispin and the Mechanics' State Council, worked with the Democratic Party to pressure San Francisco to pass anti-Chinese ordinances and make it difficult for the Chinese to earn a living, attend school, or find housing. 94 Hauntingly similar to the Black Codes of the South, ordinances that originated in San Francisco infected fishing, farming, and lumber towns across the Northwest. The 1870 San Francisco Cubic Air Ordinance required each adult to have at least 500 cubic feet of living space or pay a fine ranging from $10 to $500. In effect, the ordinance made it illegal to be poor and Chinese. 95 Under the code, in May 1873 the San Francisco police charged into tenements in Chinatown and made mass arrests, hauling 100 Chinese men to jail and filling the county prison. Many Chinese refused to pay the fines and announced that they would crowd the jail rather than fill the city's coffers, turning the codes into an ironic form of mass civil disobedience. To frighten the Chinese, in 1873 San Francisco adopted the Q Ordinance, which allowed prison wardens to shave the heads or cut off the long braids of Chinese prisoners. Convicted under the Cubic Air Ordinance, Ho Ah had refused to pay a $10 fine and was sentenced to 5 days in jail. When the warden cut off his queue and shaved his head, Ho sued for damages for trespass to his person. Judges Lorenzo Sawyer and Stephen Field ruled in Ho's favor, stating that the Q Ordinance was unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment because the Board of Supervisors had imposed a degrading and cruel punishment upon a class of persons who are entitled to the equal protection of the law. 96. The Sidewalk Ordinance of 1870 banned the Chinese from carrying vegetables and laundry in baskets hanging from shoulder poles. 97 Laundry ordinances outlawed wash houses in wooden buildings at a time when most dwellings and stores in Timber-rich California were made of wood. San Francisco also taxed the Chinese $15 per month if laundry was delivered by hand rather than on horseback. Under the Cemetery Ordinance of 1873, the Chinese could not disinter a corpse in order to have the bones shipped to China for a traditional burial in their home village. Following the anti-miscegenation laws of the South in 1880, California's civil code was amended to prohibit marriage between a white person and a Negro, mulatto, or Mongolian. 98. Influenced by the strategic retreat from Reconstruction, cities, county boards, and town councils segregated schools and cemeteries. The California School Law of 1860 barred Mongolians and Negroes from public schools, although in 1871 the state conceded that African American children could attend regular schools if local whites did not object. Otherwise, if there were 10 or more black children, the state would provide separate schools. 99 In 1871, Chinese parents sought to work with the Negro Educational Convention to seek integrated schools, but black delegates argued that a coalition would defeat their own campaign for public schooling. Not until the groundbreaking lawsuit Tape v. Hurley of 1885 did the doors of public education open to Chinese children in California, but even this ruling gave towns the option of starting separate schools for Asian students, foretelling the separate but equal doctrine of 1896's Plessy v. Ferguson. 100. The Democratic Party's conquest of California began in 1867 with an anti-black suffrage plan and secured its power through the militancy of the new unions and labor clubs that arose throughout the country following the bank failures and depression of 1873. In 1874, the New York City police attacked a march of thousands of unemployed workers in the Tompkins Square riot. In late 1877 and 1878, 20 Irish immigrants and Union coal miners, the Molly Maguires, were hanged by the state of Pennsylvania, charged by Pinkerton spies during a strike in the coal fields. Within a month of their executions, a railroad strike began in West Virginia and set off the Great Labor Uprising of 1877, when workers from coast to coast launched a general strike. 100 strikers were killed by the U.S. military, company spies, and vigilante militias. The political parties quickly understood the power of the new unions. The Democratic Convention in 1876, the peak year of Chinese immigration, vowed to overturn the Burlingame Treaty because it had exposed our brethren of the Pacific Coast to the incursions of a race not sprung from the same great parent stock. The Republican Convention also adopted a Mongolian plan to oppose Chinese immigration, its first explicit discrimination clause, and endorsed a motion from the California delegation that its image as the Party of Equality had become a political liability. 101. In 1876, a joint congressional committee settled into San Francisco's Palace Hotel for a summer by the bay, to investigate the character, extent, and effect of Chinese immigration. 102 police officers, diplomats, clergy, doctors, and anti-Chinese leaders led the witness list for the hearings. Frank Pixley, former California State Attorney General and a leader of the anti-coolie union, testified that he longed to stand on Telegraph Hill and watch Chinese hang from the yardarms of burning immigrant ships entering San Francisco Bay. 103. The final report of the congressional investigation, Chinese Immigration, Its Social, Moral, and Political Effect, found that California's concerns about immorality, prostitution, and unemployment all stemmed from Chinese immigrants. The testimony exposed how middle-class anxieties over rising working-class militancy melded with white workers' rage at the Chinese. Is it not possible that free white labor, unable to compete with these foreign serfs, and perceiving its condition becoming slowly but inevitably more hopelessly abject, may unite in all the horrors of riot and insurrection, and defying the civil power, extirpate with fire and sword those who rob them of their bread, yet yield no tribute to the state? 10,000 copies of the report were distributed to members of Congress, state governors, and newspapers and foretold how the fire and sword would be hurled at the Chinese. 104. With the official support of the Democratic Party, white mobs began to terrorize San Francisco's black, Indian, and Chinese residents. In February 1877, A crowd of 400 white laborers attacked Chinese construction workers living in company barracks, wounding a dozen men. 105 On the evening of July 23, the anti-coolie club broke into a mass meeting of unemployed miners, farmhands, mechanics, and shopkeepers who had gathered in front of City Hall to express sympathy for the Great Railroad Strike. Led by a marching band, the club members pushed their way to the front of the rally and demanded that it denounce the Chinese. When the crowd refused, the infuriated anti-coolie men marched to Chinatown and began to set blocks of buildings ablaze. The next day, 6,000 men joined a merchants' militia to attack the Chinese. When mob leader William Coleman heard that federal authorities had lent the San Francisco police 1,700 rifles from the arsenal at Benicia across the bay, he armed his men with hickory pick handles. On the evening of July 25, the pick handle riots began as the mob tried to burn the docks of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, the largest carrier of Chinese immigrants. In Oakland, Mayor George Pardee armed volunteers to protect the Central Pacific Railroad and the jute mills, which had refused to dismiss their Chinese employees. 106. Assaults and looting in Chinatown marked the last days of July. By early autumn, thousands of unemployed men had formed a workers' political party to purge the Chinese. Dennis Carney, a young Irish-American and a member of the Pick Handle Brigade, emerged as its leader and began his infamous outdoor sandlot meetings on vacant lots across from City Hall and outside the Nob Hill mansions of such wealthy landholders as Charles Crocker, Leland Stanford, and Mark Hopkins. Carney understood how to turn rage about unemployment, the price of food, and the huge land grants to the railroads against the Chinese. When the Chinese question is settled, we can discuss whether it would be better to hang, shoot, or cut the capitalists to pieces. In 6 months we will have 50,000 men ready to go out, and if John don't leave here, we will drive him and his aborts into the sea. We are ready to do it. If the ballot fails, we are ready to use the bullet. 107 He urged his followers to abandon the two-party system and instead form an armed militia. Carney warned railroad owners that they had 3 months to fire all their Chinese employees or remember Judge Lynch, and he pressed the Pacific Mail Steamship Company to dismiss all Chinese sailors on its Australian and Panama lines. 108 He ended his speeches with a phrase that became the tagline for the Roundup movement: "The Chinese must go." Within days of the July riot, Chinese merchants sued San Francisco's Board of Supervisors for damages. Among his claims for damages, Wang Gao sued the city for the costs of expensive bedsheets of wealthy San Franciscans that were in his laundry during the fires. 109. The Chinese agitation in San Francisco. A meeting of the Workingmen's Party on the sand lots from a sketch by H. A. Rogers, Frank Leslie's Illustrated Newspaper, March 20, 1880. In October, as the representative of the draymen and teamsters, Carney launched the Workingmen's Party of California. Just 2 years later, the new party managed to rewrite local anti-Chinese codes into the Second California Constitution. In 22 short articles, the new constitution provided that no state, county, municipality, or corporation could employ Chinese, that the presence of foreigners who were ineligible to become citizens was dangerous to the well-being of the state, and that no native of China, no idiot, no insane person, or person convicted of any infamous crime shall ever exercise the privileges of an elector in this state. 110. Statewide, the vote for the new constitution tallied 78,959 in favor and 67,134 opposed. 111 Because the Workingmen's Party also sought to exclude blacks from industrial and mechanists' jobs, most African Americans opposed the new constitution. 112 Immediately the Chinese consul initiated a series of lawsuits against its provisions. The bans against municipalities and corporations hiring Chinese workers were quickly ruled unconstitutional in Rita Burgio Parrott. 113 Nonetheless, Chinese residents remained ineligible for U.S. citizenship until 1943, when Congress finally removed the barriers to immigration and naturalization. 114. African Americans and the Chinese. Some African Americans, familiar with the racial brutality facing the Chinese, attacked the anti-Chinese codes. The African-American Trenton Sentinel declared the codes a disgrace to free America and a sop thrown to the barbarous, unchristian prejudice of hoodlums. 115 When disagreements about the Chinese erupted at the National Labor Convention of Colored Men held in December 1869 in Washington, D.C., California delegate W. H. Hall called for an end to enslaved coolie importation. Other delegates began to invite the Chinese into black labor organizations. The Christian recorder warned that whites who persecute those with yellow skin would just as easily attack those with black skin. 116. Yet despite the recognition that whites oppressed both groups, African Americans in the post-bellum era were forging a new relation to American nationhood and could themselves participate in discriminating against the Chinese. The black press frequently reinforced stereotypes of the yellow peril, at times describing the Chinese as filthy, immoral, and licentious according to our notions of such things, and expressing disgust for the grotesque appearance of the Chinese, whose shaved heads, remarked one paper, resembled pigtail tobacco. 117. When California and Nevada established separate schools for Chinese, black, and Indian children, many African Americans objected to their children being educated alongside the idolatrous heathens. Only when Chinese children learned English and abandoned their pagan customs and opinions, wrote black Californian W. H. Stevenson to the San Francisco Examiner, would he welcome them as true Californians. 118. Philip Bell, editor of the African American Elevator, urged his San Francisco readers to avoid Kearny's forces, ambivalently conceding that the vices of the Chinese do not justify the whites in oppressing them. Bell wrote that blacks and Chinese faced similar intimidation, and he described the shared pressures facing Chinese washermen and black women who took in laundry. Eventually, although Bell opposed the special taxes on wash houses, he recommended a burdensome tax on all foreigners and urged blacks to instruct our tax collectors to discriminate and collect only from the offensive Chinese element. 119. In an effort to establish their own legitimacy as American citizens, many African Americans juxtaposed their new civic status with a stereotype of the Chinese as short-term residents or sojourners. The Orientals, claimed one black newspaper, would be less odious and onerous if they came with the intention of remaining. 120. Bell concluded that Chinese habits, customs, modes of living, manner of worship, faith or religion it cannot be called, are all at variance with our ideas. 121. Unlike the Chinese, he said, African Americans deserve the rights of full citizenship, for the black man was a Native American, loyal to the government, and a lover of his country and her institutions. American in all his ideas, and a Christian by education. 122. To many African Americans, their new freedom seemed vulnerable. In California, where they were banned from white unions such as the San Francisco Typographical Union, African Americans feared for their jobs. In 1869, turning to the vocabulary of slavery, William Hall, a black leader in the Bay Area, denounced the Chinese for the effect which coolie labor is exercising against poor white and black men. 123. Bell believed that the presence of the Chinese would further reduce blacks' wages, and he asked readers of the Elevator to boycott San Francisco businesses that hired Chinese workers. Let our citizens agree not to employ the Chinese nor purchase goods from them. He urged African Americans to vote only for public officials who would deal with this thorn in the flesh, which must sooner or later fester. 124. Thus, through the era's vocabulary of nationhood, patriotism, and Christianity, many African Americans distanced themselves from the Chinese, whom they saw as potential pawns in a plan to re-enslave freedmen. Not until the immigration debates of the 1880s would African American leaders assert that degrading the Chinese would not enhance their own opportunities. 125. A Chinese massacre. In 1877, President Hayes withdrew federal troops from the South, removing the last forceful protection for former slaves. That same year, the Young Union movement, picking up momentum from the Great Railroad Strike, took the Kearny riots across the Bay Area and into rural towns. 126. The Workingmen's Party did the dirty work for the Democrats, who gained control of the state house, townships, and county councils. The ideology of race and the violent tactics that had destroyed Reconstruction in the South rolled through Northern California. In many towns, a ban on owning land made the Chinese, like blacks, particularly vulnerable to expulsion. In the drought-stricken fall of 1877, for example, the citizens in Alton, along the Sacramento River, vowed to neither lease land to the Chinese nor hire them on ranches, leaving them with fewer and fewer places to farm. 127. Along the dry riverbeds and delta land, anti-Chinese organizations threatened to firebomb farmers who did not evict the thousands of Chinese vegetable growers. Here the attorney Frederick B. First enters the history of Chinese Americans. In 1877, on behalf of every Chinese resident who was driven out, he filed suit against Placer County for the destruction of property as well as for business and personal losses caused by the enforced exodus. Colonel Fred B. was a 49er and merchant in Placerville, a founder of the Overland Telegraph Line, a road builder, a creator of the Pony Express, and one of the few attorneys willing to represent the Chinese in the San Francisco congressional hearings of 1877. He was later appointed Chinese consul at San Francisco, first for a 3-year term, starting in 1879, and at least twice thereafter. B took bold and prompt action following the Chinese massacres of the 1880s, traveling by train, horse, and riverboat to Chico, Denver, and Rock Springs, Wyoming, demanding punishment of vigilantes and mayors alike and creating unique indemnity claims for the violation of international treaties. 128. Chinese Consul Fred B. Although the poorest of the poor, the Chinese bore the blame for the era's widespread hunger and homelessness. Hearing the threats that farmers who honored their leases with Chinese tenants could expect the burning of their property, B sent a series of letters to Bay Area newspapers asserting that the eviction of Chinese tenant farmers meant less food for the hungry city. In Napa, Sonoma, San Joaquin, and Merced counties, vigilantes were burning houses and barns leased to Chinese farmers, forcing them to flee, while San Francisco was turning into a city of starving indigents while tons of unpicked fruit rotted on the trees. Even in a city surrounded by water, fish was becoming expensive as along the coast and in towns up and down the Sacramento River Delta anti-Chinese clubs pushed through codes that targeted Chinese fishermen. Italian fishermen, hoping to monopolize the shrimp trade, forced the sheriff of Alameda County to arrest 40 Chinese shrimpers for using illegal nets. Newspapers reported that other Italian fishermen were seen cutting the nets of Chinese shrimpers, not only limiting their catch but raising the price of fish. Racial stereotypes began to reflect the desperate economic realities of the decade. The myth of the docile Chinese coolie, readily enslaved and easily purged, gave way to the myth of the scheming ogre, rather like the shifting stereotype of the African American, who morphed from the compliant, happy-go-lucky slave to soulless beast after the Civil War. 129. The danger of the popular image of the evil and wily Chinaman became evident in the small railroad town of Rocklin in the Sacramento Valley, where a stable if segregated relationship between whites and Chinese came to a dramatic end. On September 15, 1877, the body of a white woman was found at a ranch house at Secret Ravine, 2 miles from the edge of town. The woman, the wife of the ranch foreman, had been bludgeoned with an axe and felled by 2 bullets. Outside the house lay the body of her husband, riddled with bullet holes. The ranch owner, H.N. Sargent, was discovered nearby, shot through the back, head, and shoulder. Barely conscious, Sargent accused 2 or 3 Chinese men who had, quite publicly, come to the ranch to buy a mining claim. Police officers from Rockland and nearby Roseville arrived at the murder scene and then followed the traces of Chinese shoes through the woods, where they arrested 10 Chinese miners at their cabins, about 150 yards from where Sargent lay. The evidence against them was thin. The Chinese men were armed with pistols, as were most miners and ranchers, and had quite a sum of money, which, it was alleged, came from a broken trunk on the ranch. The police took the terrified Chinese men back to Rockland and arrested them as an angry crowd gathered outside the jail, threatening to lynch them before dawn. Sargent died later that night. The next morning, while the police began to collect evidence, the mob notified the Chinese residents of Rockland that they had until 6 p.m. to leave. Those that remained would be driven out. Most of Rockland's 400 Chinese had come to the United States in the late 1860s at the invitation of Charles Crocker to work on the Central Pacific Railroad and for the last 8 years had lived in the foothill town, working for the hand laundry or for nearby ranches, or growing vegetables in China gardens, the flatlands on the edge of town. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, burdened by their luggage, all of the Chinese in Rockland filed out of town on foot. As soon as the deadline passed, a gang marched into the Chinese quarter and demolished 25 houses with axes and awls. A flying timber rekindled the fire in a boarding house stove, and within a few minutes Chinatown was an inferno. Every shop and house burned to the ground, although the neighboring railroad property was fortuitously saved by Rockland's water pump. 130. Despite the verdict of the mob, the police were stymied by the murders at the Sargent Ranch. When they announced that they had no sure and conclusive evidence against any of their Chinese prisoners, an angry white crowd gathered outside the prison. Fearing that his prisoners might be lynched, the sheriff loaded them on the eastbound express to Auburn, where he could safely hold them in the Placer County Jail. As the Chinese men waited for the train to pull out, the mob voted to lynch them and rushed onto the railroad cars shouting, "Have them out, and hang them." The conductor and the police officers managed to throw the vigilantes off the train, and it finally left the station. When the coroner's jury announced charges against only 2 of the prisoners, an irate gang rushed through Rockland, torching what was left of Chinatown. 3 days after the Rockland Purge, the Chinese announced that they would seek the reparation that they feel sure of securing through the medium of the courts. 131 Many Chinese either owned or leased considerable land or mining claims within a 10-mile radius of Rockland, and most of their loans had been fully paid off. The roundup, they declared, was a plan by whites to regain their former property. The Chinese sought to vindicate their community by discovering the true murderers. On September 18, B wired Governor William Irwin, a Democrat, demanding protection for the Chinese, then sent copies of his message to newspapers throughout the state. "I sincerely regret the necessity of calling your attention to the lawlessness and mob violence, now, and for several days past taking place in the immediate vicinity of the state capital, in the adjoining county of Placer," he wrote. "I fail to notice that the authorities of that county have as yet made any attempt to suppress the armed bodies of men, engaged in driving out, and burning the property of Chinese residents." 132. B reminded the governor of the Chinese rights to safety under the Burlingame Treaty, adding, "I have no desire to point out your plain duty. You have abundant precedent, whereby the state and national authorities have put down mob violence. The Chinaman who has come here under solemn treaty obligations has the right to demand that his life and his property shall be protected the same as that of citizens of the most favored nation." The next day, Irwin offered a slim $600 reward for the arrest and conviction of the murderers, but complained that B's injudicious publicity had exaggerated in the minds of non-spectators the amount of disorder which had been caused by the atrocious murders. Irwin still blamed the wrench murders on the Chinese and chastised B for creating an intense excitement in a community already embittered against the race. Nonetheless, B demanded that the Rockland sheriff arrest 28 rioters who had been clearly identified by the Chinese. The sheriff made no arrests, and the murderers at Sargent's ranch were never caught. Many in the Chinese community believe that it was Sargent's teamster, who disappeared the day of the murder, who had committed the crime. Others accused Chinese gang members or highbinders who had been forced out of San Francisco by Chinese merchants frustrated that the city police refused to protect Chinatown. The Chinese never returned to Rockland, and by 1879 the town was boasting that no Chinaman can rent a house or obtain employment in the town. 133 3 years later, Thompson and West's popular guidebook, The History and Directory of Placer County, bragged, "Not a Chinaman is to be found at Rockland." 134. News of the violent purge and the fire at Rockland quickly spread through the towns of the Sacramento Valley and along the Sacramento River Delta. The next day, the town of Penryn elected a committee of 3 to order the local Chinese out by 6 o'clock. That evening Penryn was cleared. And that same day a citizens' committee in Roseville, a railroad town surrounded by farms and ranches, gave the Chinese until 10 the next morning to go. The following day 10 armed men rode into Chinese camps strung along the main Auburn Road and ordered 60 Chinese miners to leave the area before midnight under penalty of death. Once darkness fell across the Sierra foothills, 100 armed men rode through the forests searching for other Chinese, but all their woodcutting and mining camps had been abandoned. The villages of Pino and Loomis soon followed suit. During the early fall of 1877, Chinese purges spread along the mountain passes. In Grass Valley, a town on the stage road between the Bay Area and Nevada, fire bells sounded late on the night of September 20th, and the townspeople rushed from their homes to discover that Chinatown was in flames. Within half an hour its 30 Chinese dwellings were destroyed. Yet in the opinion of the white residents, the night had been saved. Local firemen worked nobly, thereby preventing the destruction of property within a few feet of the edge of Chinatown, and the San Francisco Chronicle reported that, fortunately, nothing but Chinese tenements were destroyed, which numbered 40 or so. More than $20,000 worth of Chinese property had been ruined, none covered by insurance. 135 The next month fires destroyed the Chinatowns in Walnut Grove and Dutch Flat. Chinese leases were cancelled in the foothill towns of the Sierra Mountains, and mine owners at Gold Run fired all their Chinese employees. 136 Fearing that B's publicity of the illegal proceedings might delay new legislation banning Chinese immigration, Irwin launched his own campaign. He claimed that all the mischief in Placer County was done before the authorities could intervene. 137 James McCormick, the Placer County sheriff, wired the governor that he had seen no one driving Chinamen out of my county. Have been thus far able to protect them, and think I can do so. The excitement is quieting down. The San Francisco Daily Examiner reported that the Chinese were not in fact driven out of Rockland but had stampeded from near the scene of the murders. 138 With immigration law and foreign treaties solely the province of Congress and the President, California's elected officials turned toward Washington, D.C. The Workingmen's Party, the Democrats, and the California governor all understood that the Chinese had found cover in a set of legal protections from Reconstruction. The Burlingame Treaty, the Civil Rights Act of 1870, the Enforcement Acts, the Ku Klux Klan Act, and the 14th Amendment's due process protections were all raised against the vigilantes and the local towns who tolerated the violence or enacted bizarre codes targeted at Chinese immigrants. Governor Irwin declared that the illegal proceedings, the expulsions and the destruction of Chinatowns, were deeply to be regretted, as they might tend to prejudice the Eastern people against the state in the settlement of the Chinese immigration question. Editorials suddenly condemned B for giving the impression that California officials were calmly looking on while the Chinamen are being trodden in the dust. 139 The Exam. Inner wrote that B's public protest to the governor was a dangerous act of unmitigated impertinence that might excite ridicule on this coast, but in the East and abroad, where the Chinese problem is not understood, and a false sentimentalism prevails in their behalf to the prejudice of our people, his dispatch will be construed to add weight to the belief that the right is all on the side of the Chinese. In this respect it will work injury to our state. 140. Meanwhile, hundreds of Chinese refugees fleeing towns across the Sierra foothills and along the Sacramento Delta had converged in a guarded camp at the edge of Folsom. On September 21, 1877, vigilantes rode through the hot and barren refugee camp, fired directly into the tents and shelters, and threatened to drown any Chinese person found leaving the makeshift village. 141. The Chinese were not allowed to return to Rockland or Roseville, but they did remain elsewhere in Placer County. The 1880 census listed the population of Placer County as 7,125 white males, 4,923 white females, 1,843 Chinese, 235 colored, and 100 Indians. 13% of Placer County was still Chinese. The 1870s began with a lynching of 16 Chinese men and 1 Chinese woman in Los Angeles and ended with a sweep of ethnic cleansing across the landscape of the West. Politicians in the growing cities and small towns along the Pacific Coast, in the hot and fertile Sacramento Valley, and in the old gold rush towns of the Sierra Nevada, seized upon the era's enthusiasm for racial violence. The Ku Klux Klan assaulted blacks in the South, the military and volunteer militias drove tribal people off their lands, murdering thousands, and the Order of the Caucasians, the Workingmen's Party, and the Democratic Party rounded up and expelled the Chinese in California, burning Chinatowns to the ground. In 1877, U.S. troops surprised a sleeping Nez Perce village on the Big Hole River in Montana, killing 80 Indians, 2/3 of whom were women and children. In 1879 in Cryo Canyon, Texas, white residents posted warnings for all Mexicans to leave the area within 3 days or face violent reprisals. 142. By 1880 Southern Democrats controlled the U.S. House of Representatives and the Supreme Court. In California over 80% of voters supported the Democratic Party, which promised to finish the purge of the Chinese from the state. 143. On September 20, 1877, within 5 days of the murders at Rockland, the Daily Alta California wrote, whether by accident or otherwise, the Chinatowns in our mountain cities appear to be fading away before the flames, and John himself is seen in his blue blouse trudging off for still waters and safer quarters. 144. 3. The Woman's Tale. In case I should be kidnapped. Purging the body politic. On Sunday, April 30, 1876, a doctor in Antioch, a small town near the confluence of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, announced that 7 young sons of respectable citizens were under his treatment after visiting a Chinese house of prostitution. When parents heard that their boys had syphilis, they quickly gathered a group of about 40 town residents, divided into teams of 5, and marched to Chinatown, which was built on the edge of town by the docks. The enraged parents pounded on the doors of each of the brothels, the Chinese dens or green mansions, and warned the Chinese women to leave town by 3 o'clock that afternoon or trouble would ensue. The women tied up their clothing and bedding in scarves or shawls and stuffed whatever they could into baskets. With their few belongings swinging from heavy shoulder poles, they trudged to the pier. As the mob grew, rather than wait for the next steamer bound for San Francisco, the women climbed into a fishing boat and set sail down the San Joaquin River toward Stockton. Also on board was the local Chinese contractor, probably the pimp or the owner of several of the women. As the laden boat pulled out, the townspeople of Antioch watched from the dock, grimly pleased. Chinese girl prostitute locked in San Francisco crib. Despite the town's rage, it is likely that many of the Chinese women desperately wanted to remain in Antioch. Like other Chinese prostitutes in western rural towns, many had fled from slavery in San Francisco to the river town, 40 miles to the northeast. If they were shipped to San Francisco, they faced a return to sexual slavery. 2. On that bleak Sunday afternoon, the white parents forced only the Chinese women out of town. The Chinese men, mostly gardeners, fishermen, and launderers, were, for the moment, allowed to remain. The residents decided not to disturb the serenity of the Sabbath until church was over. But that night the town congratulated itself on driving out the prostitutes in a dignified manner. The next afternoon, word flew through the town that the Chinese women had returned. By 8 o'clock that evening, Chinatown was on fire. The new fire department ignored the blaze and refused to stay the progress of the fire. 3. Although Antioch's Chinatown was a jagged row of wooden shacks, it probably could have been saved, as the segregated quarters had been built along the river at Smith's Landing and were connected to the water through narrow tunnels. But as the town watched, all but 2 buildings collapsed. Terror-stricken, most of the Chinese men fled into the night. The next morning, volunteers demolished the last 2 buildings in Antioch's Chinatown. The remaining Chinese paid 25 cents each for a ticket and boarded the side-wheeler Amador, the next steamer bound for San Francisco. The local paper cheered, "Antioch is now free from this disreputable class 4." The purge of the women and the torching of Chinatown capped years of racial contempt in Antioch. Most of the Chinese had immigrated to Antioch from the Pearl River Delta in China, in Guangdong province. They were river people, skilled in building dirt levees against the floods and in farming marshlands and bottomlands. Passengers and freight to and from the Sacramento Delta town traveled mainly by the water, and during the heyday of the paddle-wheel steamboats, Chinese passengers were required to stay below in the hold on the China deck, the most dangerous place on board. If the ship's boiler blew, a constant threat on riverboats, few Chinese passengers would survive. In October 1865 the boiler exploded on the steamship Yosemite, and of the 150 travelers drowned or burned to death, 100 were Chinese. 5. Antioch expressed its contempt for its Chinese residents with codes geared toward segregation, harassment, and, ultimately, expulsion. To enforce segregation, Ordinance 33 imposed a $100 fine, an amount equal to 2 months' salary for most white men, on any person caught watching an opium smoker. 6 Chinese people could not own land, and a curfew required that they be off the streets by sunset. If a Chinese man violated the curfew, a town officer could cut off his queue. Many Chinese men living along the delta fished, farmed, or worked at the factories that turned the heavy river clay into bricks. Within days of the April roundup and fire, vigilantes from Antioch attacked Chinese bricklayers in their cabins. When the sheriff ignored their pleas for help, the bricklayers fled and hired on at the nearby Summersville coal mines. The brick factories brought Navajos up from the southwest to replace them. The Antioch purge soon spread south to El Cerrito, where many Chinese men were fired from the Star Flour Mill and from the Vigo Wright Powder Works at Point Isabel, where they produced dangerous explosives. 7 As news of the Carney riots in San Francisco reached north into the Delta towns, other Chinese working along the river prepared to flee. By 1877 all the Chinese at the Black Diamond coal mines were let go and forbidden to return, even as watchmen. That year fruit growers on the fertile Delta Mud Islands and along the marshed banks of the Sacramento River met in the little town of Isleton and agreed not to rent or lease land to Chinamen men, nor hire them to perform labor upon our ranches. 8. The eviction of prostitutes galvanized the movement to drive out rural Chinese by purging the women. In the early spring of 1886, during the Chinese roundups in Humboldt County, Sheriff Eugene Deming arrested Chinese women in the lumber town of Arcata and charged them with prostitution. With their bonds set at the exorbitant sum of $500, they remained in prison until the trial. 9 On April 16 the women were shipped out of Arcata under Deming's guard. Newspaper coverage and legal documents end the women's story with their expulsion. But what happened to these enslaved women, whose status was so fragile? What became of the Chinese prostitutes forcibly driven from Truckee later that year? The notion of impure Chinese bodies infecting the young white manhood of the United States provided a powerful physical metaphor for the cleansing that would take place. The issue of the subsequent contagion to white wives was always patent and always repressed. The Antioch Roundup was also anchored in the assumption that Chinese women were slaves, bodily commodities who could be sold, moved, removed. The importation of females in bulk, the prostitute trade. In the 19th century, brothels were often called convents, hotels, or green mansions. In a short poem a Chinese prostitute in California decried her few choices. A green mansion is a place of filth and shame, of lost chastity and lost virtue. Most repulsive is it to kiss the customers on the lips, and let them fondle every part of my body. I hesitate, I resist. All the more ashamed, beyond words. I must by all means leave this troop of flowers and rouge. Find a nice man and follow him as his woman. 10. Chinese girls slave building. House of prostitution in Mokelumne Hill mining town. Chinese prostitutes shipped back to San Francisco would likely be returned to a street-level crib, where kidnapped girls were often held, usually by a member of the Chinese Six Companies. Locked in cages or tiny chambers facing busy Jackson or DuPont Street, they were forced to solicit men who passed by, then their owners or madams would open the pen and draw a curtain while the girl serviced her customer, white or Chinese. Soon the city would move the cribs to back alleys, hidden from the view of downtown customers and merchants. Generally, the top price for sex was 75 cents. A lookie cost between a dime and a quarter and was pitched to the popular belief that there were anatomical differences between Chinese and Caucasian women, in particular the myth that a Chinese woman's vaginal opening was horizontal rather than vertical. In 1869 the San Francisco Chronicle called the growing trade in Chinese prostitutes the importation of females in bulk, reporting that each China steamer now brings consignments of women, destined to be placed in the markets. 11 Some Chinese girls arrived in heavily padded crates, billed as freight, and Chinese brokers bribed customs and immigration officials in San Francisco to let them enter. Others were sent by ship captains and then placed or sold by contractors. Some made their own way to rural towns by trains or wagons, others entered from Canada or disembarked in coastal towns, landing in hidden bays or coves up and down the Pacific coast. Often they followed the routes of Chinese men. 12 In response to demands for prostitutes from Chinese miners and vegetable growers, brokers sent many Chinese women into interior mining and lumber towns under the guard of special agents. There the women were sold to the trade or to individual men at rates ranging from $200 to $500 per head. 13. Most Chinese prostitutes in the American West had been in bondage since a young age, sometimes since infancy. Many were go-away girls, female babies who were sold, abandoned, or fastened to the wall of the city of Chaozhou, a prefectural city 20 miles from the port of Shantou. There a newborn baby girl could be disposed of deposited in a basket where anyone wishing to own a female child was at liberty to remove her and do with her as he liked. 14 Most Chinese prostitutes came through San Francisco, imported by criminal societies that by 1860 had taken control of the trade. 15 Brokers in China procured the girls, kidnapping them off the streets or purchasing them from destitute families and selling them at great profit in San Francisco. The enslaved children were brought to the United States by large syndicates that owned as many as 800 girls, ranging in age from 2 to 16. Wealthy Chinese individuals, male and female, paid about $80 to a broker for a girl in China, or between $400 and $1,000 if they bought her in an organized slave sale in San Francisco, often in a designated cellar in Chinatown. After the Exclusion Act of 1882, a 1-year-old girl cost $100, a girl of 14 often termed a daughter cost $1,200. The designation of daughter usually meant that the girl was part of the muizai or little sister system, under which impoverished parents sold a young daughter into domestic service, usually stipulating that she be freed through a marriage when she turned 18. During her time as a bondservant, she earned no wages, was not free to leave her employer, was usually overworked, often suffered physical abuse from her mistress, and was sexually available to her master or his son. Rescued Chinese slave girls from San Francisco. To get around the 13th Amendment and laws banning indentured contracts, buyers often paid the purchase money to the girl, who then turned it over to her new owner as she marked or signed a contract indenturing herself. In a typical contract, a girl promised to prostitute my body for the term of years. If, in that time, I am sick one day, 2 weeks shall be added to my time, and if more than one day, my term of prostitution shall continue an additional month. But if I run away from the custody of my keeper, then I am to be held as a slave for life. Since sickness included periods of menstruation, the length of a prostitute's contract was inevitably extended indefinitely. 16 Despite the abolition of slavery, the sale of humans endured in the West. In Eureka, 20 of the 220 Chinese residents who were purged from the town in 1885 were women. Their stories lie hidden in census tracts, court records, newspaper accounts, and the spoken memories of their descendants. We know that several women were launderers, 3 were merchants' wives, and only 1 was clearly married to a laborer, also a launderer. China Mary, a woman with no legal first or last name, resided in the county hospital, marked with syphilis in the census. 2 Chinese women from Eureka were listed as daughters, one a 14-year-old girl residing with a family from England, another a 23-year-old. 17. Although 2 separate laws prohibited Chinese women from disembarking until the California Commissioner of Immigration was satisfied that they had come voluntarily and were of good character, these laws were easily evaded. 18. Ironically, by allowing the free flow of immigration between China and the United States, the Burlingame Treaty of 1868 increased the sale of Chinese girls and women. Occasionally local police forces boarded the ships before the Chinese women disembarked and sent them to asylums or mission homes that would find them jobs in domestic service. But most often the police turned a blind eye. Estimates of the number of Chinese prostitutes in San Francisco in 1870 vary from about 1,000 to 1,600. The figures are uncertain because they depended on women's willingness to risk self-disclosure, the political goals of local census enumerators, the desire in the public imagination to eroticize the Chinese community, and a widespread intention among whites to downplay the number of Chinese families. Chinese prostitute from Eureka, California. When Chinese women faced roundups, expulsions, and sale, many Chinese men sought to claim them as wives before their deportation hearings could begin. Some Chinese women managed to run away. Contagion and impurity. What began when one community purged its Chinese prostitutes quickly became an all-out rout. Chinese women, both desired and despised by whites, were thought to carry within them the power to taint the physical and moral purity of the nation. The infection of the children in Antioch evoked the era's fears of epidemics of diphtheria, tuberculosis, and cholera and raised concerns about the health, safety, and stability of a family. 19. The belief that perhaps 90% of the Chinese prostitutes in San Francisco, for example, were at some time infected with venereal diseases encouraged towns up and down the coast to expel Chinese women or pass anti-prostitution ordinances that had little to do with the ethics of trafficking in female slaves. Rather, the codes and the roundups often followed a civic investigation or newspaper account of young white boys, usually aged from 10 to 12, frequenting the cribs or brothels in rural Chinatowns. Generally it was the infection of white males, rather than the enslaved status of the Chinese women or the risk of contagion to white women or Chinese men, that prompted civic action. The dangers of syphilis were indeed real throughout California, and the blame returned again and again to Chinese women. During the California State Senate investigations of Chinese immigration in 1876, a series of doctors testified to the prevalence of the disease among Chinese prostitutes and its impact on white society. The testimony of Dr. Hugh Huger Toland, a member of the San Francisco Board of Health, haunted the national press and the minds of thousands of white parents when he reported cases of a particularly virulent strain of syphilis in white boys as young as 5 who, he claimed, contracted the disease from Chinese prostitutes. 20. The anti-Chinese forces had found a new and powerful rationale in medical language and concepts of racial contamination. By the mid-1870s, physicians were making dire claims about the inevitable transmission of syphilis from Chinese prostitutes to white males and, with quiet implication, to white wives, as though contagion flowed in only one direction. The pulpit, press, and medical profession declared that all Chinese women were one of the most abject and satanic conceptions of human slavery and the source of contamination and hereditary diseases. 21. During the era when doctors were increasing their public authority, displacing midwives, homeopaths, and sham healers, they knew that they could do little to cure contagious and killer diseases. Although it was well known that syphilis was spread through sexual contact, the 1870s witnessed a quick retreat from medical certification of prostitutes, a Civil War practice intended to preserve the health of soldiers. 22 Many believed that these licenses bestowed state sanction on prostitution and encouraged sex outside of marriage. 23. Viewed as racially disposed to immorality and hygienic lassitude, the Chinese female was apparently more diseased than the rest of her community. These medical diagnoses increased her vulnerability and that of other local Chinese. 24 By shifting the terms of racial difference from skin color, eye shape, and height to medical pathology, physicians rewrote the science of contagion and thereby the science of race. Without medical care, most prostitutes, white and Chinese, became ill after a short time. In many towns, if a Chinese prostitute was hopelessly diseased, she was cast into the streets or locked in a room with 1 cup of water and a bowl of rice, to die alone. Most died young. 25. In the 1870s, syphilis pierced the geographic segregation of California's cities and imbued Chinatown with eroticism and a titillating sense of danger. In calling for a racially homogeneous America, journalists, clergy, and politicians linked the diseased body of the Chinese woman to the contaminated space of Chinatown, whose crowded streets and alleyways were allegedly more filthy and infected than the crowded streets and alleyways of white slums. The stage for the Antioch Purge had been set by the 1,862 smallpox epidemics along the Pacific coast. While there were only 60 Chinese cases of smallpox out of more than 1,600 in San Francisco, the committee to investigate Chinatown blamed the epidemic on Chinatown itself, a laboratory of infection situated in the very heart of our city, distilling its deadly poison by day and by night, and sending it forth to contaminate the atmosphere of the streets and houses of a populous, wealthy, and intelligent community. The committee concluded that the Chinese cancer must be cut out of the heart of our city, root and branch. 26. The press and the pulpit used the smallpox epidemic as vivid evidence of the high levels of interracial contact. The Chinese could not be contained. Despite segregated housing and jobs, white and Chinese men and women interacted closely in rural towns in the West at popular Chinese restaurants, through the sale of fish and vegetables, in the work of domestic servants, herbalists, seamstresses, shopkeepers, nannies, and launderers, in boarding houses, at work sites such as lumber mills and railroads, through friendships, and in the sex trade. Moral contagion. In an evangelical era, the presence of Chinese prostitutes confirmed the infidelity of married white men and their easy repudiation of Christian morality. Syphilis predicted the fate of the family and the fate of the familyless man in the West. To white women, Chinese prostitutes defiled the Christian ideal of chastity. To white men they represented the frontier promise of freedom from marriage. But syphilis visibly exposed the sexual double standard for men and women, even as most medical discussions of the disease excluded its transmission between spouses. 27 Still, the cure was to round up and drive out Chinese women. From 1854 to 1865 the San Francisco police aggressively drove the crib prostitutes from downtown thoroughfares into back alleys and demanded that screens be built to hide the degradations and vice from the view of white women and children who rode past on streetcars. 28 In 1865 the police chief urged public health authorities to herd Chinese women to locations just outside of town where they would not offend public decency. Subsequently, Hundreds of Chinese prostitutes fled or were expelled from San Francisco. 29. But in small rural towns the presence of Chinese prostitutes was harder to hide, as was the sexual promiscuity of white men. Their forced removal served as another model of cleansing an entire community of all Chinese women and men. The authority that would question the sexual ethics of Victorian America was the medical profession. Following San Francisco's small towns ordinances calling for medical inspections of prostitutes forced a dilemma upon physicians: how to provide for safe illicit sex without seeming to validate Chinese prostitution. Radical organizations dedicated to women's rights condemned these police ordinances for singling out prostitutes, white or Chinese, for inspection while ignoring male clients who spread contamination as they enjoyed the vice. By the mid-1870s it was well known that syphilis was transmitted sexually, but it was also thought to be hereditary. Physicians did little to lessen the idea that all Chinese bodies carried the disease and that their very presence could infect whites. In 1878, for instance, the Medical Literary Journal warned that if Chinese servants were allowed to raise white children, or cook, clean, and launder in white homes, syphilis would spread from the inevitably afflicted Chinese body into the entire household. 30 Yet even in towns that had purged the Chinese, advertisements in popular newspapers for a secret formula for curing syphilis and other venereal diseases testified to how common it was in white prostitutes, who continued working there. Trade after their Chinese competition was sent away on ship, wagon, or foot, and in white men who had transmitted it to their wives. By targeting sexual relations between Chinese prostitutes and white men, physicians, journalists, cartoonists, and politicians blamed Chinese women for the new forces challenging the ideal if illusory American home. As women left the farm and family to work outside the home, they initiated public demands for better pay, for a 54-hour work week, for sanitation, for the vote, and for job safety, exposing the myth of the protective cult of true womanhood. Emigration from Ireland and Eastern Europe was bringing thousands of single men and women to industrializing America, as factory work and night shifts pulled both men and women from their homes. Millions of workers lived in tenement housing similar to the Chinese dens mocked in editorials and cartoons. The Victorian family was already teetering precariously in the West, where there was a large ratio of white men to white women and an even larger ratio of Chinese men to Chinese women. The purge of the prostitutes in Antioch also played to fears about the seductive female body, fears intensified in rural California by the low numbers of white women in the Pacific Northwest. Many white women seized on the image of the diseased and enslaved Chinese prostitute to distinguish their own limited status and uphold an image of their own virtue. Although some physicians included white girls in the circulation of infection, Chinese prostitutes became the counterpart to Chinese male workers characterized by cheap labor and an immoral lifestyle. Indeed, white prostitution was the result of low wages accepted by Chinese laborers that forced factory girls and servants into unemployment, destitution, and worse. Controlling women. The task of vilifying Chinese women fell to ministers, of criminalizing them to town councils, of banishing them to police and to mobs. But the task of controlling their immigration fell to Congress. Between 1870 and 1874 the California legislature tried to criminalize the entry of lewd and debauched Asian women by threatening steamship companies with heavy fines for transporting unmarried women. 31 But only Congress, ruled the federal courts, had the authority to exclude the pestilential immorality, and in 1875, at the urging of California, it passed the Page Act. The Page Act prohibited the immigration of any Chinese woman who was not a merchant's wife and any Mongolian woman who entered the country for the purpose of prostitution. 32. Why target the Chinese women in the West when, in fact, there were so few? In 1855 only 2% of the Chinese population in the United States was female. By 1875, it was about 4%, or one Chinese woman for every 21 Chinese men. These skewed ratios had an overlay of causes, including the U.S. government's policy of keeping the Chinese population both low and temporary by preventing the entry of Chinese women and by assaulting those already here. But other social and global factors were also at play. News of kidnapped and enslaved Chinese women forced to work as prostitutes on Gold Mountain kept thousands of Chinese women from migrating. Many other Chinese women chose to remain in China, fearful that their husbands might have concubines or other wives in the United States. Further, a Chinese woman was trained to follow the three obediences: obey her father at home, her husband after marriage, and her eldest son if she was widowed. Unlike a man, a Chinese woman had no right to divorce or remarry, even if her husband died. A man, however, was permitted to commit adultery, to divorce, to remarry, to practice polygamy, and to discipline his wives as he saw fit. Foreign missionaries in China also discouraged Chinese women's emigration, depicting life in the United States as depraved, promiscuous, and dangerous. Thus Chinese women were reluctant to emigrate, and Chinese men were forced to return to China, albeit temporarily, to have a family. 33. American consuls in China also made it difficult for Chinese women to emigrate. For example, after the passage of the Page Act, the three American consuls to the port of Hong Kong, David Bailey, 1875-77, H. Sheldon Loring, 1877-79, and John H. Mosby, 1879-82, extorted extra charges and imposed exorbitant fees on Chinese women seeking passage to California. And travel across the Pacific in steerage class was especially humiliating and hazardous for women, who found themselves surrounded by hundreds of men, sharing crowded bunks stacked from floor to ceiling. Most of the Chinese women who immigrated to the American West as prostitutes eventually came under the control of the Chinese Six Companies, based in San Francisco. The companies arranged for their procurement, shipping, and sale and controlled the urban brothels. Information about how Chinese women were kidnapped or sold into sexual slavery is mostly still hidden to history. But Chinese women made every effort to escape San Francisco, Sacramento, and Seattle, to live in remote towns outside the command of the Six Companies and settle into the familiarity of village life. This contract between Ah Ho and Yi Quan, embedded in congressional testimony in 1877, reveals how the American government legalized Chinese women's bondage and anticipated their flight to freedom. An agreement to assist the woman Ah Ho, because coming from China to San Francisco she became indebted to her mistress for passage. Ah Ho herself asks Mr. Yi Quan to advance for her $630, for which Ah Ho distinctly agrees to give her body to Mr. Yi for service as a prostitute for a term of 4 years. There shall be no interest on the money. Ah Ho shall receive no wages. At the expiration of 4 years Ah Ho shall be her own master. Mr. Yi Quan shall not hinder or trouble her. If Ah Ho runs away before her time is out, her mistress shall find her and return her, and whatever expense is incurred in finding and returning her Ah Ho shall pay. On this day of the agreement Ah Ho with her own hands has received from Mr. Yi Quan $630. If Ah Ho shall be sick at any time for more than 10 days she shall make up by an extra month of service for 10 days' sickness. Now this agreement has proof. This paper received by Ah Ho is witness. 12th year, 9th month, 14th day 1873. Tung Chi. 34. By the early 1870s, only 1/3 of Chinese women in California lived in San Francisco. By 1880, that fraction rose to about half. The rest found their way to rural towns. Many Chinese female slaves ran away. Many were brutalized. In 1860, when a coroner's jury reported that a young Chinese prostitute had mysteriously died in Shasta City and had been quickly buried at the Chinese cemetery, the girl was disinterred and the coroner discovered that her neck had been violently broken and her body sorely bruised. Which was better, life as a Sazongagwai, a grass widow in China receiving money from her husband in California, or as a Gamsanpo, an abandoned wife of a Gold Mountain man? These conflicted drives appeared in Cantonese folk rhymes such as these. Oh, just marry all the daughters to men from Gold Mountain. All those trunks from Gold Mountain. You can demand as many as you want. 35. If you have a daughter, don't marry her to a Gold Mountain man. Out of 10 years he will not be in bed for one. The spider will spin webs on top of the bedposts, while dust fully covers one side of the bed. 36. Concern over Chinese prostitution was part of a larger American fascination with the sexuality of Chinese women and men. Although half of the Chinese men who immigrated to the United States were married, cartoons in popular magazines and in trade cards alluded to their homosexuality, suggesting that Chinese men disregarded marriage, family, and respectable womanhood. These hostile caricatures may have derived from homophobic fears surrounding crowded all-male mining communities, small-town boarding houses, and tent camps where men cooked and sewed for themselves. Before the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, 90% of Chinese immigrants were single men. 37 in the rural towns that expelled the Chinese, these numbers were even more skewed. Yet the Chinese women who entered, prostitutes included, formed the fabric of Chinatown, and foreshadowed an established, rooted Chinese society in the West. Legislating the body politic. The Page Act of March 1875 passed in the midst of a depression, a rise in anti-Chinese violence, and the collapse of the myth of domesticity sought to erase Chinese women from the social cartography of the United States. The act prevented the landing of anyone for a fixed term of service within the United States, for lewd and immoral purposes. Besides Chinese felons, it banned the importation of women for the purposes of prostitution. In fact, the Page Act would have prevented the entry of 90% of the Chinese women already living in the United States. Now, by banning admission of all Chinese women except merchants' wives, the U.S. government hoped to force thousands of men to return to China. The Page Act sought to make sure that another ethnic minority would not endure in the West. Where the Page Act fell short, U.S. consuls stationed in China stepped in, rejecting an untold number of women's applications for visas. Should a Chinese woman manage to receive a permit to sail, she often faced the ordeal of an expensive habeas corpus trial in San Francisco. Hundreds of Chinese women remained in custody, held aboard ships or in prisons, until they could explain their relationships with male émigrés to hostile immigration officers or judges. Another brutal tactic that prevented Chinese women from emigrating was the seizure of their children, whose parentage was questioned, a case poignantly described in the 1909 story In the Land of the Free by Sui Sin Far, Edith Maud Eden, the first Chinese-American fiction writer. This is the tale of a desperate Chinese woman valiantly trying to prove that her son was conceived during a home visit by her husband, a merchant legally entitled to bring his family into the United States. U.S. Customs officers could place the children of Chinese immigrant women in orphanages or foundling homes or even put them up for adoption to white families. The shadow of the Page Act fell on all Chinese women, for it presumed that their primary work was the sale of sex. Indeed, during the 1860s and 1870s, most Chinese women in the United States worked as prostitutes. In San Francisco in 1860, over 90% of Chinese women worked and lived in brothels. In 1870, the number dropped to just over 60%, perhaps because hundreds of prostitutes had either died or managed to work off the terms of their indenture. It is estimated that by 1880, following the Page Act, between 21 and 50% of Chinese women in the United States were prostitutes. 38. The Page Act in itself acted as a purge. It forced the overall ratio to fall from 78 Chinese females per 1,000 Chinese males in 1870 to 47 per 1,000 in 1880. This number was low enough to risk the future of Chinese America as the law intended. 39. A new tactic against Chinese women came with the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which stated that after a visit to China, Chinese laborers, unlike merchants, would no longer be allowed to re-enter the United States with their family. When Ah Chuan, the wife of a returning laborer, sought to enter the United States, Judge Lorenzo Sawyer of the Ninth Circuit Court ruled against her. According to Sawyer, her own status was irrelevant. After her marriage she automatically acquired her husband's status as a laborer, and she was forced to return to China. 40. Nonetheless, despite pressures to remain in China with their husbands' families, despite obligations to their own primary families, despite the hardships of traveling with small children, and despite the Page Law, Chinese women did emigrate. Resenting their second-class status in their husbands' families in China, tired of waiting for their husband's visit or no longer believing their promises of permanent return, many Chinese women traveled, sometimes on foot, sometimes alone, to the port cities and boarded the crowded ships bound for San Francisco or Seattle. Many had entered quickly arranged marriages with Chinese men about to depart for the United States, and these adventurous women barely knew the husbands who awaited them. Although in the 1870s the U.S. government was still willing to accept Chinese laborers as transient workers, by attempting to prevent the entry of Chinese women and thus the entry of Chinese children, it sundered Chinese family life and community. By 1880 there were more than 75,000 Chinese men in the United States and fewer than 4,000 Chinese women. The Page Act allowed the flow of single Chinese male laborers to continue, a workforce cheaply housed in bunks or tents. It protected rural townships from paying for schools for Chinese children. But as white workers came to realize that without women and children Chinese men would work longer hours and for less money than what might constitute a family wage, the Page Act fueled the racial anger of the new labor movement. The Knights of Labor and the Workingmen's Party saw the paradox. Single Chinese men accumulated money in California to send home, save, invest, and spend sometimes on prostitutes. Under both the Page Act and the Exclusion Law, the wives of Chinese merchants were still allowed into the country. Although these women could not enter as teachers, students, or shopkeepers, they were allowed in as a merchant's household or body servant. Their status, ruled federal Judge Matthew Deddy, derived not from the fact that they were married to merchants but from the inherent subservience of a middle-class wife. Prostitutes and the wives of laborers who had entered the United States before the Page Act now needed to find a way to become merchants' wives, at least in the eyes of the law. Some married laborers managed to qualify as merchants by purchasing a tiny share in a shop or firm, giving themselves and their wives a measure of protection. With this bourgeois cover, laborers' wives entered California, Oregon, and Washington. Some enslaved prostitutes managed to outlive and outlast the terms of their indentures, generally 4 years, leave the Green Mansion, and start a restaurant or small business. Some women were purchased out of prostitution and married to their new owner. Neither the Page Act nor the Exclusion Act ended Chinese prostitution in the West. Some Chinese women were forced into prostitution to repay a debt for their passage. Some laborers' wives were seized by kidnappers, who sold them into prostitution. 41. As a group, these were the women who probably formed the first family units of Chinese America. They helped create the early Chinatowns, working as laundry women, gold miners, cooks, seamstresses, nannies, madams, and farm laborers. 42 And, by the mid-1870s, they benefited from the shift in Chinese labor from mining and railroad construction to factory work, especially the production of boots and cigars. An enduring class of free and employed Chinese women suddenly seemed possible, thus creating another incentive to drive out the Chinese. Chinese woman in Humboldt County. Driven out on small feet. Merchants' wives left fewer marks on history than did their laboring sisters, for they were barred from learning to read or write and apparently left no journals or diaries. Records of their lives come from telegrams, court pleadings, oral histories, some poetry, and family memory, as well as from journalistic and newspaper reports often sensational, paternalistic, flawed, and obsessed with their bound feet. We can only infer and imagine the economic, physical, and emotional pain and dislocation of merchants' wives as they were brutally driven out of rural towns. One woman recalled that when a Smallfoot wife landed in the United States, she was carried from the ship to her new home in a closely curtained carriage and then entombed alive. 43 With feet permanently infected and festering, she was not expected to work. She could not comfortably shop or visit friends and was allowed out only after dark. One merchant's wife reported, probably to a missionary, "In China I was shut up in the house since I was 10 years old and only left my father's house to be shut up in my husband's house in this great country. For 17 years I have been in this house without leaving it save on 2 evenings." Life in an impoverished and segregated Chinatown in the raw West was physically difficult for a merchant's wife, who had lost the assistance of servants and extended family in China. Another woman recalled her sense of the advantages that a natural-footed woman had over the small foot. The natural-footed woman could have a room with a window that opened onto the streets, visit other women, shop, travel by streetcars, and see with her own eyes all the wonders of a foreign country. 44. Bound feet intensified the pain of being driven out. In the 1885 Eureka Roundup, merchants' wives marched to the wharf on feet crushed down to 2 inches long. When the Chinese from Tacoma were marched out of town in the rain and mud, they had to find wagons not only for their baggage but also for the women who could not hike 9 muddy miles on bound feet. The roundups exacerbated 1,000 years of suffering. If a Chinese girl was born into the merchant class, at about 4 years old her feet were tightly wrapped in cloth strips and her toes forced back toward her heel until the bones slowly broke, to look, some say, like a lotus flower. Her feet were enduringly painful, her body crippled a torturous gentility that exempted her from labor. Foot binding enforced her chastity and locked her into an invalid seclusion, where she communicated mainly with servants. Women with bound feet were entitled to special caretaking, carried through town in curtained sedan chairs, hidden from the life of the street and marketplace, garden, and factory. Some suggest that foot binding was seductively and sadistically erotic, with a small foot robed and concealed. Certainly, it was a form of child abuse. Performed often with great regret by mothers or nannies, like clitorectomy, it gave an elusive if masochistic image of cultural tradition and mastery over a girl's body. 45. Chinese merchant's wife, Redding, California. Chinese merchant couple. With its class bias, foot binding assisted the entry of Chinese women into the United States. One immigration official reported, "There has never come to this port, I believe, a bound-footed woman who was found to be an immoral character, this condition of affairs being due, it is stated, to the fact that such women, and especially those in the interior, are necessarily confined to their homes and seldom frequent the city districts." 46. Yet the merchants' wives were also true pioneers, forging settlements and building communities in new rural towns. With no motive to return to China, these women challenged the stereotype that Chinese immigrants were sojourners who intended to return to their villages or families in China and who sent their earnings home. Chinese couple, Nevada City. The journalistic, evangelical, and political attention to Chinese prostitutes has obscured the everyday lives of other Chinese women who entered the United States, who worked, bore children, built communities during rough times of intimidation, contributed to the family wage, faced harassment, and ultimately endured expulsion. From Mokelumne Hill and Antioch to Eureka, Tacoma, and Truckee, the forced removal of Chinese women devastated the communities they established. Like anti-miscegenation laws directed against African Americans during the postbellum period, the Page Act sought to regulate who would constitute the body politic. Chinese expectations of permanent lives in the United States. Expectations tied to naturalization and citizenship were limited by gender. At the time, the Constitution provided that if a baby was born within the United States, or if a foreign woman married a male citizen of the United States, citizenship followed. Until 1875, a Chinese woman who married a white man could sooner or later become an American citizen. 47. The Page Act both foiled this possibility and banned citizenship for Chinese men who married white female citizens or immigrants, e.g., from Ireland, France, or Germany, who had the right to become citizens. 48. In 1870, Congress specifically allowed persons of African descent to become naturalized, but not those of Asian descent. The Exclusion Act of 1882 clarified Congress's intent. No state or federal court could naturalize a Chinese person. A Chinese American citizenry was not to be granted. Citizenship in the late 19th century did not guarantee the vote or the right to testify, sit on a jury, or hold property. Citizenship did not bestow liberty, autonomy, or civic standing. Nonetheless, it defined identity and belonging. But by limiting the immigration of women, the federal government invoked sexual relations to achieve ethnic cleansing. 49. In 1907, Congress ended any confusion about whether an American woman would risk her citizenship by marrying a Chinese man, declaring that any American woman who marries a foreigner shall take the nationality of her husband. This act echoed miscegenation laws passed between 1861 and 1913 in California, Arizona, Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, Utah, and Wyoming. These laws criminalized or voided marriages between Chinese, indeed, any people of color, and whites. 50. In short, the American legislative system attempted to stop any chances of a growing Chinese America. Even so, Chinese women kept coming. Throughout these troubled decades, discrimination against Chinese women was justified by the charge that the Chinese would invade the country and become a permanent and dominant population. In fact, the average number of children per Chinese family in America was remarkably low, statistically less than one child per couple. 51. Perhaps this low birth rate was due to Chinese women's prior history of prostitution and its attendant diseases, perhaps to their average age of 30 or over, or perhaps to the declining number of Chinese female immigrants. Chinese women resist. To protect against being sold and sold again into bondage, especially as they were driven from their rural retreats. Hundreds of Chinese women and prostitutes fled from slavery. They traveled alone, set up their own businesses peddling vegetables, or hired out as nannies. And against tremendous odds, they turned to the American courts to fight for the freedom of their bodies and their labor. Racial purity legislation, the profit in prostitution, and the wider misogyny of the American legal system conspired to heighten the vulnerability of Chinese women. Although organized prostitution was controlled by the powerful Chinese sex companies, some Chinese communities in the West found ways to defend their women. The battles over Chinese prostitutes divided Chinatowns, leaving them open to seamy and sarcastic journalism and political diatribe, exacerbating anti-Chinese violence. In September 1872 in Truckee, Chinatown's residents demanded that Ah Tu be arrested and charged with kidnapping, drugging, and spiriting away by force two valuable and beautiful Chinese women along with $250 in coins. The town constable found Ah Tu with the two women on the road, 3 miles outside of town, and charged him with kidnapping and theft. But within 2 days, another group of Chinese men, armed with picks and crowbars, tried unsuccessfully to free him from jail. A judge ultimately dismissed the kidnapping charge, claiming he could not figure out how one man could abduct 2 women while carrying a heavy box of coins. 3 months later, another kidnapping rocked the mountain towns. In December 1872, Ah Kui, from nearby North San Juan, charged that local Chinese men had kidnapped his slave woman, Sin Moi. The local police located Sin Moi and returned her to Ah Kui. Suddenly a group of Chinese men tried to claim her for themselves and shots were fired, seriously wounding Ah Kui. The following January, 2 organizations went to court over Sin Moi. While the outcome of the long and contentious trial is unclear, the local Truckee Republicans scoffed at the Chinese for believing that they had a right to buy women, and had the right to keep them even against their wills. Still, the court had taken the case, and the kidnap, assault, and disputed ownership of Chinese women was regular copy that year in the Republican .52. Chinese women purged from California towns were often on the run from enslaved prostitution in other towns. A woman who managed to run away from a brothel took a tremendous risk. Fleeing from one rural community to another, she would be tracked along mountain trails by hired gangsters or by Chinese men claiming ownership. In the cities, she might seek refuge at an evangelical mission, where she risked being released to a husband. Riskier still was a flight to a police station, where she could be simply detained and returned to her owner. Her husband could turn to the courts, claiming that she had absconded with clothing, money, or jewelry. Sometimes the gang affiliated with the Chinese sex companies paid her bail and returned her to their brothel. In 1877 San Francisco hired a special police force to serve as peace officers in Chinatown. These men received no set wages but worked as slave catchers, extorting fees from prostitutes, brothel owners, and men searching for runaway girls. In small towns, placards promised reward money for a runaway Chinese woman. .53 if she was found, the county sheriff, local police officer, or rural lawyer was paid off by her owner. Although the historical footprints of these runaways have faded, a series of telegrams tells the story of 2 runaway Chinese prostitutes, Gan Ke and Hua Hao, who escaped from their owners in the spring of 1874. A group of Chinese men desperately tried to track them down, wiring one another with hints about the women's locations or demands for bribes and expenses. They hired police officers and local attorneys, produced false marriage certificates, and finally threatened to turn to the Chinese sex companies. But Gan Ke and Hua Hao remained on the run, traveling by stage or hiking between towns in the Sierra Nevada foothills, Nevada City, Downeyville, Auburn, and Marysville. The men's urgent and cryptic telegrams, often several per day, detail a stirring chase across snowy mountains. Did the girl Hua Hao no come here last month? I think she is kidnapped. ANS if she was. Yuk Fong, Virginia City, Nevada, to Luk Chung, March 20, 1874, 1:30 p.m. She has not come here yet. Have never heard anyone speak of her before. If I do I will telegraph. Luk Chung, Downeyville, California, to Yuk Fong, Virginia City, March 30, 1874. Your woman she go Kalusa. You want her go there. Fong Sing, Taiyun, Oroville, to Lem Lun, June 12, 1874, 9:55 a.m. Don't you let her go. I will come over tomorrow and see her. What times does the train start? Answer quick. Ka-chung, Downeyville, to Fuxing, Wadsworth, Nevada, July 25, 1874. Tell her to wait for me to come, and if she wants to go I will let her. Don't care. Answer. Ka-chung, Downeyville, to Fuxing, Wadsworth, July 26, 1874. The woman is at Virginia City. Come to Auburn and I will tell you heap lots. I try, Auburn, to Tom, August 2nd, 1874, 10:10 a.m. Woman went to Virginia town with How Ah Sing. You better come here and talk to the company. Keep quiet. I know all about it. It is all right. I try, Auburn, to Tom, August 2nd, 1874, 11:05 a.m. Gum Sing and woman arrested. Here tomorrow. Send $60. Taiyun Company, Nevada City, California, to Fuxing, Downeyville, August 3rd, 1874, 1 p.m. Tom write me Gan K is at Auburn. You want catch her go right away. Answer. Fuxing, Downeyville, to Taiyun, Wadsworth, August 5th, 1874. Fuxing's woman has gone to Marysville. Ting Yu, Auburn, to Tom, Downeyville, August 12th, 1874, 12:30 p.m. Bring woman up right away, will pay $300. Answer. Sing Lung, Yik to Taiyun, Fuxing, Marysville, August 13th, 1874. Watch woman close. I come tomorrow. Sing Lung, Yik, Marysville, to Fuxing, Downeyville, August 13th, 1874. The woman is in jail here now. Send $100 today by telegraph for expense to take the woman up to Nevada City. You no send money, she no go. Fuxing he stop Nevada. You no got money. Answer. Ingun to Sing Lung, Marysville, October 5th, 1874, 4:20 p.m. Send $100. We have woman. Yen, Heing Store, to Fuxing, Nevada City, October 6th, 1874, 8:50 p.m. Kem Sing with officer go Downeyville today. Hide woman. E. Berry to Awan, Nevada City, October 8th, 1874, 10:45 p.m. When you coming to pay? If not, in few days we'll send officer after you. Taiyun to Hong Hai Vien, Nevada City, October 13th, 1874, 1:30 p.m. Jim Sing and Gan K in jail. Send money quick. Taiyun Store to Fuxing, Nevada City, November 6th, 1874, 4:20 p.m. The telegrams track Gan K to Sierra Valley, Sierra City, and Downeyville, as a series of men demand payment for her capture and return. Yet unfulfilled promises of money, checks, bank deposits, missed stages, and snowstorms stand in their way. Gan Q's flight appears to end with a telegraph to Fuxing, dated November 25, 1874, from Wadsworth, Nevada. Your woman go to San Francisco tonight with Li Hung. Sing Ho go back to China. You want to let her go? Answer quick. Point 54. Ultimately, Gan K and Hua Hao were found, arrested, hidden, and shipped to San Francisco. But for a brief moment in the summer and fall of 1874, they were fugitives with a cause to save their freedom and their lives. They braved the mountains and the unknown, evading scores of hunters who were frantic to capture and return them to men who claimed them. Gan K and Hua Hao were not alone. Some Chinese prostitutes escaped from their masters, some lived with men as wives or concubines, only to find themselves working for their husbands as prostitutes. Newspaper ads, telegrams, and court cases suggest that a large number of Chinese women in rural towns ran away and a large number of Chinese men fervently sought their return. In May 1871 in Eureka, for example, Qi Kham married Ah Su, perhaps to escape her owner, Mun Ching, a local merchant, or perhaps out of true love. Either way, Mun procured a warrant for her arrest for grand larceny, claiming that Qi owed him more than $300 for her passage from China, which he demanded in the form of 3 years of her service. But Qi Kham had disappeared, and the warrant languished until Mun Ching seized her in the nearby town of Arcata. Qi Kham, however, was released under the 13th Amendment, for she had stolen nothing from him but herself. 55. Although the 13th Amendment aided Qi Kham in her quest for freedom, the experiences of Chinese prostitutes in the West belie the notion that slavery ended with its passage in December 1865. Across the American West, the courts upheld the ownership of Chinese girls. In the Overland Monthly of April 1869, the evangelist preacher A.W. Loomis reproduced a placard posted on the streets of San Francisco's Chinatown. Chen Ha was searching for his sister, Ah Shao. Hakka bandits had kidnapped Ah Shao from their village of San in the Shenling district of China, taken her to Macau and thence to Hong Kong, where she was shipped to San Francisco. There, according to her brother, she valiantly resisted all efforts to dishonor her. Chen Ha finally located his sister, enslaved in San Francisco, and sued for her release. In the trial, Chen Ha swore that he was neither driven by lust for his sister nor seeking to profit from her use and misuse. Yet his long effort went for naught and the court returned her to the brothel. 56. Mr. and Mrs. Charlie from Tuolumne. The 1885 Alien Contract Law, outlawing the trade in indentured workers and enslaved prostitutes, failed to stop the forced importation of Chinese women held in bondage. In early October 1885, the steamship Oceanic docked in San Francisco with the largest number of prostitutes ever brought at one time. 53 adult women and 22 female children had been brought over for immoral purposes. After intense negotiations between the women's procurers and the Chinese 6 companies, who had brokered the deal, the district court granted the women temporary landing rights under habeas corpus laws. The women and children were released into the hands of their owners and disappeared into Chinatown. 57 For Chinese prostitutes, the opportunity to turn to American courts for breach of contract, for flagrant abuse, or for their freedom was rare. Indeed, few Chinese prostitutes would outlive the 4 to 6 year terms of their indentures. The system of enslaved prostitution in itself constituted a form of genocide, or driven out. Return to Antioch. The history of Chinese women in the West. The forces of Chinese and white men allied against them, their precarious legal status, the presumption that they caused and spread disease, their flights through the mountains shapes the story of the roundup and expulsion of the prostitutes from Antioch in 1876. After the purge and fire in Antioch's Chinatown, many Chinese men returned. Living on boats moored on the river at the edge of town, fishing, scraping barnacles from the sailing ships from San Francisco, reclaiming marshland, and selling vegetables, they went about their lives. The slavery and prostitution of Chinese women also endured, as did the violence. For a year or two after the purge, only one Chinese woman, the wife of merchant Li, remained, but soon she was joined by 3 or 4 prostitutes. On September 27, 1886, a 28-year-old Chinese woman, Du Hu, was murdered in a cigar shop by her former owner. Her current pimp had paid only half of the $300 he owed for her. 58. Word of the Antioch outrage spread to the East Coast, and across the Atlantic to England. On May 4, 1876, the London Daily News compared Americans' treatment of Chinese immigrants to Britain's medieval assault on Jews. The citizens of Antioch, California, seem anxious to win for themselves a name in the history of persecution. They have cast out the Chinese inhabitants from among them, and have burned the Chinese quarter of Antioch with fire. Our ancestors, had they been bent on annoying the Jews, whose position in England was not so very unlike that of the Chinese in California, would not have expelled the detested people before they burned their quarter. They would have seen to it that the Hebrews were carefully fastened up before they collected torches, tar barrels, faggots, and the other materials of medieval controversy. The people of Antioch have got beyond this truculent way of displaying national and religious hatred. They turned the Chinese out into the open before burning down their miserable hovels, a welcome proof that there is such a thing as progress in humanity after all. The Chinaman, concluded the British editorial, is in fact a more awkward customer than the irrepressible Negro because he has far more natural intelligence, energy, and aptitude for a sort of civilization. Similar circumstances, it warned, used to end up in a massacre of the Jews 15/9. In 1876 Antioch still endured hard economic times and the remaining Chinese faced new risks. Dennis Carney and the Workingmen's Party were stirring up anti-Chinese violence in San Francisco. In the Delta towns, blame for unemployment landed on the local Chinese miners and brickmakers. In June, the month after the fire, coal miners, mostly Welshmen, were suddenly fired from the nearby Black Diamond mine. The Alhorn and Clark brick factory had just laid off its white workers, keeping lower-paid Chinese and recruiting a dozen more from San Francisco. When the new Chinese brickmakers arrived at the docks, they were attacked by unemployed white miners and masons and forced back onto the ship. Within a month, another large group of Chinese was expelled from the Delta town. 60. The Sacramento Daily Record reported that many whites in San Francisco now were openly advocating violence against the Chinese, and there was a general sense of menace in the tone of the meetings. One of the anti-Chinese clubs announced that a stand of 2,500 new muskets could reach California from New York in 10 days. The New York Times lamented, "Mob law seems to be the corrective when Californians are disposed to apply it to Chinese evil." 61. Chinese women quickly became the target of the crusade. As the economic depression worsened, the alleged disease and contagion endemic to Chinese women were posed as the real threat to jobs, culture, and country. Victorian family life was imperiled as white girls left home to work in the mills and as unemployed men moved west. Chinese prostitutes masked the real threats to domesticity: mill girls' 12-hour workdays, ironworkers' new night shifts, the lost generation of young men killed in the Civil War, and the arrival of thousands of single working girls from Ireland and Eastern Europe, who, like the Chinese, were quickly portrayed as hypersexual. The distinction between Chinese merchants' wives and Chinese prostitutes endured until the Geary Act of 1892 discriminated equally against all Chinese immigrants. American industrialists and bankers trying to forge trade links to China through Chinese merchants in the United States generated the class divide between Chinese women. During the 1870s and 1880s, the treatment of Chinese women in California was part of an expansionist policy, embedded and expressed in the Page Act and the Chinese Exclusion Act, which selectively excluded Chinese immigrants by gender. The two popular images of Chinese womanhood, the diseased prostitute and the small-foot wife, suggest how the fear of the yellow peril was projected onto the body of Chinese womanhood, which must, perforce, be driven out. 4. The Eureka Method. We have no Chinese. The Chinese are coming, oh dear, oh dear. No, they are not, they are right here. Northern Independent, August 12, 1868. Late on the night of February 6, 1885, a gallows was built on 4th Street between E and F Streets on the edge of Chinatown, in Eureka, a foggy lumber town on California's north coast. Earlier that Friday evening, City Councilman David Kendall had finished his supper and left his home across the road from Chinatown, just one segregated block, to return to his office. At 6:05, as he crossed F Street, he was caught in the crossfire when two Chinese men shot at each other. A friend carried Kendall back to his home, where he soon died. Almost unnoticed in the commotion, Louis Baldschmidt, a 12-year-old boy who worked in a furniture store, had been shot in the foot. Within minutes the city was in a blaze of excitement. A crowd of white loggers, miners, mill workers, sailors, and merchants quickly gathered, chanting "Burn Chinatown," and "Hang all the Chinamen." The police arrested a group of Chinese men before they could be lynched by the growing mob and marched them through the downtown streets as the mob shouted, "Let's go and burn the devils out." Fearing a riot, the local sheriff called out the Eureka Guard, sending one detachment to protect the county jail and another to guard the armory. Eureka's Chinatown. Eureka's Chinatown, 4th Street, and East Street. Less than 20 minutes after Kendall was shot, the gas lights at Centennial Hall were lit and more than 600 white men paraded behind a bell ringer who chanted, "Go to Centennial Hall. Go now." The angry crowd filled the cold hall, built a decade before to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. the storehouse for the town's munitions. The hall was only 200 feet from Chinatown. Mayor Tom Walsh, who had rushed to the hall from Kendall's deathbed, tried to chair the meeting but was powerless to control the infuriated crowd, bent, as reporters noted, on summary revenge. The mob shouted out a series of proposals. The first was to massacre every Chinese man in Eureka, but it was frowned down. The next was to loot Chinatown, tear down the tenements, and drive the Chinese into the redwood forest unsheltered and unprotected. At this point Charles Huntington, a Congregationalist minister, stepped up to the stage and begged the crowd to listen. Everyone deplored Kendall's death, he insisted, but the Chinaman had no design on Kendall's life. Kendall's death was a tragic accident, and the people of Chinatown, he said, were as innocent of his death as I am. They pay their rent, they mind their own business, and you have no more right to drive them from their homes than you have to drive me from my home. Besides, Huntington concluded, if Chinamen have no character, white men ought to have some. When the sheriff suddenly entered the hall and announced that he could not identify Kendall's murderer, the frustrated crowd endorsed a third motion. A committee of 15 men should go to Chinatown and order the Chinese to leave Eureka. 12 steamships, the Humboldt and the city of Chester, were in port, and the mob agreed that every Chinese person must be at the docks by 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon, ready to sail with the next tide. According to Huntington, only the cool remonstrance of a few leaders saved Chinatown from becoming a scene of slaughter and blood that evening. That Friday night, the residents of Eureka, Chinese and white, did not sleep. Within 2 hours of Kendall's death, most Chinese residents were packing what belongings they could, to be ready to leave the next morning. White gangs broke into the stores and looted thousands of dollars worth of Chinese wares as their owners looked on. Others roughly hauled the Chinese belongings to the warehouse. Too long before midnight, many Chinese residents made camp at the dock. By the morning, sacks of their clothing and furniture were piled up on 4th Street. Even as the Chinese packed, white lumberjacks suggested setting fire to Chinatown. The sheriff, though, warned them off, predicting that the Chinese would later file lawsuits for damages that neither residents nor the city could afford to pay. Instead, he commandeered every dray and express wagon in the city to carry the Chinese belongings down to the wharf. Throughout the night, the committee of 15 and gangs of roaming men notified the Chinese that they were to be expelled. The committee sent teams of white men into the country in all directions, to force Chinese farm hands, cooks, and timbermen to leave the lumber camps and mills and take only what they could carry from the segregated bunkhouses they called home. The Chinese laborers were forced back to town and corralled in the damp warehouse on the wharf. Only one rancher refused to surrender his employee, Charlie Moon, whose Chinese name remains lost to history. Charles Moon. Meanwhile, bands of Chinese men fled north along the Arcata Road by Humboldt Bay, or south toward the Eel River, under the cover of the redwood forests. Scouting parties searching the woods captured more than 60 Chinese and forced them down to the Eureka docks to sail with the others. A work gang of Chinese men who were building a short-haul railroad that connected the timber tracks to the docks was seized from their outlying cabins near the village of Blue Lake and marched back to Eureka. As the night wore on, 20 more Chinese men were taken to the city jail, accused of shooting Kendall and Bald Schmidt. One of the vigilantes, Sam Kelsey, recalled that he and 2 young boys were delegated to patrol the local trains. They stayed by the tracks most of the night and in the morning boasted that we got one Chinaman and brought him back. An effigy of a Chinese man swung from gallows built in the middle of the night on the edge of Chinatown. Nearby a sign nailed to a wooden post warned, "Any Chinese seen on the street after 3 o'clock today will be hung to this gallows." The Eureka roundup had taken less than 48 hours. The local papers reported disingenuously that after Kendall's death there was no further violence in Eureka, and news accounts throughout the state soon proffered the Eureka method as a model for a peaceful purge of Chinese immigrants. But the pogrom was a night and morning of exuberant violence, detailed painfully in the diary of Charles Huntington, as well as in an oral history of vigilante Sam Kelsey and in reports by the Daily Times. Telephone, which hurriedly printed new editions all night long. On Saturday morning, about 300 Chinese people followed the buggies and wagons down to the docks. The merchants' wives, with bound feet, hobbled in pain. Several more wagon loads of Chinese men wrenched hands, cooks for lumberjacks and mill workers, laborers contracted to clear brushland were brought to the docks in the afternoon. 4 were merchants who had lived and worked in Eureka for 10 to 14 years. About 20 women prostitutes, merchants' wives, laborers' wives who had entered before the Page Act of 1875 were forced out of Eureka. The wagons also carried several wounded men and the corpses of 2 others, victims of recent battles in Chinatown. At about 2 p.m., a crowd of men and boys chased after a young Chinese man, Charlie Wei Lum, who was walking down a white block in the town. Wei Lum had wanted to say goodbye to the minister who had converted him to Christianity. Sam Kelsey recalled, "A couple of kids ran up to me and they said, 'There's a Chinaman going into that house.'" Reverend Huntington's house was built up, about 8 feet from the ground, and Kelsey and a friend ran up a plank into the parsonage. As an excited crowd filled Huntington's backyard, Kelsey smashed in the door. He found Mrs. Huntington and her daughter shielding Wei, who was hiding on his knees behind their vast Victorian skirts. To Kelsey's demand, "Where's that Chinaman?" Mrs. Huntington replied, "Charlie is here on his way to the wharf. He barely called to say goodbye and ask the prayers of the family in his exile." "We want him now," cried Kelsey, who, along with a friend, seized Wei Lum by his queue and dragged him through the streets to the gallows. Huntington and the jeering crowd chased after them. As Huntington described in his journal, the men put a noose around Wei Lum's neck in the presence of hundreds of people without a word of remonstrance from the police or anybody else, but a Methodist colleague climbed onto the scaffold and proclaimed, "Boys, take that rope off that boy's neck. If you hang him, you'll hang him over my dead body." Stunned, the men dropped the noose and dragged Wei to the wharf, where most of the Chinese were now kept under guard. In place of Wei Lum, the crowd hung an effigy of the minister from the balcony of Centennial Hall. Later that afternoon, Huntington found Wei in the warehouse at the docks, crying and huddled with his classmates. The minister gave him his Bible, a pair of gloves, and an umbrella, and prayed with him to endure the expulsion as a bearing of the cross. Then he left. Confined in the warehouses of the shipping companies, the Chinese were kept under close guard. Hundreds of white townspeople gawked and jeered, others came to say goodbye to their Chinese neighbors, shopkeepers, and employees. Still others came looking for their laundry. Prompted by a notice in the morning newspaper that people who have clothes in any of the China wash houses may not be able to find wash house proprietors this afternoon, a crowd of whites raided the laundries, often to be told that the owner had already been seized and taken to the wharf. It took most of that Saturday to purge the Chinese from Eureka. The Committee of 15 and several county officials divided the Chinese into rival tongs. At the time there was no North-South Railroad and Eureka was linked to San Francisco only by narrow Indian trails or by the sea, so the plan was to deport the Chinese on the steamships that usually carried passengers between Eureka and San Francisco. All morning, light skiffs ferried the Chinese to the ships that happened to be in Humboldt Bay. It took 23 trips to load 135 men and women onto the Humboldt and 175 onto the city of Chester. Both steamers were weighted down with tons of the Chinese's cargo. Bearing his Bible, his new gloves, and his umbrella, Wei Lum, along with 309 other refugees, spent Saturday night on a steamship, likely aware that none of them would ever return to their homes in Eureka. By the time the laden ships were ready to sail, the tide was out, and dark shoal water barely covered the rocks and the shifting sandbars of the bay. At 6 a.m. on Sunday, February 8th, the tide flooded into the bay and Wei finally sailed with his brethren in the cold gray mist, under the charge of the Eureka City Marshal. With a strong wind from the north, the ships reached San Francisco early Monday morning. The telegraph wire between Eureka and the Bay Area was down from the heavy February rains, and the customs house was still closed from the weekend. No one in San Francisco knew what had happened in Eureka. No one met the ships. In haste, the Chinese disembarked and disappeared with their belongings into the safety of Chinatown. 3. That afternoon, several of the Chinese from Eureka regathered at the Hong Kong Gonzo Association's offices in San Francisco's Spofford Alley to describe the purge to the press and to the large Chinese community. There they announced plans to sue the city of Eureka for reparations for their losses and for the fact that the city had let them be routed by a mob. The Crescent City. Back in Eureka, the town people also gathered and determined that not only the Chinese but Chinatown itself had to go. They wanted the buildings, the traditions, the historical memory and meaning of the Chinese community to be erased. The day before the purge, the Eureka Daily Times telephone foretold, if ever an unoffending white is offered up on the altar of paganism, we fear it will be goodbye to Chinatown. The white community immediately fulfilled this prediction. Wipe out the plague spots headlined the local paper. In the very heart of the city of Eureka is a community in which exist slums and festering dens. Our readers will not stop to ask for the location of this leper's quarter. They know it too well. They know it is where, under a small heathen horde, acts of riot and assassination are more and more boldly being committed from month to month. They know that it is the pestilential quarter where Chinese gambling dens, opium-smoking hellholes and the lowest brothels abound. They know and acknowledge that this lepers' colony is a curse to the city and its future prosperity. 4. The Chinese are coming, oh dear, oh dear. No, they are not, they are right here. Nestled between the Redwood Forest and Humboldt Bay, Eureka, with its long inland harbor and narrow split opening to the rough Pacific, was often shrouded in north coast fogs. When white settlers first viewed the bay in 1850, they saw a raw and uncivilized Yurok village. When the sun rose over the town site, it was a wilderness, uninhabited by man, and except for the soughing of the wind throughout the timber and the roll of the surf on the beach, it was as silent as the dead. 5 To the east, the redwood forest spread from the edge of the water up through the mountain ridge, while a low, boggy gulch, impassable except with an axe to cut your way, slanted toward the south. To the north, where a few small islands dotted the bay, the land was mercifully more open, with only a few scrubby, wind-blown pines, and covered with a growth of salal and honeysuckle. 6. By the winter of 1884-85, Eureka had become a thriving lumber port, and the bay was filled with hundreds of mammoth redwood logs floating in booms, waiting to be shipped out. Along the shore, open spaces now lay between huge stumps where redwood spires, perhaps 1,000 years old, hundreds of feet tall, and 8 to 12 feet in diameter, had recently touched the sky. The timber that was rolled, handled, moved, and milled came from the giant redwood trees, Sequoias sempervirens, that grow along the California coast from Santa Cruz to the Oregon border. The cupola and widow's walk of Eureka's gargantuan Vance Hotel, built by timber baron John Vance, topped the town. A few blocks away, Vance's lumber rival, William Carson, was finishing the construction of his equally oversized Victorian mansion. 7. That winter the rains shut down the mills. But of greater worry than the weather was the serious economic slump pounding the housing, construction, and shipbuilding industries up and down the state, driving unemployed woodsmen into town, to drink, to roam the small port, and to harass the Chinese. White workers who had come west with dreams of opportunity, individualism, rugged endurance, and equality faced instead corruption, radical disparities in political power, and an increasing concentration of wealth that accompanied mechanization in the woods and, soon thereafter, in the canneries. The Chinese roundups arose within the post-slavery ideal of free labor and the vision that workers' wages should represent the full value of their labor. 8. On the night of February 6, the town was filled with disillusioned loggers and sawmill workers, men who had come west from the pine woods of Maine and the British provinces in Canada. In rainy Humboldt County they worked for only 8 months of the year, earning between $40 and $70 per month, including room and board and 1 bath a week. Loggers, clinging to the steep hillsides in spiked boots, worked 12-hour days, following the sun. In this era of national unemployment, a good part of a logger's wage was sent back to families in towns whose men, like the Chinese, had emigrated in search of work. In the 1880s, most lumber workers lived in tents in the forest. The first bunkhouse in Humboldt, built in 1884, was 10 feet square, with a hole in the roof to vent smoke from the fire in the cabin floor. Most lumber camps did not have indoor plumbing until the 1920s. Generally, white workers had Saturday night through Sunday off and went into town, often to drink, often to visit prostitutes, some of whom were Chinese. The ratio of white men to white women was very high. The white workers who wanted to rid Eureka of the Chinese were, at the same time, also demanding sanitation, better housing, shorter hours, fixed pay, and the redistribution of the lands granted to the railroads by the federal government. 200 Chinese men and about 20 Chinese women lived in the one-square segregated block that was Eureka's Chinatown. Their two-tiered shacks, some built over Chinese stores, were often constructed on stilts out of refuse lumber from the mills. A diagonal slough or gulch cut through Chinatown, but the city had blocked off its drainage when a sidewalk was built on the street, and Chinatown's refuse poured into its interior, a hollow square, raising foul smells and unsanitary fumes. Ducks sailed in the gully and feasted on the garbage. One observer described Eureka's Chinatown as a stagnant swamp where a pool of water had gathered in the center, and the refuse from kitchens of 17 houses and outhouses was dumped into this pond. Here green scum formed from the decaying vegetables and filth, gave rise to an odor seasoned by dried fish and opium smell. 9. Chinatown's land was owned by Caspar Ricks, who for more than 20 years had leased stores and tenements to the Chinese for $6 to $8 per month. Ricks also owned the Palace stables up the street. Just before the weekend of the roundups, a story appeared in the local paper that Ricks, apparently chastened by the condition of Chinatown, was bringing up to grade his Chinese cottages. Yet as the Reverend Charles Huntington observed, the filth and stench was no more the fault of the Chinese people than of poor white people who also had no sewerage. The difference was only the one were hated while the others were pitied. The blame in both cases rested with the authorities whose duty it was to establish sewers and abate the nuisance. Another difference was that the Chinese could not own land, a fact that would haunt them for years to come. Eureka's Chinatown was surrounded by white homes, white churches, white stores. Other Chinese residents of Humboldt County lived in remote timber areas, at their employers' houses, in cabins at white-owned ranches and farms, or in houses next to their own vegetable gardens in community of some sort with whites and native people. Some slept in the cookhouses of the lumber mills. There were few Chinese families, so many of them lived in their employers' homes, as domestic servants, nannies, and cooks. A crowded and intimate block of hotels, restaurants, shops, boarding houses, and laundries, Eureka's Chinatown was a community never understood by the town's white residents. Just a few weeks before the purge, one Eureka newspaper mocked, "It is a matter for astonishment to note the large amount of goods which come to the dealers in Chinatown on the arrival of each steamer. We don't care to be familiar with the quality of the shipments, for the fumes which come from the hotels at eating time suggest a bill of fare not entirely made up of rice. Dried fish, pickled eggs of ancient origin, jerked dog, and soused rat, are the ingredients used in preparing a genuine Chinese meal." Despite the ubiquity of disease and violence in frontier towns, Eureka's Chinatown was depicted in the local press as a place particularly rife with sin, crime, and contamination. False rumors of leprosy in the Chinese community emerged across Humboldt County, seizing on fears of the very real epidemics of diphtheria and yellow fever that were endangering everyone in nearby towns such as Red Bluff. Yet here, as elsewhere in the West, hostile editorials appeared alongside announcements of white people enjoying Chinese New Year's, eating delicacies in Chinese restaurants, watching the colorful if unexamined dragon parades, and collecting elegant Chinese porcelains. Anti-Chinese violence had come quickly to Eureka and the other new fishing and timber towns along the misty north coast: Arcata, Crescent City, Ferndale. In late January 1875, white lumbermen in Eureka had greeted Chinese New Year's with a race riot. Grand jury documents from 1876 record white children being encouraged to assault Chinese men. Other Chinese were harassed at work in the mines or while harvesting the wild blackberries, salmonberries, and thimbleberries that grow along the coast. By the end of the 1870s, on-the-job actions against the Chinese became more organized. At Dungan's Ferry along the winding Eel River, the Cuttings Cannery fired all its Chinese employees. The next year, the Pioneer Hotel in Hydesville announced that Chinese men would no longer work there. March 1882 saw the first large anti-Chinese meeting in Centennial Hall, where, prompted by the Chinese Exclusion Act moving through Congress, the crowd passed a resolution banning the Chinese from California altogether and forming the first standing anti-Chinese committee. Speaker after speaker rose to review the evils that have grown out of the Chinese population and effect of their presence on the industries of the coast and the curse to the laboring classes. 10. Yet by January 1884, 1,500 Chinese men and 50 women still lived in Humboldt County, depriving whites of jobs. 11 In mid-1884, Chinese gangs, called tongs or highbinders by whites, had drifted up the coast from San Francisco, but Eureka police refused to protect Chinatown. When Chinese gang members or white thugs attacked settled members of the Chinese community, they were released with only reprimands. In the late fall and early winter, shootings in Chinatown increased, but Chinese cries for police protection were ignored, and the county banned only Chinese from owning pistols. 12. But not all whites in Humboldt County were of one mind regarding their Chinese neighbors. The owner of Face Shingle Mill rejected his white employees' demand that they not have to work alongside the Chinese. 13 In the southern Humboldt lumber town of Ronerville, after a white man refused to pay for his laundry and then shot and killed the Chinese washerman, a local judge sentenced the murderer to 6 years in San Quentin prison. By the 1880s, whites and Chinese in Eureka were expecting a race riot. In the fall of 1884, 2 Chinese men, Walla and Sam Ying, were severely wounded in a shootout. Late that winter, professional Chinese gamblers arrived from San Francisco. Fantan, mahjong, and card games frequently ended in gunshots. On Christmas Eve, bullets fired in Chinatown careened into a white man's bedroom, scattering plaster and lodging in the woodwork over the door. Then, just after New Year's Day 1885, the Humboldt Times again reported shots in Chinatown and commented that this pistol practice thing is happening a little too often of late, and steps should be taken to put a stop to it. On the morning of February 1st, a few days before the purge, a brawl broke out in Chinatown in which 2 Chinese men were killed, 3 wounded, and 8 placed under arrest. Chinese New Year's would begin on February 15, 1885, and the Chinese worried that gangs from San Francisco would view the holiday as an invitation to a Chinese tithe gathering, joined by local whites who would enjoy the violence. 14 Chinatown's residents repeatedly tried to get the police to patrol, and they turned to the local papers to publicize the assaults. But the newspapers reported the murders in Chinatown as signs of inherent Chinese criminality, and the constabulary ignored the brutalities. 15 The editors of the Daily Times Telephone called on the Board of Health and the City Council to purge the Chinese from the town, because citizens who pay for the privilege are entitled to walk the streets, day or night, without danger of being shot down in such manner. 16. As Eureka's white citizens quickly coalesced against the Chinese, they took a new interest in federal immigration policy. They were particularly concerned about the recent ruling that gave Chinese consuls the right to issue certificates to Chinese workers to re-enter the United States, making the Exclusion Act of 1882 abortive and ineffectual. 17 Despite the lack of Chinese children in Eureka, hate crimes increased in mid-January following Judge James McGuire's courageous ruling in Tape v. Hurley that public schools in California must admit Chinese children. In early January, Humboldt County's Weekly Times Telephone called for the destruction of Eureka's Chinatown. 18. What will the harvest be? On Saturday afternoon, February 7, 1885, as the 2 ships laden with Chinese and their belongings waited to sail from Humboldt Bay, a large crowd of whites regathered at Centennial Hall to hear the Committee of 15. Victorious from the day's events, the crowd readily accepted the committee's recommendations. All remaining Chinese throughout vast Humboldt County should be expelled, and no Chinese should ever again settle in Eureka. White merchants agreed to sign a pledge not to give employment to Chinese, neither to sell them anything, neither to rent, lease, give or loan them any house, nor sell anything to anyone who rents house or houses, tenement or tenements, to any Chinaman. The excited crowd paraded through the streets, voicing their new and expanded demands. That night the Eureka Common Council added another decree. The Chinese quarters were to be declared a nuisance and Chinatown itself should be removed to outside the city limits. 19 In only 2 days the Chinese community in Eureka was gone, and the policy banning its return endured until the 1950s. Throughout February, Eureka's residents took stock of their actions. An editorial in a local paper pondered, what will the harvest be? For most white residents, the financial loss was immediate. Some went into debt to pay higher salaries to new white employees. 20 Landlord Casper Ricks, who had been out of town during the weekend of the expulsion, returned to discover that he was a loser to the extent of $300 per month by the expulsion of the Chinese, but so far from regretting that event, he was heartily glad of it. 21. Casper Ricks, owner of Eureka Chinatown. Another urgent concern was dirty clothes. In this damp lumber and fishing town, most residents owned only 1 or 2 sets of clothes, and Eureka needed to quickly replace the Chinese laundries. One white woman, Mrs. Fred Vicinis, advertised that she would convince the people that white women can do washing and ironing better and as cheap as Chinaman did. 22. White residents tried their hands at growing their own vegetables but complained about their poor results, the lack of variety of food, and the rotting produce that was shipped north from San Francisco. The town suffered from the loss of Chinese laundries, shops, herbalists, and vegetable growers. The citizens of Eureka now faced what their town would look like without the Chinese. One thing is certain, it will check growing immoralities and keep our money at home, which was being shipped to China with the exception of the little that was expended on rice. Give us white labor by all means. We have no right to crowd out our own people for the sake of encouraging barbarians, who only brought dissension, opium eating, prostitution and leprosy in return. 23. Even the labor-oriented Humboldt standard marked the town's hypocrisy. How do the professions of antagonism appear when we consider the inducements which our citizens have held out to Chinese? Last Friday night men were railing against Chinese and but a few hours before they ate suppers cooked by these same derided people. The men who spoke the loudest wore clothes which had the indisputable marks of the Chinese laundry. 24. Vegetable Peddler, Eureka, California. The people of Eureka also had legal worries. When they tried to move into the houses in Chinatown, Ricks first turned them away. Chinese men held valid leases for the premises, he said, and could come on him for damages. 25. Nonetheless, within a month the Eureka paper boasted, the late abode of the filthiest lot of human beings on earth is fast becoming Americanized. Piles of rubbish are being burned daily in front of the houses, signs are being removed, buildings paved and renovated and occupied as cheap residences for men, shops, laundries, etc. The good results flowing from the removal of the Chinese from our city are becoming daily more apparent. 26. Not until 1888, under increasing pressure to clear away the filthy old shells, did Ricks tear down Chinatown to make room for higher rent tenants. 27. The gravest fear was a lawsuit. Even as the driven-out Chinese were meeting in San Francisco, the residents of Eureka were predicting that the Chinese would sue either the city or the vigilantes. They were aware that elsewhere, in Antioch and Los Angeles, when the Chinamen were driven out, the deed was followed by suits in the federal courts. That the Chinamen driven off on Saturday suffered pecuniary loss there can be no doubt. With surprising racial myopia, the editorial went on, federal courts are unrelenting in their administration of the laws, and recognize no distinction between white or black, Christian or pagan. To this court the Chinese will probably appeal for redress. 28. Just outside of town, the fertile Chinese vegetable gardens that provided much of the produce for the city were looted, and the council was warned that it could find itself liable for any lost or destroyed Chinese property. Advertisement for cigars made by white labor. Humboldt Times, February 3, 1886. The flames of the Eureka Purge blazed across the state. In the 18 months that followed, pogroms against Chinese men and women spread from rural town to rural town, forcing hundreds of Chinese to flee. Across Humboldt County, Chinese communities were harassed and then evicted in a story of rage and resistance, defeat, and defiance. What prompted this ferocious ethnic cleansing? Why did communities that had long tolerated Chinese residents, even reluctantly, become so determined to drive them out? In part the roundups arose from white workers' fears of job competition amid a desperate economic depression. 29. At the time of early union organizing, timber workers and politicians, and closely divided Democrats and Republicans, put aside their rivalries to target Chinese immigrants as threatening the fragile white job market. 30. The Chinese became an indispensable enemy who shifted the rage of white workers away from the timber barons. By the 1880s, as the Depression and corporate takeovers extinguished their hopes, thousands of jobless men expressed their disillusionment with the promised land of the West by blaming the Chinese for their poverty, desperation, and frustrated dreams. 31. The Humboldt County roundups were also rooted in the common and mundane facts of everyday life: rural work, property, poverty, and isolation. 32 For all of the tirades about lower wages and racial inferiority, whites and Chinese shared small-town life and endured similar conditions. Whites saw in Chinese workers precisely what they hated about their own lives: hard and underpaid work, long hours, poor living conditions, and a dearth of women. Whites lived in crowded bunkhouses. 30 Chinese men slept in a 10 by 10-foot room in Eureka's new Chinatown. 33 By forcing the Chinese from Eureka, white workers tried to exorcise their own disillusions, their own landless poverty, and their ongoing dependence on the immensely profitable and often corrupt timber industry. Where anti-Chinese violence occurred, dissatisfaction over housing, sexuality, and work had been percolating. The anti-Chinese actions of white workers and the defiant resistance of Chinese in the Pacific Northwest arose at the moment when Chinese artisan work and lifestyle crossed the new industrial work and factory life of native-born Americans and white immigrants. At this precarious moment of expansive capitalism, whites and Chinese experienced similar pressures. 34 With nothing to sell but his labor, the white man, often greatly in debt, had become a wage slave, trapped in company towns that had settled Chinese communities. Despite white workers' transience and displacement, they nonetheless denounced the Chinese as temporary residence sojourners. These are the fears and fantasies that shape the meaning of race and undermine racial certainty. The driving out of the Chinese from Eureka was prompted by more than working-class panic during hard times. The leaders of the purge crossed class lines to include merchants and bankers, landowners and tenants, unskilled and skilled workers. Eureka's Committee of 15 and the participants in the roundups were mill owners, elected town officers, and small businessmen. The Committee of 15 was chaired by H. Birney, Jr., owner of a hardware store and ship chandlery who, in 1886, would go on to become a member of the City Council. Others on the committee were Francis P. Thompson, editor of the labor-oriented Humboldt Standard, C. G. Taylor, a groceries merchant and agent for the Pacific Coast Steamship Company, Frank McGowan, an attorney, W. S. Riddle, a bookkeeper, Dan Murphy, a city councilman and the owner of the Western Hotel, N. A. Libby, a bookkeeper and salesman, W. L. Mercer, a city councilman and owner of a harness and saddle store, A. J. Bledsoe, an attorney, W. J. McNamara, owner of a clothing and hat shop. Laborers included W. John Sweezy, James Brown, and James Simpson, a carpenter. 35. While newspapers blamed the roundups on working people, it was merchants and bankers who chaired the meetings, wrote the editorials, and paid for the Chinese deportees' steamship tickets. Indeed, as the Humboldt and city of Chester sailed from Humboldt Bay, the Committee of 15's first resolution was that every man who has no visible means of support and who habituates a house of prostitution or gambling dens to be allowed until Saturday the 14th of February to leave the city. 36. Local businessmen believed that they too were competing with the Chinese, in this case for steady customers. They also shared laborers' resentment of large-scale entrepreneurs, such as Leland Stanford and Charles Crocker, who employed Chinese contract labor on their railroads and in their vineyards and, worst of all, held large monopolies of vast tracts of timber and mineral-rich land. White merchants, small-scale ranchers, and farmers, and the women who ran boarding houses and food tables perceived the Chinese shopkeepers and servants as rivals. Thus, a coalition crossed class lines to drive out the Chinese. Green Gold. Rural company towns in California. Eureka, Truckee, Santa Cruz exposed the illusion of frontier independence, of the enduring autonomy of an agrarian and artisan culture, of the romanticized communalism of small-town life, and of the easy inevitability of a white West. In Humboldt County, financial disparities were glaring. In 1860, before the Civil War, 5% of Humboldt residents owned 26% of the wealth, the bottom 50% owned only 9%. The Civil War stimulated a demand for arms, railroad cars, uniforms, and canned goods, launching the Industrial Revolution in the United States. Yet consumption could not keep up with the new production. Railroad expansion, the growth of heavy industries, and the government's support of monopolies and trusts had inspired the manufacture of goods for which there were no markets. Those who came to America after the Civil War encountered a society struggling to adjust to the rapid displacement of its indigenous population, as well to a vast white and African American migration, from village to city, farm to factory, east to west, south to north, forest to reservation. Throughout the United States, the new American working class, swelled by immigrants from Wales, Ireland, Germany, Eastern Europe, and China, was living in squalor, wrenched from native traditions of culture and community. Thus, economics alone cannot explain the roundups. Editorials, labor leaflets, and campaign literature that promoted the roundups in Eureka projected onto the Chinese the needs, dissatisfaction, and disillusion of white workers' own lives. White working and middle-class racism needs to be understood in terms of the daily life of Chinese immigrants. The explanation for the roundups lies not only in the question of whether race trumps class or class trumps race as the driving force of bigotry. 37 It lies also in common realities of work, weather, money, roads, and the low numbers of women. Images and fears of homoeroticism run through the journals, cartoons, and letters of timbermen. The Chinese man was feminized because he was short, because he wore his hair in a queue, because he had less body hair than Caucasian men did, because he lived among men. These fantasies shaped the era's ideas of race. The white man's racial rhetoric was, in fact, about himself. The Chinese worked too many hours, the Chinese worker was drugged on opium, the Chinese worker was slovenly, the Chinese debased the town and created the need for civic jobs, the Chinese ate rats, the Chinese were renters, the Chinese lived in overcrowded housing, the Chinese demanded the right to own property, the Chinese were expected to send scarce money back to their homeland. Both the white lumberjack and Chinese cook lived in close proximity to their employers. Employer surveillance was implicit and constant, organizing was difficult and blacklisting was common in one industry towns and in a small logging community. Lumberjacks viewed the Chinese as under tight surveillance as well, monitored by the 6 companies. Just as white unionists wanted a hiring hall, the Chinese 6 companies served as employment offices, legal aid societies, and physical protection groups. During an era of recurrent and severe economic depressions and unemployment, rural white working-class organizations argued that by working without capital-intensive machinery, the Chinese could accept lower pay. They undermined union organizing, thwarting the development of an industrial working class and endangering white earnings by not demanding a family wage. The end of the Civil War had spurred a huge demand for wood. In Humboldt County, redwood trees, the tallest on earth, grew in towering green cathedrals and protective tribes or groves. 38 The redwoods tempted the boom towns of San Francisco and Sacramento with timber easy to plank and resistant to fire. Soon after the discovery of gold, timber lured investors from all over the world into Humboldt County, to cut, mill, and ship redwood for homes, shops, tools, bridges, tracks, and riggings. Hundreds of thousands of feet of California redwood were burned for fuel. As early as the mid-1850s, 9 steam-powered engines, a capital investment of $400,000, milled Humboldt's redwoods. By the 1870s, steam-powered donkey engines were moving the mammoth logs by cable to the marshes and mill ponds along the coast. Another $400,000 were spent in logging operations, as primitive railroads with flatbed cars and massive chains, often built by Chinese workers, carried the giant logs to the mills and linked Eureka to the quickly receding forests. 39 Unlike early gold mining, the timber industry was capital-intensive, and by the 1880s, outside investors reaped the profits from trees thousands of years old and seductively tall. As the decades wore on, a few pioneer lumbermen survived, but increasingly, absentee capitalists or timbermen new to Humboldt County opened and managed the industry. 40. By 1887, lumber production in the county was 120 million feet of virgin redwood per year, and the industry, owned by consortiums from Nevada to Scotland, employed 2,000 men in logging, milling, and, at times, manufacturing shingles and shakes. While most investment came from San Francisco or abroad, local money came from leaders of the anti-Chinese movement, such as the timberman John Vance. Humboldt's ties to a global nexus of imported workers and exported wood, of outside ownership of the mills, and, most particularly, of the land came from the thousands and thousands of acres of magnificent timber tracts bestowed then, as now, by the federal government. The Pacific Lumber Company was principally owned by Nevada entrepreneurs. The California Redwood Company was owned by a Scottish syndicate that had coerced white workers to accept $50 bribes to obtain and then hand over tracts of acres under the Homestead Act. In timber and agriculture, land itself was an instrument of production, and land ownership by the syndicates and the railroads became a major concern of the 10 assemblies of the Knights of Labor, the Grangers, the Populist Party, and other workingmen's organizations and unions. Even as white workers demanded jobs in Humboldt, they defeated a series of bond issues, such as those to build connector railroads, as initiatives of the rapacious maws of an ever-devouring monopoly that paid little in taxes. 41. And so, within a decade of the discovery of gold, Humboldt County became a major, if isolated, site in the large, global movement of workers, capital, and technology that was transforming the United States and the world. Suddenly the land had become a resource whose first residents, the Tolowa, Hupa, Yurok, Karuk, Wiyot, and Cholula tribes, stood as barriers to mining, lumber, commerce, and expansion. East Coast entrepreneurs saw the Pacific North Coast as unsettled and unoccupied land that invited a harvest of its vast natural resources: timber, salmon, gold, coal, water, and soil. The land and its trees as well as the people were commodities fungible, profitable, and expendable. Like early white settlers, the Chinese who came to remote Humboldt County had first been pulled to the northwest by the discovery of gold along the Trinity and Klamath rivers flowing from the Siskiyou Mountains. Driven from their mining claims, hundreds of Chinese men saw the possibility of new jobs in fishing, agriculture, mining, lumber, and transportation and made the trek. They came through the port of Humboldt Bay almost as soon as the first schooner dropped off white settlers and supplies. Chinese men came to Humboldt County, initially part of Trinity County, in 1850 to mine the gold fields along the Trinity River, which flowed through Karuk, and Hoop Land. By 1856 there were more than 100 Chinese miners digging about $2 to $3 worth of gold per day from the gravel banks of the Trinity. At first, whites responded to the arrival of Chinese miners with stolid acceptance, if not outright welcome. The Humboldt Times noted that if Chinese men are satisfied with such pay, then thousands of them will come to the lower Trinity and Klamath, without any great risk of being soon disturbed by other miners who are not content with such wages. 42. And indeed, by 1855 the Chinese had begun pouring into Humboldt, coming down from the Siskiyou Mountains and the gold fields at Forks of Salmon, banished from rich claims or driven out by the exorbitant foreign miners' tax. Some hired out to work for other miners and merchants, others bought and registered mines of their own. 43 While white miners could expect to earn $16 or $20 per day, Chinese miners earned between $5 and $8, sometimes purchasing, sometimes occupying claims that white miners had abandoned. 44. In 1868 the Humboldt Times wrote, "The Chinese are coming, oh dear, oh dear. No, they are not, they are right here." 45 After the eastern and western tracks of the Transcontinental Railroad met in Promontory Summit, Utah, in 1869, Chinese and white miners and merchants again moved west, trekking down from the mountains to settle along the Pacific coast in the growing villages of redwoods. Initially, many Chinese men viewed Humboldt County as a refuge and put down roots in segregated Chinatowns. Other Chinese people found their way to this remote corner of Northern California to flee slavery or debts for passage from China. 46. The Chinese arriving on the north coast were mostly male, often poor, highly skilled in mining, road and railway construction, dynamiting, and farming. Familiar with violence and discrimination, they were eager to finally settle. Humboldt County was traced by tribal trails, divided by 6 wild rivers that flow from the steep Siskiyou mountain range, twisting down to the Pacific Ocean, and covered with tall and valuable first-growth redwood trees. Without roads and railroads, profitable logging and farming would be impossible. 47 In the 1870s Chinese men built many of Humboldt County's first roads, including the steep and narrow-gauge road along the winding Mattole River between the dairy town of Ferndale and the oil village of Petrolia. They also worked in the lumber mills as fire tenders and swampers, ran laundries, grew and sold vegetables, and labored as domestic servants. Others came to work in the salmon canneries along the Eel River, which 2 decades later would be the site of the final roundup in the county. In small towns tucked into coves or estuaries along the rocky coastline, the mutual dependency of white employers and employees belied an enormous gulf in wages, wealth, and living standards. In Humboldt County, wages, the highest in the West, ranged from $40 to $70 per month, paid in cash. In the Siskiyous and the Sierra Nevada, Wages in timber were about $40 per month, paid in scrip, which could only be redeemed at the company stores. Redwood trees, usually 12 to 16 feet in diameter, speared up to 300 feet high on steep and slippery fern-covered slopes. Felling them was dangerous. Days were long, 12 to 15 hours. The 10-hour day in the lumber industry would not be one until 1890. The willingness of hundreds of Chinese workers to endure long hours provoked contempt and insecurity. The first timbermen, mostly from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, soon found themselves replaced by new immigrants from southern Europe, and they drifted north into the pine and spruce forests of Oregon and Washington. Meanwhile, timber barons in Humboldt County acquired astounding tracts of redwood forests, seized by the government on their behalf from native people. Few lumber companies in the county owned fewer than 1,500 acres. The Pacific Lumber Company began to fell trees in the mid-1880s after acquiring 12,000 acres of redwood forest, and by the late 1880s, Dalbeer and Carson owned more than 20,000 acres of timberland. 48. To laborers and timber barons alike, the Chinese were sojourners because they sent money home, because they were mobile, because they were renters. Racism resided in segregated bunkhouses and leaky tents. It resided in fatigue and in demands for an 8 or 10-hour day to replace the sun-up to sundown day. It resided in fear of violence from other workers. It resided in all-male communities, quickly thrown together in the woods or along mountain streams, without the sexual, domestic, and religious presence of women and children. 49. Make them leave. The terms for the roundups were already set before Friday night, February 6, 1885. The anti-Chinese sentiment in Humboldt County had been moving toward its violent climax as the world of the white artisan worker, self-directed, communal, optimistic, was being transformed. Eureka was changing from a mining and lumber port to an industrialized town fueled by steam, run by machinery, and owned by investors who found themselves dependent on immigrants from all over the world. In the remote woods of Northern California, the emergence of the night shift, begun in steel mills in the east, the beginnings of scientific management, the fight for the 8-hour day, the growth of a new female workforce, and the arrival of immigrants, such as Germans who brought with them the socialist impulses of the 1848 revolutions, forged a seemingly antagonistic class within an atmosphere of rural town commonality. In 1868, under pressure from the unemployed and the early unions, and as waves of anti-Chinese violence erupted across the state, the California legislature made 8 hours a legal day's work, but this was not honored in Humboldt County. Anti-Chinese feeling arose through the growing labor movement, and in turn it thrust the labor movement into political power in California. While the labor-oriented Democratic Standard queried, "What shall we do with our Chin men?" the Republican Daily Times Telephone urged the city council to face up to the disgrace of having such a disreputable settlement right in the heart of our city and remove the Chinese from the middle of town. As local editorials demanded, make them leave. 50. Racial politics cut through the tense conflicts between miners and monopolists, trade unionists, and industrialists, Democrats and Republicans, who mutually deployed the Chinese to attract constituencies in the West. Although the Chinese also lived and worked in the South and in the mountain states, they had been seen as the California problem. Now several factors converged to turn them into a national problem. The courts had held that immigration was not a matter for Californians to decide locally but would be determined by Congress and the federal courts. California, however, was a swing state, and members of Congress realized that they could deflect attention away from the collapse of the economy, the destitution and despair across the nation if they talked about the Chinese. 2 years after President Rutherford B. Hayes withdrew federal troops from the South in return for enough electoral votes to win re-election, California's Democratic platform of 1879 announced, "We were the first in the early establishment of the state government to proclaim antagonism to Chinese immigration and coolie cheap labor, that it was under a Republican administration that the Burlingame Treaty was made by which Chinese were admitted to the rights and privileges accorded to immigrants from Europe, that it was a Republican occupant of the presidential chair who vetoed the bill passed by a Democratic Congress to prohibit further immigration of Mongolians, and a Republican minority in Congress which prevented the passage of the bill over the veto, and that, therefore, it is only to the Democrat Party the people can confidently look to secure legislation that shall abate and abolish the curse and evil of coolie importation, which cripples trade and palsies the arm of white labor." 51. The contest between enslaved and free labor again emerged as part of white labor's plan to rid California of Chinese workers. This racial pitch was welcomed in Humboldt County, where a third of the voters were Southerners still loyal to the Democratic Party. And so the anti-Chinese movement spread through rural towns, driven by union organizers and eager politicians. Towns adopted the program of abatement by violence launched by San Francisco's labor politicians and the core branch of the Workingmen's Party, which was rising to prominence under Dennis Carney, and Bay Area trade unionists who joined the Anti-Chinese League of Deliverance, led by Frank Ronnie. 52 As early as 1870, sandlot meetings of unemployed workers rallied under these slogans. We want no slaves or aristocrats. The coolie labor system leaves U.S. no alternative: starvation or disgrace. Mark the man who would crush U.S. to the level of the Mongolian slave. We all vote. Women's rights and no more Chinese chambermaids. In 1878, by a vote of 2,552 to 258, Humboldt County supported the Workingmen's Party's call for a convention to write a new state constitution. The entire purpose of California's Second Constitutional Convention was to give the Workingmen's Party and the Young Labor Movement the tools to purge the state of Chinese immigrants. 53 The new constitution made it illegal to employ a Chinese laborer in state or local public works. In May 1879 it passed statewide, with a slim majority of 11,000 votes, but with a 2-to-1 margin in Humboldt County. 54 Later that year in Humboldt County, the Workingmen's Party put the question of Chinese immigration itself on the local ballot. 2,308 white men voted against any further Chinese immigration, and 6 voted to allow it to continue. 55. Labor would remain a powerful force in the county. The Young Labor movement in Eureka found a unifying voice in Charles Ferdinand Keller. Keller added the interests of small farmers and shopkeepers to the struggle of loggers and sailors, and within a few years became one of the county's leading rebels against mill owners and large cattle ranchers who received free land grants or cheaply bought up hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile farm and timberland. 56. There is an aristocracy exempt from taxation that feed upon the vitals of the nation. They have the money, hence they control the labor. This being the case, they have the power to declare what a day's or month's labor shall be worth, Keller explained. Laborers, he concluded, have lost our individuality, and are a non-entity as regards the affairs for the nation. 57 Because Keller believed that the key was land ownership, he began to expose how local lumber companies, in particular the California Redwood Company, were getting around the Timber and Stone Act by finding dummies loggers, sailors, or local merchants who, for a payoff of $50, would file for land claims under the Homestead Act and then turn over the land to their employer. He also exposed a syndicate, based in Edinburgh, Scotland, that paid only $7 per acre of redwood trees and quickly reaped more than $10 million in profits. Complicit in the fraud, the county's land office registrar offered Keller $60,000 to destroy his notarized accounts, drop the matter and leave town. But in exposing the swindle of thousands of acres of redwood forests, Keller lost the support of the loggers, who, lacking the capital to harvest or mill redwood, defended the scam of locating plots for the lumber companies. The Standard, the paper of the working people, sympathized with loggers. This was the only way a poor man can realize any benefit from his timber right. 58 In fact, its editor, William Ayres, was one of 200 people who had filed a dummy land claim for a lumber company. Eventually the federal government banned these proxy claims. 59. When Burnett G. Haskell landed in Humboldt, sometime before 1884, he brought the International Workingmen's Association, IWA, into the county. 60 The IWA recruited sailors in the Eureka local of the Sailors Union of the Pacific, which was waging a fierce struggle up and down the coast to lift seamen out of virtual serfdom. The IWA sailors adopted the secret cell system of European revolutionary groups and took the name of Karl Marx's First International. But the IWA was local in origin, and it sought to build trade unions and farmers' alliances in Humboldt County. In his labor newspaper, The Truth, Haskell urged loggers to destroy the county buildings that kept data on land titles. A week after the roundup of the Chinese, the IWA declared, if the property owners would have refused to rent property to these heathens, they themselves would have realized more from their property, and not have forced this injury on unoffending citizens. 61 In his cry War to the Palace, Peace to the cottage. Haskell was joined by Charles Keller, who signed on to the IWA. The IWA lasted only 2 years and never implemented its violent threats against the mills or local record offices, but its warnings to pay attention to property rights encouraged the birth of other unions along the rural coast, especially the Lumbermen's Union in 1884, the first union in the Pacific Coast timber industry and soon a leader in the anti-Chinese forces in Humboldt. The closer white workers got to the Chinese, the more they seemed to despise them. Crowded together with them on long voyages, the sailors in the IWA knew the Chinese well. They witnessed the harsh transport of Chinese immigrants, food, opium, clothing. They saw anxious reunions and retries, tense encounters with immigration officials, and the sorrowful ritual of returning bones to China for burial. They knew the Chinese were paid less than whites and urged the IWA to continue to link the plight of labor to Chinese wages. Although Eureka's Workingmen's Party advocated compulsory education for children and the abolition of the Electoral College, it was the drive for the 8-hour day that spliced it to the anti-Chinese movement. At virulent meetings in San Francisco's empty sand lots, Dennis Carney made no effort to veil his call for ethnic cleansing. We have made no secret of our intentions. We make none. Before you and before the world we declare that the Chinese must leave our shores. We declare that white men, and women, and boys, and girls, cannot live as the people of the Great Republic should and compete with a single Chinese coolie in the labor market. We declare that we cannot hope to drive the Chinaman away or to be working cheaper than he does. None but an enemy would expect it of us, none but an idiot could hope for success, none but a degraded ward and slave would make the effort. To an American, death is preferable to life on par with a Chinaman. 62. White laborers' perception that they suffered from Chinese competition was pervasive but flawed. Chinese workers mostly took jobs that white workers refused, such as in laundry. When Chinese workers did take logging jobs, white timbermen successfully purged them. John Carr, chairman of the Workingmen's Party of Humboldt County, hypocritically linked fears of Chinese labor to African American bondage. The nation is yet in mourning for 500,000 of her best and bravest sons, who laid down their lives that their posterity might enjoy the blessings of a free country. But no sooner was African slavery abolished at such a dreadful cost of blood and treasure which will cripple generations yet unborn to make good, a far more dangerous and servile race of slaves than those that it cost the nation so much to abolish. Hordes of these Chinese slaves only await the bidding of their masters to invade our land, devour our substance and bring our laboring classes down to their base level. 63. While the Chinese were despised for working longer hours for lower wages, they were also blamed for the vices of drugs, gambling, and prostitution indulgences purchased and enjoyed by white customers. In 1868 the Chinese appear in the local press for the first time in reports of robberies, assaults, and attempted murders. These crime reports and police blotters contain the earliest evidence of Chinese men and women in Humboldt. The appearance of the first Chinese in Arcata, a lumber town 7 miles north of Eureka on the muddy shores of Humboldt Bay, is marked by a news story of a knife fight in Chinatown. 64. By the late 1870s, alongside cartoons that pictured slothful and supine Chinese lying by their opium pipes, local newspapers reported that white women were frequently discovered in Chinatown, overdosed on opium. Some turned out to be prostitutes, and the Chinese were blamed for victimizing innocent and vulnerable girls. The papers failed to note that opium, like its legal and well-advertised liquid sister, laudanum, was a common drug that brought addictive comfort to isolated, homesick, and abused white women living in small rural towns without their families and without many women friends. In 1880, Humboldt suffered heavy rains that destroyed its potato crop, a cold winter that killed thousands of sheep, cutting the new wool industry by half, and a plague of grasshoppers that devastated fields and orchards. Farmers, timber workers, and sailors began to see their shared interests. The industrial and agricultural depressions affected everyone in the county. Soon the pressing desire for jobs, for new monetary policies, and for land ownership gave Humboldt County a national perspective. In 1880 the remaining members of the Workingmen's Party dissolved their organization and reformed as the Humboldt County Greenback Party. The other organized labor force influencing the purges was the Pacific Coast League of Deliverance, a nonviolent splinter group based in San Francisco and led by Frank Ronnie. The League had one intention: to rid the United States of Chinese. Its first rural branch met in Eureka in May 1882. Membership simply required paying dues of 10 cents and swearing to the oath, "I hereby pledge my honor that I will not employ or patronize Chinese, directly or indirectly, nor will I knowingly patronize any person, directly or indirectly, who does employ Chinese." Its strategy was to sell window cards for $1 to employers that the League verified did not deal in Chinese goods. Merchants who still had Chinese goods on hand could display conditional cards if they vowed not to purchase any more of the same. The cards, it was hoped, would identify merchants sympathetic to the anti-Chinese cause and would prompt a quiet boycott of shopkeepers, barbers, and restaurants who continued to employ Chinese staff. It would force the Chinese into poverty and drive them out. 65 But in the mid-1880s the Chinese still totaled 20 to 25% of California's wage earners. Labor feared that Chinese immigrants would remain in the United States, become naturalized, and vote. Scared of the edginess of the Workingmen's Party and frustrated by the growing power of corporations and railroads that had absorbed public lands in a great congressional giveaway, California laborers turned to the Democratic Party, which quickly delivered the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act and closed the door on Chinese immigration. The same party that had supported slavery, the very bane of free labor, now attached workingmen's troubles to the Chinese. 66 The Workingmen's Party had won the county's seats in the state Senate and Assembly as well as half its local elected positions, defeating a coalition of Republicans and Democrats for the mayor's office and the Board of Supervisors. But mirroring the national trend, the coalition of workers and small farmers foundered within 2 years and the local Democratic Party sponged up the insurgent energies and, in particular, the anti-Chinese charge of the Workingmen's Party, the Populist Party, and the Grangers. Racial movements in California were shaped by political struggles contested at the local and state level. 67. The impending crisis has arrived. In May 1880, just months after the town of Garberville expelled all of its Chinese residents, the Humboldt Standard warned that lumber mills would soon hire many more Chinese laborers. Framed by exposes about opium dens and prostitution rings in Eureka's Chinatown, the Standard declared, "The impending crisis has arrived." By hiring Chinese immigrants, it warned, some of our mill owners threaten the poor white man who is eking out a miserable existence at a mere pittance. 68. In March 1882, 21 men went on strike after Faced Shingle Mill in Fairhaven hired 22 Chinese workers. Led by the Knights of Labor, timbermen marched to the mill and told Fay they were acting under the force of public sentiment which is higher than any written law. 69 Fay immediately shipped his Chinese employees out of the county on the next boat. Sensing a rising threat, other mill owners agreed not to employ any more Chinese. Yet backed by the Chinese 6 companies, which insisted that the county honor their contracts, Chinese laborers continued to work on the short-haul railroads between the timber tracks and the docks in the fishing canneries on the Eel River, in agriculture, and on building roads connecting Eureka to small river towns. In single industry or lumber towns, the anti-Chinese movement fueled an illusion of rural mutuality between worker and employer. The intimate and dependent nature of lumber work made it difficult to build unions and even more difficult to organize strikes. Labor organizing was hard and the redwoods jobs lasted only 8 months of the year. The labor force was transient and dispersed over hundreds of miles, and mills easily found more and more unskilled workers. The first lumber workers' strike in Humboldt County did not occur until 1881. Meanwhile, typographers sat up all night, sending stories of the roundups along the telegraph wire. The International Typographical Union, ITU, cemented the young white labor movement and stimulated anti-Chinese sentiments across the state. The typographers quickly described, published, and at times created and amplified the news of the roundups, which then spread in small-town and statewide papers alike, such as the Daily Alta California. In places in the Pacific Northwest where people and goods still traveled by buggy over white and Indian trails or short-haul railroads filling in gaps with mule trains and wagons, narrow river steamships, sailing ships, and dugout canoes, typographers connected towns and decided what they would believe. An anti-Chinese drive would be reported in county newspapers throughout the Pacific Northwest within a day or two, at most a week after it occurred. Many small papers even had columns listing the week's anti-Chinese events. Just at this time in the early 1880s, the Knights of Labor burst onto the national scene and grafted the purges of the Chinese onto the new labor movement. In contrast to craft unions, the Knights promised to build inclusive vertical assemblies. Organized in California only 1 year after the Lumbermen's Union, the Knights attracted workers designated by the American Federation of Labor as unskilled loggers and miners, unifying young labor clubs with their demands for a weekly payday, an 8-hour day, and the abolition of child labor. But excluded from the organization that promised to unite as many workers as possible were the Chinese. Except for gamblers, lawyers, bankers, stockbrokers, and Chinese, all were welcome. The Knights vowed to abolish Chinese contractors and indentured labor and set up its own labor bureau to control job placement. Their Humboldt assembly lasted for 5 years, the peak years of the Chinese roundups. Led by Millard Fillmore Gardner, the Knights organized assemblies from Crescent City down to the Mendocino County line, and soon Arcata's Assembly 3424 had 100 members. And the new Knights assemblies in Blue Lake, Bayside, Freshwater, Crescent City, Smith River, Port Canyon, and Ferndale all promoted the anti-Chinese purges of 1885, 86.70. Even though jobs filled by Chinese workers in Humboldt County were not jobs early Unionists wanted, even after the purges, white workers claimed to still be haunted by the specter of enslaved Chinese labor. The Knights often reminded Californians that Chinese laborers had been brought in to break a strike at a shoe factory in North Adams, Massachusetts, in 1870.71. Humboldt's emerging labor movement, the Knights of Labor, the International Workingmen's Association, the Coast Seamen's Union, the Typographical Union, and the Clerks' Union, shop clerks, was calling for an end to the sun-up to sundown workday and payment in company scrip. They shared a vision of civic job projects, such as building railroads, sewage systems, roads, and sidewalks. They wanted the federal government to grant public land to workers by extending the Homestead Act. They wanted better food in the company cookhouses and sleeping cots in bunkhouses rather than tents. Living in all-male communities far from the town sheriff, timbermen, and clerks wrote in diaries and letters of their fear of other workers who settled disputes with arms. In these towns along the Pacific coast, whites and Chinese did not have to be forced into consciousness of each other's living and working conditions. Small-town familiarity exposed the myth of the Mongolian as a slave or coolie. In Eureka, whites were not urban tourists who came into the Chinese community to shop, inhale, or consume what they disdained an exotic migrant. These towns were knowable communities, small in scale, with familiar neighbors and shopkeepers, visible political affiliations recognized by Chinese and white settlers alike. Geographic isolation and local paternalism could mask some racial hierarchies. 72 It is against and through this rural and class commonality, both true and imagined, that real divisions of labor, of social position, of countries of origin, of power, and ultimately of race, were built. By February 1885, Eureka was being run by its working class. Mayor William Wallace, City Marshal Andrew Hitchings, and Councilman C.H. Olsted, C.L. Devlin, and W.L. Mercer forged a city government intent on providing jobs in public works, jobs that were specifically denied to the Chinese by the California Constitution in 1879, even though this ban had been ruled unconstitutional. The city resurveyed and expanded the town limits, graded and surfaced city streets, built blocks of new sewers, passed an ordinance establishing a street railroad, widened sidewalks, and replaced the old wooden ones with cement, the project that had blocked the sewage in Chinatown. We mean business, the impact of the Eureka Roundup. In the months following the Eureka Roundup, the Chinese tried to return to their homes, even as rural communities throughout the county set about expelling their Chinese residents. In 1886, Chinese vegetable peddlers drifted back into town. In January, Charles Mock, or Mook, along with 2 Chinese friends, tried to purchase property in Eureka. Working through his friend Robert Henry, Mock accidentally let it be known that the lots would be occupied by Chinese people. Not surprisingly, all of Henry's bids for blocks of land were rejected. One of the original members of the Committee of 15, A.J. Bledsoe, announced that Mock was one of the most notorious highbinders on the coast. If a fusillade of shots was heard in Chinatown, people knew that Mock was amusing himself. Bledsoe charged that it was the opinion of many that Mock had fired the fatal bullet that killed Kendall, and the local papers explained that if Mock became a property owner, he could not be expelled again. The Committee of 15 convened, and 2 white citizens advised Mock to leave town. When he refused to pay for his own deportation, 2 committee members bought his ticket, and on January 16 he was shipped out of Eureka for his second time. 73 But Mock's visit alerted the city that the Chinese deportees intended to come back. The Knights of Labor quickly elected several candidates under the citizens' ticket in county races, and swept the Eureka elections in June. The city elected knights to the offices of mayor, city marshal, and trustee of the Free Library, and to 3 city council posts. Then the Committee of 15 and the knights called for the expulsion of all Chinese from the county. We mean business. Our proceedings so far have been peaceable and orderly, but there is a limit beyond which even Eureka patients may not go. Believing that about 60 Chinese men remained in the county, Bledsoe added, "We do not propose violence. So far we have not harmed a single Chinaman and we do not intend to do so if we can help it. But we do not want them and we don't propose to have them." 74. Led by Bledsoe, the towns of Arcata, Salmon Creek, Ferndale, Hydesville, and Springville, now Fortuna, followed Eureka's path. During the weekend of the Eureka pogrom, whites in Arcata had initiated an ethnic cleansing of their own. Even before the Humboldt and the city of Chester sailed out of Humboldt Bay on February 8, George W. B. Yoakum had called for a mass anti-Chinese meeting in Arcata. With the bay to the west and the redwoods to the east, Arcata had seen 2 Chinatowns grow up on its north and south edges, where the Chinese lived in wooden shacks stacked one upon the other. On that fateful weekend an anti-Chinese rally elected a citizens committee to visit these 2 Chinese enclaves and tell all residents to leave the town limits before Wednesday next. By Thursday morning, February 12, most Chinese residents had been moved into makeshift shelters in the woods and meadows beyond the corporate boundaries of Arcata. 75 The North Fork Mill fired 40 Chinese men, who then hid in an empty house in town, afraid to travel the 7 miles south to Eureka, where they could catch a boat for San Francisco. 76 The committee led vigilantes on a roundup of Chinese residents, forced them into gravel wagons, and hauled them to the dock, where they were loaded onto fishing boats headed down Humboldt Bay to be shipped from Eureka aboard the Mary D. Hume. The steamship companies promised to take all the Chinese men that the law would allow them to carry. 77 Eureka's infection has caught far and wide, announced James Baith, a Democratic leader of Arcata's Knights of Labor, who noted with some ambivalence that this is the very absurdity of quixotism. Eureka had a partial justification for her action and inspired by that took summary steps. Arcata without a shadow of provocation insists upon measures equally severe. The men of Eureka had a real grievance, those of Arcata none. While in law Eureka could plead strong cause in extenuation what bar to severe condemnation, could Arcata intervene? This wholesale exodus will bring Eureka in conflict with the federal courts. There the law will be doled out by the language of the Burlingame Treaty, and COL. B will insist on damage and restitution according to its phraseology, the privileges conceded to the most favored nations. A few inspired idiots talk of resisting the federal power and talk of hanging a marshal if he attempts to serve its process. 78. In early 1886, to celebrate the anniversary of the Eureka Purge, Arcata expelled all the remaining Chinese. It too formed a committee of 15, which collected enough money to hire railroad cars and boats, and the Arcata Cornet Band accompanied 300 men and women to Eureka's festivities. Judge J.P. Haynes told the cheering crowd that the cry in the past had been "the Chinese must go," but now it is "the Chinese must never return." Arcata's Democratic and Labor leaders returned from the party determined to take final action. 79 On February 13, citizens of Arcata called a mass rally to announce that the time is now ripe for the total expulsion of the Chinese from our mid-state. Over the last year, reported James Baith, although the Chinese presented a cordial and cooperative spirit, they refused to leave. Equally deplorable, Baith added, were whites who hired the obnoxious element or harbored them in hovels specially erected to shelter them. 81 On the night of the rally, the working people of Arcata demanded that mill managers and company owners who still hired Chinese workers join the movement to drive them out. Chastened, the owners of the Blue Lake Mill Company and of the Falk, Howley, and Company Sawmill and dozens of other wealthy merchants, lumber dealers, and manufacturers announced they were ready to vote with the workingmen and endorse the total expulsion of the Chinese from our midst. Denouncing U.S. treaty obligations with China as an error of statesmanship, business owners now complained that the Chinese had proved conclusively that their energies tend to decay not growth, their efforts are demeaning to labor, and a complete undermining of our social structure. 82. But Arcata was also aware that the Chinese of Eureka had filed a lawsuit for reparations against that city. At a town rally, anti-Chinese leaders called the suit blackmail and claimed the extortionate amount of damage shows that it is not equity they seek but a device of the crafty Mongolians to rob our people by the forms of law. Blustering aside, the city leaders of Arcata feared a suit similar to Winghing v. City of Eureka and resolved to deprecate all violence or undue force in the expulsion of the Chinese as inviting the interference of the federal courts. Rather than copy its neighbors' violent tactics, which they had just celebrated the night before, Arcata's town officials and union leaders agreed to withhold custom and to boycott any merchant or individual who bought from Chinese stores, hired Chinese laborers or servants, or contracted with the Chinese for any services. The crowd also charged a committee of 3 to visit every white employer in town and compel him to sign a pledge not to employ any coolie, Chinese or pagan labor and to prevent others from doing so by any means. The exodus from Arcata was slow, sad, and thorough. The Chinese were threatened and intimidated, or, as Baith recalled, appealed to by calling their attention to the too evident danger of their lives and property. The object was to influence their fears so that they might quietly take their departure. 83. The Committee of Supervision, one of the vigilantes regularly shifting names, terrorized the 2 Chinatowns, hinting that the Chinese would be assaulted or charged with violating vagrancy codes. It warned Chinese merchants to expect rigid economic boycotts that would sever the bond which bound the Mongolian to our soil. 84. The pressure was effective. Over the next 2 weeks, Chinese woodcutters and laborers began to leave the redwood forests surrounding Arcata and found their way to Eureka to catch a steamship bound for San Francisco. 85. By early April, only 20 Chinese people remained in the town. The A&M Railroad Company was donating cars to ship out the Chinese, and the local steamship companies had reduced the cost for Chinese persons and freight. 86. And so, in small groups of 7 or 8, the Chinese of Arcata, some residents for 30 years, passed through the town for the final time. When many refused to pay for their tickets to San Francisco, a white merchant organized a collection for the $6 tickets. 87. On April 24, the Humboldt Standard boasted, "Arcata is rid of her Chinese." 2 nights later the town threw a party in Excelsior Hall to celebrate. Civic leader Frank McGowan reminded the crowd that when he was a child he had joined anti-Chinese agitation by the use of a forcible argument in the shape of a brickbat. He recalled that he had been ably assisted by many who were now the young businessmen of Arcata and that they had a marked effect upon the children of Confucius. Nonetheless, concluded McGowan, the peaceable manner of the week's purge was in the end more effective. The party ended with a jolly auction of the furniture and goods left behind by the Chinese. The town raised $50. In the 1887 elections the Knights of Labor took control of the Board of Supervisors, running candidates on a People's Party ticket that included Richard Sweezy and James Baith, who had been leaders in the roundups. A town hall is still named in Sweezy's honor. Richard Sweezy. There's no law north of the Eel and no God north of the Klamath. The removal of tribal peoples, forced onto the Klamath Reservation in 1855 and Fort Turner in 1861, opened this land to build a lumber town and a jumping-off spot for miners, mule skinners, and settlers bound for the gold fields and timber forests in Oregon. Here, between the Siskiyou Mountains to the east and the Pacific to the west, the Oregon border to the north and Eureka to the south, gold and copper miners and homesteaders bought supplies for the hundreds of miles of trekking to the north along Oregon's rivers and into the Cascade Mountains, or to the east up the riverbeds into the Siskiyous. Until 1853, men had lived in tents in an arc along the beach, where the redwood forest pushed almost to the ocean's edge. But in less than a year 300 houses were built in a newly laid-out town called Crescent City. At the raw docks men unloaded from steamers and schooners all the goods needed in the northernmost corner of California and in Oregon. The new town needed roads, and it needed merchants and launderers, domestic servants, and mule packers. It needed Chinese men. Placard, January 1886. Whites and Chinese came through Crescent City, about 100 miles north of Eureka, seeking whatever gold remained in California. During the 1850s, the Chinese built camps that stretched throughout northern and eastern Humboldt County. They mined in the gold fields along the Trinity and Salmon rivers. They grew vegetables to supply the fishing village of Trinidad. They trolled for cod, trapped crabs, and dove for abalone along the Pacific and netted salmon along the Klamath River. By the late 1870s, Crescent City had a large and segregated Chinatown with its own stores, wash houses, wooden shacks, shanties, and boarding houses. The city gave the east end of the cemetery to the Chinese. The first attempt to purge the Chinese from Crescent City failed. Early in 1856 a group of Chinese bought an abandoned claim. When after working it for 8 months the Chinese found gold, the previous owners tried to retake the claim. The claim jumpers opened fire, and one white miner was killed and many others arrested. 88 But the Chinese had legal standing because they owned the property, and the town sheriff and his deputies protected their stake. 3 decades later, on the cold February weekend of the Eureka Roundup, Crescent City held its own anti-Chinese parade and made plans to copy the lumber town to the south. Over the next 2 weeks, with each steamship that left port, Crescent City forcibly shipped out several hundred Chinese residents. Most sailed to San Francisco. Finally, only 2 Chinese women, 2 children, and 2 or 3 men remained. A gang of white loggers came into town, hired a wagon, loaded the Chinese families, hauled them out of town up Howland Hill, and shoved them from the wagon. They were never seen again in Crescent City. 89. Chinese merchant family Xiaohanyu, Crescent City. With Crescent City, Eureka, and Arcata at the epicenter of the purges, other Humboldt County towns soon fell into line. In spring 1886, Eureka's Committee of 15 bullied the tiny fishing village of Trinidad to expel its one Chinese man, a hotel worker. The remote coastal village of Petrolia also chased out its lone Chinese man. 90. On the eastern edge of the county, the mountain village of Willow Creek rallied at China Flat, the site of an early Chinese mining claim. Although most of the Chinese miners and woodcutters lived well beyond the little town, on the night of March 17, 1886, the citizens of Willow Creek called for the total expulsion of Chinese from our midst, acknowledging that they were about to violate America's treaty obligations with China. Willow Creek sat at the border of the Hoopa Reservation, an area of militant Indian resistance to white settlers. Fearing any more violence, the settlers joined with nearby mountain towns to boycott and denounce anyone who sold or leased land to the Chinese and shun anyone who hired Chinese workers. In early March Ferndale purged its Chinese residents, and the hamlet of Ellensburg banned Chinese children from the school. Soon the Chinese were expelled from Ronerville and Springville, Garberville, and Hydesville. In the early spring of 1886, Humboldt County took stock of its success. Wrote the Daily Times telephone. Humboldt County will soon be rid of its entire former Chinese population. Eureka has been purged of it for more than a year. Arcata has taken steps which will result in the banishment of 50 or 60 wards of Chinese consul Col. B. We don't think that what Chinamen men are left at Ronerville and Springville will be there long. Ferndale will be rid of them. Whether or not there is a Chinaman in Hydesville, we are unable to state. Blocksburg never would tolerate the presence of that people, and we are inclined to the belief that there are none in Garberville. As Petrolia has spoken in regard to the matter, it may be taken for granted that her population will not in the future include any of the obnoxious element. Before long, citizens who want to know how a Chinaman looks will have to go all the way to the Klamath River to find out. 91. In May 1885, A.J. Bledsoe, an attorney, and one of the leaders of Eureka's Committee of 15, predicted that prosperity would flow from the Roundup. The effect of the exodus, he told a San Francisco reporter, was most wonderful and gratifying. He boasted that the town's dirty laundry was now all washed by white people, and that 100 white men are daily employed at good wages and thousands of dollars have been spent in San Francisco for costly machines for the steam laundries. White men had also replaced Chinese men as cooks and on railroad construction. Bledsoe concluded, at least 225 white men have obtained employment through the expulsion of the Chinese, and there are many other things which prove the action was timely and beneficial to the prosperity of our country. 92. In fact, this was not the experience of the white working man. Hundreds of unemployed whites read of the purges in newspapers throughout California and quickly made their way to Humboldt. The San Francisco Chronicle reported, "Never since Humboldt County was first inhabited by white men was so much want known to exist among the laboring class as at the present time. Hundreds of laborers are bereft of the necessaries of life and in a state of semi-starvation. They live on shellfish and sleep in the woods, beneath the cold blast of this northern region. A few are working on the railways at $1 a day, with $1 a week deducted for sleeping accommodations, but most of the workingmen who arrive at Eureka by each steamer are unable to find any work whatever to do. The logging business is unable to keep the old hands employed." The Chronicle advised its readers not to try their luck in Humboldt. It is a novel county and someday its great resources will be appreciated. But it seems to be passing through a dark stage in its history, and until that is passed over, immigrants had better give it a wide berth. 93. By 1890 Humboldt was proudly marketing itself as a county free of Chinese people. To recruit white immigrants, the History and Business Directory of Humboldt County boasted, "There is not a Chinaman in Humboldt County except in the mines on the Klamath River, and they are there only because of the extreme isolation." To those who have experienced the misery of having this degraded and debasing element in their midst, and realize the futility of redress at the hands of the U.S. courts, this simple fact of itself is no small recommendation when seeking a home as far removed from vicious example as possible. Nature's benefactions to Humboldt have been many, but we pride ourselves on having by our own efforts, eradicated a festering putrescent sore from our vitals. 94. In fact, not all the Chinese had been eradicated from the county. Some still lived on Karuk and Hoopa land in the Siskiyou Mountains, a 3-day journey from the ocean by dugout canoes up the Klamath or Trinity River or by mules across the steep bald hills. Across 2 mountain ridges from the coast many mined along gravel beds where the Trinity flows out of the Klamath, or where the north and south forks of the cold green Salmon River meet. Some Chinese miners still worked for themselves. Others hired out to new Chinese-owned hydraulic mining companies. Even in the bitter spring of 1886, the Chinese remained in mountain towns such as American Samoa or Orleans Bar, where they shopped for food: rice, dried fruits, smoked fish, preserved vegetables especially imported for them at Lord's General Store. They paid with special coins minted for them in China, with Chinese writing on one side and English on the other. They worked, grew food, and settled in the forests and along the narrow river gorges. The Humboldt Standard complained, "We are informed that in 1 or 2 mining camps in the vicinity of Orleans Bar, Chinese are employed to do the work." It is needless to say that the miners owe it to themselves and the county to discharge them. Humboldt is making a praiseworthy and earnest effort to cause an exodus of all her Mongolians, and no citizen should retard the good work. Every person employing a Chinaman should at once dismiss him, even at the risk of a little inconvenience. Nearly all have gone now, and a decisive stand on the part of every man in the county is all that is necessary to cause everyone to leave. 95. One resident of Lower Klamath, L.J.H., wrote to the Standard, "The mining district will have to follow the example of Eureka, for the simple reason that after they are driven out of the cities they will then seek refuge among the miners where some few of their fellow men own mining property. And I dare say in some mining districts they have worked their way in until they own great tracts of valuable mining land. Now, in a case of this kind what is to be done? Give them time to settle up their business before expelling them, or call a meeting and appoint appraisers and appraise their property, pay them for it and then make them travel." In L.J.H's opinion, where they are given time, they will undoubtedly do some mischief before they get away. They are something like a rat. The great secret will be to find the hole where they get in. The solution, he insisted, was to make them get out at the same hole and then see that it is sufficiently blockaded. 96. Yet white vigilantes, in their haste, had ignored Native American authority in the eastern mountains of the county. 97. In the isolated mountain areas of the county some tribal people viewed the Chinese as yet another wave of invaders who were willing to destroy the land in their pursuit of gold, particularly after many Chinese miners became expert at using the hydraulic hoses that washed away the mountains to expose the ore within. Chinese and Native Americans also competed for agricultural work. Describing the potato harvest of 1884, the Standard announced that instead of the Indian who has done that kind of work, the abominable heathen Chinese are swarming in herds to dig the potatoes and take the wages out of the country. 98. Some Chinese farmers and miners married tribal women and sent their children to the local schools. Folded into the community, they were left undisturbed and indeed, during the violence, given cover. Some were harbored in the Arcata home of William Lord and later absorbed into the Karak community in the Siskiyous of eastern Humboldt. Some Native Americans united with the Chinese. In May 1886, for example, when the steamer Ancon was about to depart for the north, 30 white waiters walked off the ship after they found 3 Chinese cooks working in the kitchen. But 2 Alaskan Inuit sailors refused to join the white men's strike, and when the Steamshipmen's Protective Association succeeded in forcing the Ancon to fire the Chinese cooks, it also had to fire the Inuit men before white sailors agreed to return. Chinese excluded, after the roundups. The forced exodus of the Chinese from Eureka failed to improve conditions for anyone. After the 1885 and 1886 roundups, 250 Chinese men remained in the county, 20 as cooks, 50 as miners, and the rest as washermen. Their wages were low, $25 per month, with board. Laundrymen earned $25 without board. In all the other occupations in Humboldt County, mining, transportation, timber, and manual labor, the Labor Bureau reported, Chinese excluded. Wages for whites were only minimally better. After the roundups, a white male cook earned $60 per month and a white laundryman earned $40, both with board. White lumbermen earned $60 per month, bookkeepers and longshoremen averaged $70, printers earned $80. To some degree, white women replaced the Chinese domestic workers, and their wages were consistent with the 70 cents on the male dollar that women earn today. Seamstresses and laundry workers were paid $30 without board, $10 less than men. After the roundups, only 20% of workers belonged to the Knights of Labor. 99. The Chinese could no longer be blamed for the fact that the Redwoods were the only lumbering region on the coast without a 10-hour day. A consortium of the 10 largest lumber companies and sawmills on the north coast rejected the Knights' demand for a shorter workday, falsely claiming that with the Chinese purged from the county, social conditions and wages had already improved. Even with the Chinese excluded, white wages stayed low. As the Chinese were being assaulted and deported from Humboldt County, efforts to recruit white immigrants intensified. In the weeks leading up to the February 1885 purge, local papers proudly announced that during just 1 week in December 1884 the California Immigration Association had imported 700 white immigrants from Southern Europe. The Humboldt papers hoped that many of these new immigrants might be enticed to settle in the county if they heard that fruit orchards and farming in the sunny part of the county would be pleasant and profitable. Mill owners subsidized the settlement of Scandinavian immigrants and brought them into Eureka on their own ships to replace workers involved in the Knights. By the turn of the century, the Humboldt Souvenir, a booklet published by the Chamber of Commerce, invited more whites to settle in the Redwood country with the promise that they could live in a county free of Chinese. One fact makes Humboldt unique among the counties of California, and indeed, on the Pacific coast we have no Chinese. Our workmen are not compelled to come into competition with the degraded coolies of the Orient. There was a time when the Chinese had quite a colony here, but in one of the Tong Wars a stray bullet from the pistol of a highbinder struck and killed a prominent citizen of Eureka, who was passing along the street. The community rose as a man and drove every Chinese out of the county. No violence was used, they were compelled to go. That was in 1885, and since then Humboldt has had no Chinese. Even in far-off China, the coolies know that they are not permitted to come here, and none ever attempt it. Still the Chinese tried to return to Humboldt County. In October 1887, 50 Chinese men arrived on the schooner Golden Fleece to work in the salmon canneries on the Eel River. Concerned that there were no other skilled cannery workers, the cutting packing company agreed to offer a bond to the county, promising that the Chinese would leave when the salmon season was over. 100. Commonalities. When unemployment and estrangement replaced the utopian bravado of the Western migration, European Americans in the West found comfort and commonality in their whiteness. 101 In the last decades of the 19th century, Those who controlled the new corporations, the Carnegies and the Rockefellers, the Crockers and the Stanfords, and the Vances and Carsons, sought to limit class struggle, erupting in the Homestead strikes and the Haymarket tragedy, by dividing the new industrial class along racial lines. The physical, cultural, and national differences between Chinese and white, exposed and shaped by advertisements and political campaigns, by cruel cartoons and popular songs, split a global working class residing in California. Chinese Americans challenged a multinational white culture that was struggling to establish itself as inevitable, the norm of the interracial West. Class consciousness became complicit in racism. These purges exposed commonalities of white and Chinese lives, dreams, and struggles, shaped by a shared rural experience of class. Photographs, editorials, and news accounts of life in Humboldt wrapped images of differences within images of similarities. Rural whites and Chinese experienced common living and working conditions, and it was this that impelled, indeed obsessed, the white working class. Hidden in the speeches, the cartoons, and the ads that provoke the roundups is a reflection, a shadow, of the demands that white workers were making for themselves. A Picture for Employers, Puck, August 21, 1878. The stereotypes and inaccurate assumptions about Chinese immigrants mirrored the desperate material needs of white timbermen, mill workers, and sailors, articulated by their new and very fragile union movement. The ruthless, unthinkable, and previously unread violence of the roundups in Eureka, Crescent City, Tacoma, Truckee, and San Jose conjures a fluid and permeable image in which the white working class saw their own lives reflected in the lives of the Chinese, shared lives of poverty, displacement, backbreaking work, inadequate housing, dirt, lack of women, and communal male living, a vision close at hand to the very new middle class. Rural whites saw in the Chinese their most profound anxieties about their own identity and destiny. It was these commonalities, articulated as racial difference and masked as class antagonism, that shaped the violent roundups. 102 Whites violently expelled the Chinese in part because